This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 830. But the primordial Emperor Worm's true killer move has just begun. Its body suddenly curled up, the chaotic patterns on its carapace illuminating, and a suffocating pressure enveloped the entire space. Crack! The void shattered like a mirror, and a massive black hole formed in front of it. Its terrifying suction instantly locked onto the warship, preventing even light from escaping. Warning! The void state is under unknown influence and will soon end. Song-Chi frantically calculated an escape plan, but the black hole's gravity had already distorted all laws of physics, and the warship was being slowly pulled towards the abyss of destruction. He wanted to take another gamble, activating the replica's soul-devouring altar. The golden engine evolved to black, and together with the antimatter energy evolution engine, it overloaded, pushing the mirrored warship to break free from the terrifying, devouring gravity. But the devouring power unleashed by the mythical creature was too terrifying. No matter how hard the mirror warship tried, it could not truly break free. Watching the approaching shadow, Song-Chi sighed helplessly. The next second, the primordial Emperor Worm's massive claws pierced the warship, completely disintegrating the mirror image. Challenge failed. In the Jutian market, forcibly suppressing the stinging pain deep within his mind, Song-Chi's expression remained remarkably calm. He wasn't surprised by this outcome. Without the power of the Jutian market and the full might of the Tianqiu Sangqiong, it was unrealistic for the mirror warship to defeat a mythical force head-on. The fact that the mirror warship could hold its own against a primordial Emperor Worm for so long was actually beyond Song-Chi's expectations. This battle wasn't without its own rewards. Face-to-face combat gave Song-Chi a clearer understanding of the terrifying power of mythical creatures, and also made him more aware of the Tianqiu Sangqiong's own shortcomings. First, the battleship's hull defenses were insufficient. Before reaching Tier 8, the lower-tier colored Mythic Pulse Energy Shield and Neutron Star Core armor offered ample advantages against Tier 9 foes. However, when the target became mythical creatures, these two lower-tier colored armor alone were completely inadequate. Song-Chi estimated that at least higher-tier colored energy shields and hull armor, both enhanced to level 110 or higher, would be necessary for the Tianqiu Sangqiong to truly withstand direct combat with mythical creatures. Furthermore, the battleship's current antimatter energy evolution engine was no longer sufficient. Not only had it failed to help the mirror battleship break through the primordial Emperor Worm's devouring gravitational field this time, but with the increasing number of high-tier components aboard the Tianqiu Sangqiong, the energy efficiency of the lower-tier colored antimatter energy evolution engine had also declined. Aside from the aforementioned shortcomings, completing levels 1 through 349 in this challenge wasn't entirely fruitless. As long as Song-Chi returned to the City of Transcendence right now, he could directly claim the final challenge reward. But he hadn't thought of that. The rewards from the Posha Transcendence Tower could only be claimed once. While there were no restrictions on subsequent challenges, no further rewards would be claimed. He believed that the previous Mirror Battleship challenge was far from a reflection of the Tianqiu Sangqiong's true strength. Once the mirror image components successfully evolved to a high-level color quality, that would be the time for the Mirror Battleship's true challenge. Naturally, Song-Chi wasn't in a rush to waste this sole opportunity to claim the reward. He had inquired about it in the Transcendental Zone. Like the previous Pajuo Heritage Tower, the challenge rules for this Pajuo Transcendental Tower were the same. The more levels cleared, the better the rewards. The 349th and 350th levels, though only one level apart, represented the vast difference between a 9th-rank Overlord and a 10th-rank Myth. If he could surpass this level, Song-Chi estimated that the final reward would be at least one level higher. While waiting for the mirror image components to cool down, the acquisition plan at the Xinhua Ancestral Domain was proceeding in full swing. With the Dragon Ridge Song family mobilizing their entire clan's energy over decades and centuries, the Xinhua civilization had already developed a wave of hunting for foreign geniuses. The Plantagenet Kingdom, as a Xinhua kingdom under the Holy Temple Federation, contained 6 immortal factions, the strongest of which was the Plantagenet royal family. The Slick family. After the wars against the 8-armed snake demon civilization and the defense of human emperor city, the Slick family, like most factions within the Xinhua civilization, has seen a significant increase in strength over the past few thousand years. They now boast 4-star destroyer captains. On this day, all 4 of the Slick family's star destroyer captains gathered here. Bob, are you referring to the mission the Dragon Ridge Song clan publicly announced earlier? 1 galactic colony level prodigy for 1 silver artifact, regardless of life level. Sounds impressive, but galactic colony level prodigies are rare. Bob, are you sure this is why you summoned us back? Don't worry, Klaus. What if I tell you I know the whereabouts of a supergalactic colony-level alien? Are you sure? Suddenly, the eyes of several people in the hall lit up. According to the detailed mission information released by the Longjisong family, a transgalactic community-level genius could be exchanged for a golden component. Even for a royal family like theirs, whose heritage spans over 10,000 years, the value of a golden ship component is extremely high. Soon, the intelligence secretly transmitted back by several other immortal forces in the Plantagenet Kingdom included the news of suspicious unusual movements of several Slick Star Destroyer ancestors. However, before these families could react, several recently disappeared Slick Family Star Destroyer ancestors reappeared. Unbeknownst to the other families, along with these Star Destroyer captains, a three-headed tiger-like alien had returned. He was immediately escorted by the Slick family to the Longjisong family's newly opened office in the Plantagenet Kingdom. And events like this were happening at this very moment in every corner of the two galactic community territories under the Xinhua civilization. While galactic-level prodigies are rare, the number of Xinhua captains across the Xinhua civilization is staggering. A few lucky individuals have encountered or even spotted them from afar during their repeated explorations of alien worlds. With the Dragon Ridge Song family publicly offering a bounty, the bounty naturally exploded in an instant. Song Chi was unaware of this for the time being. He was currently in the Zhutian market, debating how to use the 10th-tier Golden Apple, Posha Zen Meditation Seal, Ring of Heavenly Power Control, Blood Holy Grail, Black Hole Evolution Layer, Qitsong's Secret Cultivation Realm number 004. He was having a difficult time deciding between these five. After a moment of hesitation, his gaze finally settled on the Blood Holy Grail. After a dazzling flash of light, the Blood Holy Grail successfully evolved from black quality to a lower-grade colored one. The reason he chose the Blood Holy Grail was not only because it would be crucial for the Tianshu Sangqiong to reach the 10th level in the future, but also because he would soon be able to obtain another 10th level Golden Apple. Burning. At that moment, Song Chi felt a slight tremor in the multicolored fire sea deep between his brows. After exiting the market and logging onto the Fire Network, the message came from Emperor Jiang. However, this time, there was no need to rush to the Xinxia continent to reunite. The message before him contained a special link. Any other fire captain would have been puzzled by this, but as the original fire source, Song Chi was well aware that this link was the remote link function of the original fire source, a special ability that could only be activated by those with the highest authority. Controlling his mind, he gently clicked on the link. The next second, Song Chi felt his vision suddenly go dark. When he regained consciousness, he was already above a chaotic ocean. Above the pool of luck, filled with countless fire and luck, 5 figures hovered high. They were Jiang Yuan, Ing Yi, Song Chi, and the 5 highest authorized holders of the original fire source seed. The phantoms of the 5 human emperors materialized above the pool of luck. As they stared at each other, an invisible pressure stagnated the surrounding chaotic airflow. Everyone, time is short, so I be brief. Jiang Huang spoke first, his voice like the clash of metal. The river community occupied by the Corpse Emperor clan is now under our control. Song Chi noticed that the 5 phantoms hovering above the chaotic ocean each possessed a different level of solidity. Especially Emperor Jiang of the Divine Xia dynasty, the flame surrounding him had completely materialized. Next up was Emperor Ji Hung. Although he hadn't yet attained the rank of Immortal Captain, his ship had successfully entered the mythical Immortal class, naturally widening the gap between him and Song Chi and the other two. The latest intelligence indicates that the Corpse Emperor clan is in contact with forces from the more distant river galaxy. A cold voice rang out from Holy Emperor Ferdinand of the Holy Templar Federation. If they truly invite allies, there could be some trouble. The chaotic air currents suddenly surged violently, and a deep voice boomed, then commence the battle as soon as possible. This piece of fat meat, already at our fingertips, must not be lost. The flames lingering around Emperor Ing Yi continued to surge, filling the sky with flames. Song Chi coughed lightly and nodded. I agree. 20,000 years from now, Human Emperor City may face a massive, mythical war. Before then, we must do everything we can to enhance the foundation and strength of our entire civilization. And occupying a new river system is the fastest way to build civilizational strength, bar none. Since you all agree, it's settled. 300 years from now, we officially launch an all-out war against the Corpse Emperor clan's river system. With Jiang Yuan's final approval, the plan was finalized. However, the news wouldn't be released immediately, but would have to wait over 200 years to prevent the Corpse Emperor clan from getting wind of any signs of trouble and making advanced preparations. Alright, this discussion concludes. Wait! Song Qi interrupted Jiang Yuan before he could finish. When all four of them turned their attention to him, Song Qi unleashed the words he had already composed in his mind. Look, I accidentally stumbled upon a Zhu Tian market in my early years. Now, not only do I lead my entire family there permanently, I've also gained a prominent position within the market. I've already proactively applied to the Zhu Tian market lord. After hearing all his information, Jiang Yuan and the other three remained silent for a long moment. You're saying that the Zhu Tian market lord has agreed to build a Zhu Tian teleportation platform in both the territory of our Xinhua human civilization and the territory of the wizard civilization. With these Zhu Tian teleportation platforms in place, our two civilizations will be able to conduct various exchanges and transactions at any time in the Zhu Tian market. Yes. After Song Qi's quick confirmation, a hint of joy flashed across Jiang Yuan and the other three's eyes. They were all too aware of the value and role of a transstellar trade market. If Song Qi's words were true, future connections with the wizard civilization would reach unprecedented heights, undoubtedly holding fundamental value for both civilizations. Song Qi, if this is truly accomplished, you will receive the greatest credit. Have you already decided on your rewards? Song Qi, without hiding anything, directly stated his long-awaited request. Fill in 300 galaxies of faith? Jiang Yuan and the other three exchanged glances, finally nodding in agreement. Song Qi already had over 80 faith galaxies under his control, meaning he still needed to add over 210. The Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy group governed nearly 800 galaxies. Even after deducting these, each of them would still receive over 130. But Song Qi's demands weren't over yet. In addition to this, my Song family must strike out on their own in the subsequent wars. Ultimately, if we can occupy territories spanning over 100 river systems, the Dragon Ridge dynasty must secure the authority to independently establish the Fifth Empire of Xinhua. The first point was fine, but the second request put Jiang Yuan and the other three in a difficult position. Song Qi, it's not that we disagree. Even if your Dragon Ridge Song family truly occupies territories spanning over 100 river systems after the war, establishing the Fifth Empire of Xinhua wouldn't be easy. Without sufficient prestige, those ninth-rank immortal giants below will be the first to object. Song Qi was clearly well aware of this, and his request was clearly well considered. Your Majesty Jiang Yuan, I understand this. Don't worry. I only want the authority to independently establish the Fifth Empire, not the actual creation of it. At the very least, I won't act rashly until I have the power to suppress all objections. With this assurance, Jiang Yuan and the other three naturally had no objections, and all agreed. Dragon Spine Dynasty, Dragon Spine Continent. Deep within the Dragon Whale Palace. Shaoqi, these are all the foreign geniuses rewarded over the past 100 years. Taking the dimensional space stone from Song Wujiang, Song Qi used his mind to sense it, confirming that dozens of figures were within the dimensional space within the stone. He smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with undisguised satisfaction. But just as Song Wujiang was about to leave, he suddenly spoke again. Ancestor, there is one more important matter. The human emperors have agreed to officially launch an all-out war against the Corpse Emperor clan's river system community in 300 years. Finally, we're taking action against the Corpse Emperor clan? That's great news. Song Wujiang was overjoyed. He knew his family's current strength well. If war broke out, they would surely carve out a huge piece of the pie from the Corpse Emperor clan's river system. But he had clearly misunderstood Song Qi's intentions. No, what I mean is that, starting today, the family treasury will be fully opened. All clan resources will be available to all members at half price. Furthermore, the family population limit will be lifted. For the next 300 years, we will do everything we can to increase the number of clan members and enhance the strength of our awakened members. Fully open the family treasury, lift the population limit. Shaoqi, are you going to? Faced Song Wujiang's subconscious questioning, Song Qi didn't elaborate. He believed that the ancestor would soon be able to sort out everything. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Song Wujiang finally understood everything. His eyes lit up. Are you aiming to establish the Fifth Empire after the war? Song Qi nodded slightly, a star map projected on his fingertips. The Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy clusters encompass 782 galaxies. According to the agreement between me and the 4 human emperors, we must capture at least 100 of them. However, with our clan's current size, we simply can't control such a vast territory. Hundreds of points of light suddenly lit up on the projection, forming a giant dragon pattern spanning the starry sky. So we need more clan members, more warships. Song Wujiang breathed rapidly. But 300 years is too short. Even with all-out training. Song Qi waved his hand gently. No, we can't rely on our own. With only 10,000 years of heritage, our foundation is still too shallow. I take the initiative to contact the Big Dipper Palace. If we can convince this giant, whose heritage spans over 200,000 years, combined with the power of the entire Dragon Spine dynasty, we'd be able to fill the gap in fleet numbers. Seeing that Song Qi had already made detailed arrangements, Song Wujiang's worries gradually faded, leaving only excitement. Okay, I arrange this as soon as possible. Shao Qi, you can focus on preparing other matters. As for everything else in the Dragon Spine dynasty, you don't need to worry about it. Chapter 831. Xianxin Divine Dynasty, Beta Continent, the ancestral home of the Beidou Seven Stars Palace. Deep within the magnificent Starry Sky Palace, several figures perched high above the projections of the seven mythical Beidou stars. Tanlang, if what you say is true, we all absolutely support it. After hearing Song Qi's proposal to jointly forge a single route of advance, and the related plans and proposals for the future establishment of the Fifth Xinhua Empire, the eyes of several palace masters, including Pejuan and Juman, all lit up with great interest, their joy evident in their eyes. But things were clearly not that simple. Pejuan, whose excitement was evident in his words, quickly changed his tone. However, this matter is of such importance that we must inform the Star Lord. He said this with a certain euphemism, implying that the decision of the Beidou Star Lord was essential. Where is the Star Lord now? Human Emperor City. Without hesitation, Song Qi headed straight for Human Emperor City. A spatial anchor had already been left in Human Emperor City, so it didn't take much time. Human Emperor City Western Wall. When the Tianqi Sangqiong arrived, the Yaguang Tianqing was quietly hovering above the city wall. Clearly, the former Tanlang Palace Master, now Beidou Qixing Palace, Beidou Star Master, was remotely controlling the warship's clone to explore the outside world. Song Qi didn't interrupt directly, but instead controlled the Tianqi Sangqiong to hover nearby, quietly waiting. Generally speaking, unless there was a huge difference in strength, a Xinhua captain would be able to immediately sense any situation outside the warship. Since the Yaguang Tianqing hadn't responded, the only explanation was that the warship's clone's exploration outside Human Emperor City had reached a critical point. In this situation, rash interference was highly taboo. Song Qi didn't have to wait long. Once the situation on the battleship clone side had stabilized somewhat, a voice quickly emanated from the Yaguang Tianqing transdimensional mothership. Tianqi Sangqiong Tanlang? Star-Lord, it's like this. After both parties confirmed their identities, Song Qi quickly repeated what he had previously said to the Pejuan Palace Master and the others. Really? The Star-Lord's expression instantly grew extremely serious. After receiving Song Qi's second, extremely affirmative response, he lapsed into a long moment of contemplation. If the four human emperors truly have all agreed to the authority to establish the Fifth Xinhua Kingdom, then this is indeed feasible, but... He paused, then quickly posed another question to Song Qi. If we truly join forces, how will the territory we acquire be divided? Song Qi had already considered this, and without hesitation, he replied, 80 out of 20. My Longyi Song clan takes 80, and the Big Dipper Palace takes 20. The Big Dipper Star Lord's expression suddenly darkened. Are you serious about this ratio? Song Qi didn't shy away from the superdimensional captain, who had just entered the superdimensional realm, and was already approaching the 9th rank senior level, or even the limit. The two of them locked eyes. In the end, the Big Dipper Star Lord was the first to look away. 70/30ths, 80/20ths is too harsh. Star Lord, 80/20ths is the bottom line. Song Qi's voice remained firm, knowing full well that the ratio he proposed was by no means excessive. 80/20, meaning that once they occupy more than 100 galaxies, the Big Dipper Palace will subsequently control 20 of them. For the Xinhua forces outside the four great empires, this was unprecedented. Although the Xinhua civilization previously possessed dozens, or even hundreds of immortal giants within the four great empires, each of them controlled at most 2 river systems, with many even occupying only a single river system. The battle with the 8-armed snake demon civilization and the successful annexation of the 8-armed snake demon river system community did allow the various immortal giants to expand their territories considerably, but the strongest immortal giant now only controls 4 river systems. The 4 great empires meticulously manage all of this, and will never allow any one immortal to expand excessively. The value of at least 20 river systems can be imagined. In other words, even if the Big Dipper Palace disagrees, Song Chi and the Dragon Spine Song family behind him can easily seek out other giants. However, Song Chi himself has the deepest ties and best relationship with the Big Dipper Palace, so his primary consideration is the Big Dipper Palace, and he will not speak such harsh words openly. The Big Dipper Star Lord was silent for a long time, then finally nodded slowly. Okay, 80 out of 80. However, I have one condition. Song Chi's eyes flickered slightly. Star Lord, please speak. If we truly can establish the Fifth Empire, our Big Dipper 7 Stars Palace must have priority in cooperation. The Longji Song clan must prioritize our cooperation in terms of resources, technology, and talent. Song Chi's lips curled up slightly upon hearing this. This condition wasn't too demanding. It was actually exactly what he wanted. The Song clan's foundation was, after all, too shallow. If they truly established the Fifth Xinhua Empire, future cooperation with outsiders would be inevitable. Of course. The Big Dipper 7 Stars Palace is my most trusted ally. In the future, I need the Star Lord and the other Palace Lords' full support for many matters. The Big Dipper Star Lord finally revealed a look of satisfaction, and the stellar power lingering around him subsided. In that case, this is settled. I will immediately convene a meeting of the 7 palaces and fully cooperate with your plan. Thank you, Star Lord. 6 months later, in the ancestral land of the Big Dipper Palace. 7 towering figures perched on the star projections of the Big Dipper. Vast stellar energy intertwined within the palace, forming a dazzling star map. Under the personal supervision of the Big Dipper Star Lord, the 7 palace masters, over 10 Star Lords, and dozens of Star Destroyer captains swore a star oath, formally forming an alliance with the Dragon Spine Song clan. In the war against the Corpse Emperor clan's galactic community that would soon begin, the two factions would work together to fully establish the overall framework of the 5th Expeditionary Fleet. In Jutian Market, Song Chi was aboard the Tianxu Sangqiong, hovering high in the sky. With a thought, the ship's hatch opened, and a 7-star ancient demon burst forth. At the same time, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted from the void to the right of the warship, and the next second, the Tianxu Sangqiong's mirror warship slowly emerged. The mirror warship trembled slightly, and a beam of black light shot out from it, piercing the 7-star ancient demon with pinpoint accuracy. After completing all these preparations, Song Chi suddenly waved his hand. The entire market sky suddenly surged with wind and clouds, and the boundless power of mythical rules suddenly descended. Go! Song Chi exclaimed softly, and a vast mythical force surged towards the 7-star ancient demon, activating the spatial anchor feature of the Jutian market. The 7-star ancient demon instantly vanished into the sky, reappearing in the misty area at the entrance to the Transcendent City. This was a bonus ability gained after the market ascended to the 9th rank, its status-enhancing power officially surpassing the mythical realm. Song Chi could now draw upon mythical power to directly teleport creatures to any area with a spatial anchor, eliminating the need for him to teleport and then summon them. This undoubtedly enhanced his personal safety. Transcendent City, the outer white fog zone. The returning 7-star ancient demon, following Song Chi's earlier instructions, activated the Divine Mind seal within his body. The next second, the mirror warships in the Jutian market seemed to receive a summons. With Song Chi's active release of the market's shield, the mirror warships were remotely summoned to the Transcendent City. As he gradually learned more about the Transcendent City, he had a constant feeling that the waters behind it were deep. Until he had thoroughly understood all of this, he was unwilling to risk his presence there again. Even if these so-called risks merely referred to summoning the mirror warships, each of which lasted only a few seconds. After remotely summoning the mirror battleship, the 7-star ancient demon quickly entered it. Then, the 7-star ancient demon activated one of the 2 tokens in its hand, the Transcendent City entry token, and the mirror battleship quickly sailed into the Transcendent City. Transcendent City mission area. Once again, Song Chi arrived at this mission area, not to select missions, but to submit them. Swish. The hatch of the mirror battleship opened, and figures emerged one after another. If Song Wujiang and his companions were here, they would surely recognize these figures as the foreign geniuses the Song family had offered bounties on over the years. Confirmed, submit mission. Count complete. 40 galaxy-level geniuses, 3 super galaxy-level geniuses, and 1 sub-civilization genius, for a total of 28,000 transcendent contribution points. Are you sure you want to submit this task? Confirmed. Ding! A gentle notification signaled the successful submission of this task. After a subtle spatial fluctuation, dozens of alien geniuses quietly vanished, replaced by 28,000 extra transcendent contribution points on the Transcendent City entry order within the mirror battleship. With these 28,000 transcendent contribution points, Song-Chi guided the mirror battleship directly to the exchange area. Transcendent City exchange area inside the trading hall, formed by 72 dark gold pillars. The mirror battleship slowly docked in front of an exchange platform gleaming with a faint blue light. Through the perspective of the 7-star ancient demon, Song-Chi gazed at the vast light curtain stretching across the starry sky ahead. As the rare exchange area, countless rare items were circulating across the light curtain, each emitting a heart-pounding aura. Searching for 10th-tier items, the 7-star ancient demon's hoarse voice echoed through the exchange area. The light curtain suddenly contracted, and the list of hundreds of items was reduced to just a dozen or so. Song-Chi's gaze finally settled on a fruit gilded with gold, its surface entwined with tricolored silk threads. 10th-tier golden apple. 10th-tier golden apple. Exchange requirement: 30,000 transcendent contribution points. Description: this fruit, bred by the starry sky plant golden apple mother tree, contains the power of the starry sky's essence and can specifically enhance the quality of rare items. Although he longed to exchange it directly, he was still 2,000 contribution points short. Song-Chi had no choice but to have the 7-star ancient demon return to the market to collect some rare items from the rare item exchange shops. Once he had accumulated 30,000 transcendent contribution points, he initiated the exchange without hesitation. As 30,000 contribution points were instantly deducted, a spatial rift suddenly opened in the center of the exchange platform. Countless golden chains stretched out from the void, entwined around a fist-sized golden apple, and slowly emerged. After receiving the 10th-tier golden apple, Song-Chi didn't let the mirror battleship linger. He had very few transcendent contribution points remaining, and he wasn't interested in attempting the transcendent challenge again. Instead, he was more anxious to return to the Zutian market to continue strengthening the Tianqiu Sangqiong. As for the special exchange area, it remained blurry, and it was difficult to discern what lay within. As far as he knew, to view this exchange screen, one must first become an enforcer of the Transcendent City. The initial requirement for becoming an enforcer in the Transcendent City was 100,000 transcendent contribution points, a distance still some distance away. After returning the golden apple to the Zutian market, the mirror battleship wasn't immediately recalled. Instead, as Song-Chi requested, it remained in the white mist outside the Transcendent City. Song-Chi reasoned that the bounty on the alien genius wouldn't be rescinded. As time went on, a steady stream of them would continue to be delivered to him. Traveling back and forth to the Transcendent City was inevitable, so he decided to simply leave the mirror battleship here to avoid further trouble. But before he could fully recapture his distracted thoughts, a distant tremor reached the mirror battleship's hull. Outside the battleship, the enveloping white mist energy had been dispelled by the overwhelming force of the Great Tao's laws. At that moment, the Transcendent City was completely exposed to the outer chaos sea. The mirror battleship's alarm system suddenly wailed. Through the 7-star ancient demon's perspective, Song-Chi's divine consciousness witnessed a scene he would never forget. 3 giant hands, obscuring the sky and the sun, tore through the chaos sea, each finger entwined with a shattered galaxy. A river of crimson blood flowed from his left palm, 12 blazing vertical pupils flaring in its center. The right palm was composed of countless tombstones of civilizations. Most terrifying of all was the crystal-clear jade-like palm in the center, its lines woven from a dense web of causal lines. 12th level transcendent. 3 more. Song-Chi's heart trembled, but the 3 great transcendents were clearly not targeting him. The Transcendent City's defense system automatically activated. Countless bronze gears extended from within the city walls, meshing in the void to form a massive mechanical sundial. Where the sundial's shadow passed, chaotic energy was forcibly transformed into a defensive barrier. You have been arbitrarily capturing the heavenly pride and are enemies of chaos. You deserve death? The blood-revering giant hand roared, shaking dimensions, its 12 vertical pupils simultaneously emitting annihilating death rays. The mirrored warship, swept by these sound waves, was like a small boat in a storm, its surface armor instantly evaporating. At the critical moment, a bronze pillar of light rose from the center of the Transcendent City. A city guard in a star-patterned robe stepped out, a bronze lantern dancing with 9 colored flames. With a gentle swing of the lantern, 3 flaming arrows pierced the void, pinning the blood river hand to the chaos barrier. How dare a mere projection dare? The city guard sneered. But Song-Chi noticed that the hand holding the lantern was trembling slightly, and the flame dimmed a little. The tombstone hand suddenly disintegrated into billions of fragments of civilization, each fragment evolving into a miniature history of civilization. These epic civilizations transformed into a torrent that crashed against the city walls, and the bronze gears shattered one after another amidst a mournful cry. Most terrifying of all was the hand of cause and effect. With a gentle flick of its palm lines, hundreds of simultaneous rebellions erupted within the transcendent city. Initiate emergency evacuation. The defender crushed the jade pendant at his waist. The Chaos Engine's dark blue tail flame erupted from the base of the transcendent city, and the entire city suddenly twisted into a Mobius strip. However, Song-Chi soon discovered with horror that the mirror battleship, already located at the edge of the battlefield, was being forcibly folded into this Mobius strip. He wanted to activate the replica of the Three Realms 5-element certificate, the Barbarian God's protection, and also the Starlight Shimmering Stone Talisman, the Black Hole Evolution Layer, the Resurrection Metal, and so on. However, before any of the components could be activated, the super energy storm generated by the bombardment of the 12th level mythical existence instantly engulfed the mirror battleship. Ju Tianxiu Song Qiong's market. Song-Chi, in the Tianxiu Song Qiong's main control room, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and a spiderweb-like golden crack appeared between his eyebrows. The moment the mirrored warship was destroyed, he felt an unprecedented sense of insignificance. Like an ant watching the galaxy crumble, even fear seemed unnecessary. In the 7-star ancient demon's final perspective, the three giant hands were rewriting the laws of chaos. The waves unleashed by the Blood River hand compressed the vast chaotic storm into a two-dimensional plane. The fragments of civilization scattered by the Tombstone hand were replaying the Big Bang in reverse. The most terrifying of all, the causal hand, with a gentle squeeze, suddenly cut off the entire chaotic sea, as if an invisible eraser were erasing this slice of space and time. This is a 12th level transcendent. Before he could think any further, a sharp pain in his mind brought him back to reality. This wasn't a physical attack, but merely a conceptual shock transmitted by the destruction of the mirrored warship. Just as a two-dimensional being cannot bear three-dimensional information, so, at his current 9th level life form, he couldn't withstand the conceptual aftermath of a 12th level battle. Warning! High-dimensional information contamination detected. Warning! Captain's mental contamination level has exceeded 5%. Amidst the piercing alarm, Song-Chi could feel his entire brain humming endlessly. Tyranny, murder, anger, and other negative emotions began to surge within him. This was the spiritual contamination brought on by the 12th order mythical creature. He reacted swiftly, the Jade Bright Immortal Talisman sect, Akala Talisman deep within his mind being mobilized first. The multicolored flame within the ancestral orifice of the fire flame burned fiercely, and the sky above the Shutian marketplace shifted violently. Boundless mythical power was mobilized. Cut it off! He knew this contaminating force was like a thorn in his flesh. Without the intervention of the 12th order power, it was virtually impossible to suppress or completely eliminate it. Only by severing the entire soul contaminated by this contaminating force could it be completely resolved. Hiss! The stinging pain of his soul being forcibly severed made Song-Chi's face pale, but fortunately, he dealt with it promptly, and the contaminating force's spread was limited. Although it still caused some damage to his mental strength, it would be negligible after a period of recuperation. Comparatively, what he was still obsessed with was the recent battle between the Transcendents. After reviewing it over and over again, he came to a conclusion. Even in the aftermath of the Transcendental War, he was still like dust. Chapter 832. Simply giving up on further consideration, Song-Chi, now that the mirror battleship had sunk and no further arrangements were possible, simply retrieved the recently returned golden apple. Having already considered this matter, he felt no hesitation this time. In the cabin, black light and tricolored light flickered alternately, eventually transforming completely into tricolored light. Ring of Heavenly Power Control Level 90. Quality, color/lower. Trait, beyond visual range telepathic communication. Trait 2, size as desired. Trait 3, double slavery mark. Trait 4, slavery mark frenzy. Trait 5, increase slavery authority by 1 level. Trait 6, absolute slavery. Trait 7, heavenly power control. Cost, 100,000/time, psionic power points, slavery mark, 1420 seconds, 11/2. Absolute slavery. Consumes 5 million psionic power points to cast an absolute slavery. The mark increases the success rate of enslavement by 100-fold, with a constant cooldown of 10 years. Heavenly control. Consumes 5 million psionic points to temporarily gain absolute control over a designated unit within sight. The duration depends on the target's life level, which must be lower than the component's life level. The cooldown is 100 years. Looking at the attributes of the successfully evolved heavenly control ring before him, Song-Chi's eyes lit up with deep satisfaction. From its initial golden evolution to its current tricolored state, the two newly acquired attributes are both excellent. Not to mention the absolute enslavement previously tested on the 9th-ranked Dragonback Tyrant Whale, even the newly revealed Heavenly Control attribute is likely to play a crucial role in future battles. With a wave of his hand, he produced 10 9th-level Sovereign Spirits, including one mythical soul previously exchanged in the Transcendent City. The Ring of Heavenly Control was instantly enhanced to level 100. Based on this enhanced level, the maximum number of enemy units that can be temporarily controlled by the Heavenly Control trait in future battles will be raised to the 9th level. This way, the rewards of switching sides at a critical moment will undoubtedly be staggering. In the Dragon Spine continent, at the Dragon Whale Hall, an emergency family council convened. The leaders of each branch of the Song clan gathered in the ancestral hall. Song Wujiang sat at the head of the table, with starry sky projections of Song Qi, Song Yin, and others hovering beside him. From today on, the entire clan enters level 1 mobilization. Song Wujiang tapped the armrest of the starry throne with his fingertips, a sound that shook the air within the Dragon Whale Hall. He wasn't finished yet. He quickly added, also, open all inherited secret realms, and fully utilize the Time Tower to accelerate the training of the new generation of clan members. Hearing this, a Star Destroyer captain from the 3rd direct line suddenly spoke up. Ancestor, the other secret realms aren't a big deal, but the Dragon Bridge secret realm is the foundation of our clan. Opening it directly to so many low-level clan members wouldn't be. Song Wujiang's response was undeniable. There's no need to discuss this matter further. All orders must be sent down to the clan's grassroots level as quickly as possible. If our clan performs well in this war 300 years from now, we won't be short of even a cosmic secret realm, let alone a primordial secret realm. After saying this, Song Wujiang's fingers continued to tap rapidly, and a holographic star map slowly unfolded in the center of the hall. A dense network of resource points was marked on this map. When the 7 red dots marked as the most eye-catching were seen, the breathing in the Dragon Whale Hall became heavy. What are these? Even though they already had guesses, some core members instinctively asked. Song Wujiang raised his hand and lightly swiped, and the star map suddenly zoomed in. All the large titanium crystal veins discovered within the dynasty's territory, discovered over the past thousands of years. Before all the core members in the hall could burst into ecstasy, Song Wujiang added another sentence. The total titanium crystal reserves of these 7 large veins are over 24 million. Although none of them have cores, they should be enough to meet the needs for the next 300 years. So you can all go ahead and work without worrying about the rest. From the moment the order was issued from the top of the family, the Dragon Ridge Song family, a super machine, quickly began to operate at full capacity. With the family's full support, the enthusiasm of the lower-level members was first aroused. After all, everyone understood that this was an opportunity, a huge opportunity. If they could seize it, soaring to the sky along the towering tree of the family was not impossible. One day, on the Dragon Spine continent, at the main gate square of the Dragon Spine Elite Xinhua Academy, millions of young Song family members formed a square formation. The newly revised supplementary clan rules were displayed on the family announcement projector suspended in midair. Anyone who successfully awakens will receive a free subsidy of 5,000 strands of 0-level floating land essence, and 100 strands of 1st-level floating land essence from the family, along with a basic white component set. Immediate family members may relocate to the Dragon Spine continent. Anyone who awakens the purple flame will be granted a purple component. Over the next 300 years, all those who advance to the 4th level will receive an orange upgraded fire source as a reward, along with 10 5th-level Morwa skydrifting mechas. The crowd grew agitated as they watched these alluring new reward mechanisms unfold. Rewards of this magnitude would be undeniably top-tier benefits for any faction, but for a clan like the Song family, whose lineage wasn't particularly long-standing, it was a complete drain on the family's foundation. This might be fine in the short term, but if it continued for decades or even centuries, it would be devastating for most factions, not to mention the fact that the Song family had planned this for 300 years. However, this approach did have one upside. Over the next 300 years, the overall strength of the Longji Song family would undoubtedly experience a new surge. Under these circumstances, the entire Longji Song family, and indeed the entire Longji dynasty, was undergoing tremendous changes with the passage of time. The Song family itself was, of course, doing its utmost to conceal this, but with members spread across nearly every core star region within the 2 major galaxies of the dynasty, no matter how hard they tried, they would struggle to maintain a long-term cover-up. Combined with the Song family's previous record of making crucial preparations ahead of time, all factions within the Dragon Spine dynasty were naturally galvanized. Suddenly, all the lingering forces within the Dragon Spine territory began scrambling to increase their strength, including stockpiling war supplies. In the 50th year after the Dragon Spine Song family's order was issued, thanks to the family's deliberate efforts, the number of direct descendants, originally around 6 billion, had directly surpassed 10 billion. On this basis, the number of newly awakened members in the family continued to increase by the millions. In the 120th year, the number of direct descendants of the Song family surpassed 15 billion, and the total number of awakened members in the family exceeded 1 billion. Over 98% of them are level 0 and level 1 members. Fortunately, the number of level 2 members has officially surpassed 20 million, with over 1 million level 3 cruiser captains, and over 30,000 core members of level 4 and above. In the 200th year, the Song family's leadership has continued to maintain the family's vigorous birth policy. The total number of direct descendants has now surpassed 30 billion, including over 2 billion awakened members, nearly 3 million level 3 cruiser captains, and over 50,000 core members of level 4 and above. Furthermore, after Song Qi voluntarily released all of the level 6 time realm fruits he had accumulated over the past few thousand years, the number of Star Destroyer captains in the family officially reached 40. Xianfeng, you've actually emerged from seclusion? This is truly rare. Deep within the sky of the Dragon Spine continent, 2 Star Destroyers flew side by side, both heading towards the Dragon Spine Divine Mountain. In the warship's magnetic communication group chat, Song Xianfeng replied with a smile, "We're now approaching a full-scale war against the Corpse Emperor clan's galactic community. I heard that during my retreat, the family has undergone tremendous changes. It just so happens that I recently achieved a breakthrough in my channeling technique, so naturally I need to come out and take a look." Song Xuansong, who had taken the initiative to ask, smiled and nodded, without refutation. He and Song Xianfeng might seem only a few hundred years apart, but their promotions to Star Destroyer Captain were vastly different. Song Xianfeng was nearly 9,000 years old when he successfully upgraded his ship to a Star Destroyer. To ensure he could achieve a breakthrough in his channeling technique before the deadline, he even sought a piercing immortal pill from Song Qi. Even so, despite his centuries of seclusion, Song Xianfeng hadn't experienced the recent changes within his family. As the two chatted intermittently, the 2 Star Destroyers quickly arrived at Dragon Spine Mountain. Entering the Dragon Whale Hall within the mountain, they noticed a significant presence already inside. However, with the increasing number of mid-level clan members, the minimum level of a clan member capable of participating in the Ancestral Hall's highest level meetings now required a rank 6 rank Dreadnought Captain. Even so, the hall now contained over 200 people. After several dozen minutes, until everyone had arrived, Song Yiming, at the head of the hall, finally spoke. "Everyone, I've summoned you all here, and I imagine everyone has their suspicions. With the impending war against the Corpse Emperor clan's river system community, the clan naturally needs to make detailed strategic plans in advance. Before that, I must first provide an updated report on the clan's current situation. According to statistics compiled by the clan's Internal Affairs Office a month ago, as of 3 months ago, the number of members under the clan's jurisdiction has exceeded 50 billion, with over 3 billion having successfully awakened." Wow, is that true? 50 billion? For a moment, the entire hall was filled with an uproar. Among the more than 200 people present were many like Song Xianfeng. Having spent the past few hundred years in complete seclusion, they were completely unaware of the clan's recent changes. Suddenly, hearing Song Yiming utter such an incredible figure, they subconsciously doubted its veracity. 3 billion awakened ones? I remember the total population of our clan before our retreat was only 6 billion, wasn't it? Silence. Everyone, listen to Yiming. A rebuke from the Great Sun Throne above the hall brought the noisy atmosphere to a standstill. Then, the clan head, Song Yiming, spoke again. Among the 3 billion awakened clan members, the number of level 0 psionic shuttles and level 1 psionic airships is as high as 2.9 billion. Second-tier frigate captains have over 90 million, third-tier cruisers have over 8 million, and fourth-tier chasers have over 70,000. Fifth-tier battleships have over 5,000, sixth-tier dreadnoughts have nearly 300, and Star Destroyers have 46. Once Song Yiming had finished recounting all this information, the clan members in the hall could no longer contain themselves, and a flood of exclamations echoed through the hall. Even those who had long suspected the clan's current state were still filled with shock. How could the clan's strength have simply doubled in just 300 years? It's safe to say that compared to the shallow foundation of 300 years ago, the Dragon Ridge Song clan now has the foundation to establish the Fifth Flame Empire. Although this was achieved entirely at the cost of nearly exhausting the clan's millennia-old heritage, everyone here knew that as long as the upcoming war against the Corpse Emperor clan's river system didn't go terribly wrong, all the family wealth expended over the past 300 years could be recouped tenfold or 100-fold. Before the discussion could continue, Song Yiming, at the head of the hall, spoke for the third time. According to the deliberations of our clan's ancestors, in the upcoming Corpse Emperor clan intergalactic war, our clan will deploy over 40 billion members, including over 2 billion awakened members. The remaining ordinary members will pilot the Truth Mechanical Battle Stars, Titan II Space Mechanical Fortresses, Truth Mechanical Behemoths, including Moros Sky-evading mechas and Hellfire mechas to assist in the battle. In addition, our allied Big Dipper Palace will also dispatch tens of billions of fleets to form the 5th Expeditionary Fleet. Song Yiming's flurry of words encompassed nearly every detail of the subsequent war deployment. Naturally, the 200 or so people in the hall had few questions about this. Since there are no doubts, let's adjourn. Everyone, please be sure to distribute the corresponding mobilization orders to the grassroots of each clan as soon as possible. I don't want any accidents to occur during the fleet's departure ceremony 20 years from now. Song Yiming's voice echoed throughout the Dragon Whale Hall, each word hammering down on everyone's hearts. The 200 or so core family members in the hall wore solemn expressions, yet their eyes burned with a fiery fighting spirit. The fleet departure ceremony 20 years from now would be the first public appearance of the Longjisong family on the grand stage of human civilization after being embroiled in a whirlpool of public opinion. It was a matter of honor for the entire Longjisong clan. After all, not only the royal fleets of the four empires, but also all the major powers beneath them would deploy their most elite fleets. Whether the Song family could demonstrate sufficient strength at this ceremony and lay the foundation for the future establishment of the 5th Xinhua Empire was paramount. After this, Song Yiming, without further hesitation, declared the meeting adjourned. A large number of clansmen left one after another, but Song Chi's projection didn't immediately dissipate. He stood in the corner of the hall, watching the clansmen leave one after another, his eyes gleaming with a deep light. At this moment, Song Xianfeng approached Shao Qi regarding the testing of those new motherships. "Follow me." Without further ado, Song Qi raised his hand and created a spatial rift. The two of them quickly disappeared into the spatial rift. When they reappeared, they were already inside the Dragon Ridge secret realm. 5 massive mechanical motherships hung high above the secret realm's sky. Explorer-class Deep Space Mothership. Chapter 833. Unlike orthodox hyperdimensional motherships, these 5 Explorer-class Deep Space Motherships were obtained from the Explorer civilization ruins previously provided by Song Bei. Subsequent analysis of the relevant Explorer civilization data and information has repeatedly extracted data streams related to the Genesis mechanical civilization. For this reason, the Song family's technology department repeatedly prioritized the relevant analysis, but the final results were unsatisfactory. The Explorer civilization did indeed have contact with the dominant civilization, the Genesis mechanical civilization, but that was during the final stages of its collapse. Until the Explorer technological civilization's final demise, no true civilization-level exchange occurred between the two sides. While this result is unsatisfactory, it is by no means a complete failure. These 5 Explorer Deep Space Motherships, each with a basic energy level reaching the advanced 8th tier, are the greatest reward. The 5 Explorer Deep Space Motherships represent far more than just 5 8th tier combatants. Their most crucial function is to coordinate with the Song family's mobilized tens of billions of ordinary members, coupled with the family's top-notch command and tactical system. In the event of a subsequent war, they can rapidly transform into 5 freely mobile, ultra-large interstellar combat groups. Although the Song family, along with the Big Dipper Palace, possesses a total of 2 trans-dimensional motherships, both Song Qi and the Big Dipper Lord can only serve as the ultimate deterrent force along their respective advancement routes. If their ships were forced to assume the role of mothership, the first thing they would sacrifice would be mobility. Unless there are no unexpected incidents during the subsequent advancement, everything will proceed according to the predetermined battle plan. But this was clearly unrealistic. Even in battles between low-level civilizations, the situation was ever-changing, and no one could claim to be able to predict every outcome. Furthermore, the impending war was between a newly ascending galactic overlord and one of the galaxy's most advanced civilizations. Thus, actively limiting the precious maneuverability of one's own ship in such a situation would be utterly foolish. The 5 Explorer-class deep space carriers before them were undoubtedly the best substitutes. They could form a mobile interstellar combat platform without requiring the ultimate military deterrent of 2 hyperdimensional carriers. The Song family then collaborated with the Big Dipper Palace to familiarize their ordinary Xinhua citizens with the operation of the Explorer deep space carriers. 10 years later, in the Xinhua human galaxy community, in the southern part of the Xinxia Imperial Dynasty, in the Tianan Galaxy, the Eye of the Starry Sky, the largest ultra-long-range stargate on the extreme southern side of the Tianan Galaxy. This massive mechanical quantum countermeasure stargate, with a diameter exceeding 10 light-years, was now pulsating with unprecedented energy fluctuations. Millions of engineering vessels orbited around it, maintaining the stable operation of this ancient stargate. The first expeditionary fleet of the Xinxia Empire confirmed. As a cold mechanical voice echoed across the public communication channel, the vortex at the center of the stargate suddenly expanded. A massive fleet, spearheaded by thousands of superstar destroyers, slowly emerged from the gate. Every warship in this vast fleet bore the insignia of the Xinxia Empire's unique Book of the Human Emperor. On the bridge of the flagship, the mythical immortal Xinxia Jiuli, Jiang Yuan, the Jiang Emperor of the Xinxia Empire, stood with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the fleets that had assembled in the distance and said calmly, "It seems we're not the last to arrive." "Yes, Your Majesty." Besides the Qiyu Divine Dynasty fleet and the Xianxin Divine Dynasty fleet, which have already arrived, the Holy Temple Federation's forces have also arrived. Only the Longji Song clan has yet to arrive. Jiang Yuan nodded gently, unconcerned. He could guess that Song Qi, who had previously actively sought permission to open up the Fifth Empire, would undoubtedly take advantage of this opportunity to do something. Though he hadn't directly inquired, the Chief Operations Commander, also from the Xinxia Jiang clan, continued, according to intelligence, they should form the 5th Combat Group with the Big Dipper Palace, but what? But the General Operations Command didn't reserve a central position for them. According to the traditional layout of the expeditionary ceremony, only the 4 great empires are qualified to occupy the core area directly in front of the Stargate. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan simply nodded gently, but did not issue any orders. Although the 4 of them were aware of Song Qi's intentions, as the human emperors of the 4 great empires, they tacitly kept their thoughts to themselves. Establishing the 5th Empire was never an easy task. Song Qi, along with the Dragon Spine Song clan behind him, had to face these challenges on his own. The 4 of them would not personally participate, but whether they could truly accomplish this depended on Song Qi himself. With the Xinxia fleet's deployment complete, the starry sky surrounding the Eye of the Starry Sky was already occupied by the fleets of the 4 great empires. The Xinxia Imperial Dynasty fleet was stationed in the east, the Qiyu Divine Dynasty guarded the south, the Xianxin Divine Dynasty occupied the west, and the Holy Temple Federation occupied the north. The 4 super fleets each emanated powerful energy fluctuations, maintaining a delicate balance between them. At this moment, the Eye of the Starry Sky suddenly vibrated violently, and abnormal ripples appeared on the surface of the previously stable Stargate platform. Under the gazes of countless people, the vortex at the center of the Stargate was suddenly forcibly stretched open by some force. A massive, pitch-black warship slowly emerged from its bow. Its sheer size was so immense that even the Star Destroyers, and even the galaxy ships present were stunned. Even for a comparable hyperdimensional mothership, most were shorter than this massive warship. Hyperdimensional mothership. Tianxiu Sungqiong. The Longji Song clan has finally arrived. Longji Song Qi, I heard this is the one who will challenge for the title of 5th human emperor of our Xinhua civilization. Amid the chaotic chatter of the various fleets, the massive fleet belonging to the Longji Song clan began to pour out of the Stargate's light curtain. Over 100 trillion. And it's not over yet. 7-star seal, is that a fleet under the Big Dipper Palace? So, the Longji Song clan has allied with the Big Dipper Palace? The second round of discussion hadn't died down when a new transmission suddenly entered the public channel for the expedition ceremony. This is the Longji Song clan and Big Dipper Joint Operations Group. I'm Longji Song Yiming. Our 5th expeditionary fleet is currently deploying according to the plan formation. As the words fell, ignoring the uproar on the public channel, the newly emerged fleet quickly formed a 3-dimensional spherical array around the Tianxiu Sanqiong. When the last warship was deployed, the previously empty central area of the 4 empires' fleets was completely filled. The combined fleet of the Longji Song clan and the Big Dipper Palace, with an almost provocative gesture, thrust itself directly into the formation of the 4 empires' fleets. Instantly, before the previously silent members of the 4 empires' royal fleets could speak, the first echelon beneath the 4 empires, the new immortal giants that had successfully produced superdimensional captains in the past few thousand years, before anyone could resist and, one by one, proactively sent communication requests to the leaders of both the Longji Song clan and the Big Dipper Palace. Gazing at the starry sky gate, where the aftershocks of space still lingered around him, Song Chi stood on the observation deck of the superdimensional mothership, a sneer playing on his lips as the heavenly power control ring slowly twirled between his fingers. Attention, 76 encrypted communication requests have been received. The Sky Intelligence Brain's notification chimed, and Song Chi casually glanced over, quickly realizing that all these communications were from the immortal giants within the four empires. With a slight nod, he waved his hand, and soon communications were connected to forces such as the Shandong clan of Xianqin, the Qiyu Wan Consortium, the Chunyu tribe, and even the Phoenix clan of the Holy Temple Federation. He had no chance to contact the others for the time being. Those immediately connected were generally the most fiercely opposed to his bid for the title of Fifth Human Emperor. The rest were relatively unaffected. A three-dimensional projection unfolded within the cabin, revealing multiple imposing figures. Shang Tianke, the representative of the Shandong clan, draped in black armor, his brows brimming with arrogance. Shangguan Mingjing of the Yin Huan Consortium wore a suit and tie, his gaze shrewd behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Chunyu Lai of the Chunyu tribe wore a crimson battle robe, his figure shrouded in materialized fire elements. Palace Master Tan Lang is putting on quite a show. Shang Tianke spoke first, his voice piercing with chill. A mere emerging clan dares to intrude upon the exclusive territory of the four great empires? Shangguan Mingjing pushed his glasses. Palace Master Tan Lang, while your Longji Song clan has experienced rapid growth over the past 10,000 years, to imagine you can rival the four great empires right now is simply wishful thinking. Or Palace Master, do you truly believe those rumors are true? Do you truly believe you are worthy enough to stand on equal footing with the other four human emperors? Chun Yulia was even more direct, slamming his palm down on the projection table. Longji Song clan, do you know how many ancient clans in the Xinhua civilization have a lineage exceeding 100,000 years? Do you think you deserve to reign supreme? Faced with the aggressive stance of the three giants, Song Chi calmly raised his left hand. A holographic star map unfolded between the four men, displaying the strategic position between the human territories and the Corpse Emperor clan's galactic communities. Everyone, please look. Song Chi tapped his fingertips, and 5 arrows lit up on the star map. The four great empires will each be responsible for one offensive direction, while we, the Longji Song clan, will independently shoulder the fifth front. His voice suddenly turned cold. In other words, this fifth front has long been tacitly agreed upon by the four human emperors. We are not asking for your approval, but stating the facts. Shang Tiang's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Arrogant! You think you can do it with just one hyperdimensional mothership? One? Song Chi suddenly laughed. Who told Ancestor Shang we only have one hyperdimensional mothership? Before he finished speaking, the space outside the Tianqiu Sankung suddenly distorted. Under the gazes of countless astonished eyes surrounding the Stargate, another Starlight mothership, slightly smaller, but still far larger than most of the hyperdimensional motherships present, slowly emerged from the void. Along with the Tianqiu Sankung, the two motherships lined up side by side, revealing themselves to all the Xinhua captains. So what if it's just two hyperdimensional motherships? Which of the other four advancing fronts doesn't have over a dozen hyperdimensional motherships manning them? Shangguan Mingjing's gold-rimmed glasses slipped down his nose, and his voice lost its previous composure. Song Chi ignored his change of expression and, with practical action, summoned another equally formidable mechanical battle star of truth, along with a 9th-tier Megalodon, a 9th-tier Azura King, and a 9th-tier Starlight Dragon from the Big Dipper Palace. The continued appearance of these 9th-tier combat units diminished Shangguan Mingjing's objections. He understood that while the strength displayed by the Longji Song family and the Big Dipper Palace was still far inferior to that of the other four fronts, it was undeniable that they were already capable of leading a separate front. Song Chi glanced at another projection on the communication screen, the Phoenix family of the Holy Temple Federation. Are you sure you want to suppress my Song family too? Hearing this, the red-haired woman, also a superdimensional captain, said with a cold gaze, Dragon Spine Song Chi, don't be too complacent. Just because the four royal families tacitly approve of your actions doesn't mean we will accept them. Accept? Song Chi suddenly dropped his smile. You all seem to have misunderstood something. He snapped his fingers, gesturing to the fleet of over 10 billion starships behind him. We don't need your acceptance. Chun Yulai chuckled in anger. Good. Very good. Then let's see how long your upstart fleet can hold its own against the Corpse Emperor clan. The communication was abruptly cut off, but Song Chi's smile only deepened. He turned to Song Yiming. Notify all battle groups to stick to the original plan. Once you reach the Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy through the Quantum Hedge Superdistant Stargate, You must immediately conduct actual combat drills. Let these ancient families see what modern warfare is all about. As the order was given, 2 hyperdimensional motherships simultaneously launched, sending a suffocating wave of energy sweeping across the star field. Immediately afterwards, similar waves echoed from the fleets of the 4 empires. This was the imperial families of the 4 empires responding to the Dragon Spine Song clan. Although none of the 4 families were willing to intervene, the all-out war against the Corpse Emperor clan's galactic community was paramount, and not a single moment could be lost. Afterward, an order from the Divine Xia Empire's highest command center rang out over the public communication channel. By order of the 4 human emperors, we officially recognize the Dragon Spine Song clan's qualifications for establishing the 5th Empire. The expedition ceremony shall continue. This order was like a resounding slap in the face of the immortal giants. Song Qi nodded slightly and turned to the command platform. Behind him, the 2 hyperdimensional motherships began to charge synchronously, preparing for the final jump to the expedition. Remember this day, everyone. Song Qi's voice was soft, but it reached everyone clearly. Then, with the humming sound of space distortion, the 5 expeditionary fleets officially began their first jumps towards the Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy. Behind them, the representatives of the immortal giants exchanged glances, as if vaguely realizing a truth they hadn't wanted to believe. The power wielded by Longji Songqi seemed to have truly surpassed their imaginations. However, they didn't have much time to ponder. Following those 5 fleets, the fleets of all the immortal giants were about to begin their long-distance Stargate teleportation. Chapter 834. The quantum vortex of the eye of the starry sky spun steadily, its mechanical structure, 10 light-years in diameter, emitting a cold blue light. This ultra-long-range Stargate, jointly built and maintained by the 4 great empires, had experienced no errors or malfunctions in countless years. Transmission sequence confirmed, the 5th combat group ready. Song Qi's fingertips slid across the heavenly power control ring, and the Sky Intelligence computer clearly projected the status of the entire fleet. 5 Explorer-class deep space carriers, like generals on a chessboard, were guarded in the core position by tens of billions of combat units. At this moment, the voice of the Big Dipper Star Lord came through the encrypted channel. Just received confirmed information. Suspected traces of Rakshasa fleet activity have been discovered on the southwestern border of the Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy. Also transmitted was a holographic star map, illuminating with 7 crimson points of light. These 7 crimson points formed a standard Rakshasa hunting formation. Although it was suspected, it was actually confirmed that the Rakshasa had taken action. Song Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. This was clearly not good news. While the Rakshasa, like the Three-Eyed Clan, were at the bottom of the 10 dominant civilizations, they were both behemoths with a heritage exceeding 1,000,000 years. If they truly chose to intervene with all their might, the final outcome would be hard to predict. Are the 4 great empires aware of this situation? This news came from the Divine Xia dynasty. The Big Dipper Lord's projection pointed to the edge of the star map. But the other 4 lines haven't taken any action, continuing to proceed according to their previous plan. At this point, the Big Dipper Lord glanced at Song Qi, seeking to confirm his thoughts. After a long silence, Song Qi finally spoke. Don't worry. Focus on monitoring the Rakshasa fleet's subsequent movements. The fleet will continue to proceed as planned. Okay. Although the Big Dipper Star Lord had his doubts, he didn't ask further questions. Having secured the authority to establish the 5th Fire Empire from the 4 human emperors, Song Qi was no fool. After the Big Dipper Star Lord's communication was cut off, Song Wujiang's voice soon reached the Song family's core encrypted group chat, which had been connected. Shao Qi, what are your thoughts? Song Qi shook his head. While the Corpse Emperor clan has considerable strength, I don't believe they hold the leverage necessary to trigger a full-scale conflict between the 2 dominant civilizations. Shao Qi, are you saying that the Rakshasa clan is just posturing? Song Qi shook his head again. Regardless of whether they're just posturing or not, as long as the Xinxiajiuli remains in the Chaos Divine Continent, the Rakshasa clan will never truly start a full-scale war with us. The battle at Human Emperor City deterred more than just the 4 Chaos Demon Ape clans. Hearing this, Song Wujiang and the others nodded in realization, their worries no longer present. The endless fleets formed a dark line across the inky starry sky. It had been 8 years since the Xinhua civilization's army entered the Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy. For 8 years, the 5th Front, led by the Longji Song clan and the Big Dipper Palace, had traversed the endless sea of stars between the 2 major galaxy clusters, officially entering the Corpse Emperor clan's first true galaxy, the Skeleton Galaxy. Amidst the murky starry sky, the mighty 5th Front's advancing fleet slowly came to a halt. Directly ahead of him, at the edge of the skeleton galaxy, the well-prepared Corpse Emperor clan had established their first super defense line. A death barrier formed by the swarm of rotting corpses in the starry sky. Billions of massive corpses drift across this star field, linked together by the Corpse Emperor clan through secret methods, forming a corpse chain spanning tens of thousands of light years. Any fleet attempting to cross will be ravaged by the corpse poison fog, completely corroding the armor of low-tier warships within days. High concentrations of corpse poison detected, conventional shields unable to fully block it. An urgent report from the captain of the 5th Front Fleet's command channel. Song Chi's gaze sternly turned to the Big Dipper Star Lord. Seeing this, the Big Dipper Star Lord nodded gently. The next second, 7 galaxy ships under the Big Dipper Palace swooped out, radiating rainbow-colored light from their hulls, quickly condensing into the Big Dipper Palace projection in the starry sky. Big Dipper Palace, Big Dipper purifying starlight. Dazzling starlight illuminated the entire sky. Wherever the rainbow light reached, the corpse poison fog gradually retreated, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. As neighbors of the Corpse Emperor clan's galactic community for hundreds of thousands of years, how could the Xinhua civilization be unaware of their methods? Song Chi's first thought was the Big Dipper Palace, not only because of its connection to him, but also because of its ultra-colorful starlight purification capabilities. The endless corpse poisonous fog gradually dissipated, creating a vast gap. Through this gap, the 5th Front Fleet could move unimpeded. However, the real threat had only just begun. Alert! Approaching corpse fleet detected. Across the starry sky, countless corrupted ship corpses, composed of warship wreckage and the remains of powerful warriors, crawled out from the chains of corpses. They possessed no life, only pure killing instinct. Each one was comparable to a mid-level combat power, and many even possessed dominant-level combat power. Battle Groups 1 through 5, meet the enemy. Song Yiming shouted a stern command over the fleet's command channel. Instantly, tens of millions of Song clan warships and Big Dipper Palace warships opened fire simultaneously, raining down destructive beams like a torrential rain. But the number of zombie Royal Clan warships and cannon fodder zombies bursting forth from the corpses was too great. They charged madly, braving the barrage, and many even broke through the fire net and crashed directly into the fleet formation. Boom! A common Song Clan Skyraider-class starship was torn apart by the corrupted claws of the corpses. Thousands of ordinary clan members within were instantly consumed by the corpse poison, transforming into walking corpses. We can't continue like this. Deep in the void, the voice of the Big Dipper Lord echoed from the Yaoguang Tianqing. Song Chi understood this well, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Then blast this chain of corpses. With that, he mentally transmitted an order. The next second, a sudden and rapid burst of white light condensed at the front of the Truth mechanical battle star on the battlefield outside. Its Truth space-based cannon had already begun charging. Countless gun ports appeared on the surface of the mechanical battle star, and a vast amount of artillery fire converged into serpents of fire, madly sweeping down upon the surging enemy. A powerful member of the Corpse Royal Clan sensed the threat posed by the Truth mechanical battle star, and launched a 9th-rank Overlord Corpse puppet, attempting to interrupt the charging of the Truth space-based cannon. Unfortunately, the Dragon Spine Song Clan had already deployed Megalodon Star Sharks to guard the vicinity, preventing the 9th-rank Corpse puppet from approaching. A destructive beam powerful enough to pierce through a star erupted, piercing the entire Corpse star chain. Boom! A chain of explosions swept across the entire star field, and the Corpse star chain disintegrated in endless flames. After the Corpse star chain collapsed, the Corpse Emperor clan's army didn't linger, quickly choosing to retreat. Song Chi and Beidou Star Lord were intent on pursuing them, but their 2 hyperdimensional motherships quickly vanished into the depths of the void. Stay! From their perception, there was only one newly promoted 9th-rank Corpse Emperor in the Corpse Emperor clan's army, along with the 9th-rank Corpse puppet it controlled. Song Chi and the others were completely unfazed. However, just as the 2 hyperdimensional motherships were about to break free from the void and formally launch their attack on the newly promoted Corpse Emperor, something unexpected suddenly occurred. In the warship's magnetic communication group chat, Song Chi and Beidou Star Lord suddenly exchanged glances, and their ships simultaneously stopped, choosing to remain in the depths of the void. Did you feel it too? Yes. Do you know exactly what it is? Beidou Star Lord shook his head. I'm not sure, but it's at least a 9th-order ultimate pressure. If it's not the Corpse Emperor's trump card, then it could only be the Rakshasa. Hearing this, Song Chi remained silent, leaning more towards the latter. According to the information they knew, the Corpse Emperor had a long lineage, but thousands of years ago, They only had 3 Ninth Order Corps Emperors. Even if they had significantly accelerated their pace of annexation of the entire river system in recent millennia, resulting in a minor surge in their own strength and a certain increase in the number of Ninth Order ultimate combat power, that force should be placed on the other 4 fronts facing the greatest pressure. Despite his suspicions, Song Qi remained unmoved. Although he abandoned his plan to decapitate the Ninth Order Corps Emperor and return to his fleet, the fleet's advance remained unabated. The Lord of the Big Dipper hesitated to speak, but ultimately remained silent. It was the 52nd year since the Xinhua army invaded the Corps Emperor clan's galaxy community at the southernmost tip of the Skeleton Galaxy. This was the outermost star region of the Skeleton Galaxy, and the last stronghold of the Corps Emperor clan within the Skeleton Galaxy. After over 40 years of advancement, the 5th Advanced Fleet had nearly conquered the entire Skeleton Galaxy. That day, the main force of the 5th Front Fleet arrived at the southernmost tip of the Skeleton Galaxy, a crucial point for their continued southward advance into the Second Galaxy. Straddling the far reaches of the starry sky was a war fortress constructed from the remains of a 9th-tier star beast. It was one of the few 9th-tier ship corpses under the entire Corps Emperor clan's command. At its core hovered a massive skeletal throne. Atop the throne sat the Corps Emperor clan's newly ascended 9th-rank Corps Emperor. Skeleton King. Humans of the Xinhua, you should not set foot here. The Skeleton King's voice echoed like the wails of 1,000 ghosts, reverberating throughout the starry sky. Song Qi sneered, "A rotting corpse, you dare call yourself an emperor? How dare you?" The Skeleton King flew into a rage. With a wave of his hand, countless skeleton warships rose from around the throne, surging like a tide towards the Xinhua army. "All forces, meet the enemy!" Song Yiming roared. Amidst the rumble of artillery fire, the flames nearly illuminated the pitch-black starfield stretching for hundreds of light years. Song Qi stood in the command room of the Tianxu Sanqiong. On the holographic star map, crimson dots representing the enemy approached at an alarming speed. With a flick of his finger, he retrieved the detailed scan data of the 9th-rank skeleton warship. Name: Skeleton Corps, Songhai Thunder Dragon. Level: 9th. Current status: Perfect. Skeleton Corps health: 100% per 100%. Innate abilities: Songhai Dragon Corps, Thunder Core, Thunder Dragon Corps Roar Bomb, Corpse Chi Amplification, Corpse Reincarnation. Favorability: -100. Creature weakness: the core is the heart of everything in the Skeleton Corps. Destroy the core, and the Skeleton Corps dies. This is the data scanned by the Eye of Truth. While the last column for creature weakness is somewhat redundant, it's common knowledge that the core is the Skeleton Corps's absolute weakness. However, the innate ability column revealed a considerable amount of information, at least allowing the subordinate fleets to take precautions. Song Qi stared at the data on the holographic projection while sending the information to the Big Dipper Star Lord. Are there any group defense components against lightning attacks? Field components that suppress lightning energy would also be fine. After all, the Big Dipper Palace was a superpower with a heritage of over 200,000 years, its foundation far surpassing that of Song Qi and the Longji Song family today. Soon, the Big Dipper Star Lord sent a screenshot of a color-coded, lower-level Thunder Lord component. It possessed a very special thunder resistance mode, effectively protecting against lightning attacks. As this component activated, blue-purple ripples appeared on the surfaces of the hundreds of millions of warships in the fleet. This was the unique defensive aura granted by the thunder resistance mode. With this exclusive defensive aura, the subordinate fleets of the 5th Front had no further concerns, and a chaotic battle of even greater scale than before began once again. Roar! The Songhai Thunder Dragon Fleet Corps, beneath the Skeleton Emperor's throne, suddenly raised its head and roared. Its massive body, transformed from the remains of a giant celestial beast, erupted with blinding lightning. Countless bolts of lightning intertwined in the void, transforming into a thunderstorm spanning light years. Incoming! The Big Dipper Star Lord sternly warned. Instantly, billions of Thunder Dragon Corps roaring projectiles blasted out from the thunderstorm, each one containing terrifying power capable of piercing a planet. Even with the lightning resistance granted by their Thunderbolt resistance mode, the vast disparity in energy levels instantly engulfed the thousands of Song family frigates in the front row, leaving not even a wreckage. The first defense array has suffered 27% damage. Song Qi remained expressionless as he listened to the report. Activate the 4 symbols will seal, and the Blue Dragon Star formation. The Yoguang Tianqing, Lian Juhai, the Big Dipper Palace's Pijuan Palace Master and Juman Palace Master, 3 galaxy ships, and a transdimensional mothership, combined to activate the 4 symbols will seal, instantly unleashing indescribable might. The four warships avoided joining the regular battle, charging directly at the Skeleton King. As for the main force on the fifth front, the Blue Dragon fleet, formed by the Blue Dragon Star Formation, spearheaded the attack, forcibly withstanding the immense thunderous force unleashed by the Skeleton Ship Corps. At the same time, the Truth Mechanical Battle Star, the Megalodon Star Shark, and the Azura King were also poised, ready to unleash their fiercest attack on the Skeleton Ship Corps. In contrast to the ferocious battle on the battlefield, the Tianxu Sankong remained quietly suspended in the depths of the void. Song Qi was waiting, or rather, confronting the powerful Rakshasa clan member who might be behind the scenes. Both held their final trump cards, and it all depended on who would be the first to lose. Boom! The mechanical war star, with a diameter comparable to that of a giant star, slowly rotated, its engine humming softly. The Truth Space Cannon, having once again completed its charge, erupted with a blast of pure light, piercing the thunderstorm and piercing the core deep within the Songhai Thunder Dragon's corpse. Chapter 835. Boom! In the earth-shattering explosion, half of the Songhai Thunder Dragon ship corpse was vaporized. For a moment, Song Qi himself was stunned. As one of the few ship corpses passed down through the Corpse Emperor clan for countless millennia, no matter how you look at it, this Songhai Thunder Dragon ship corpse shouldn't be so fragile. Without giving it much thought, the next scene instantly explained everything. Countless corpses suddenly surged from the void, frantically filling the vaporized portion of the Songhai Thunder Dragon ship corpse. The damaged area of the ship corpse was apparently being rapidly repaired. Damn it, it's the corpse reincarnation ability. The Big Dipper Star Lord's eyes flashed. It's absorbing corpses on the battlefield to restore itself. Facing the message sent by the Big Dipper Star Lord during the battle with the Skeleton King, Song Qi sneered, then let it have no more corpses to absorb. Azura Emperor, it's your turn. The void suddenly ripped apart, and the Azura Emperor, wielding the heavenly fate-slashing sky sword, stepped through the dimension and descended. With every strike of his sword, vast swathes of corpses were reduced to dust, naturally affecting the Songhai Thunder Dragon's corpse recovery speed. However, the Azura Emperor was only one man, unable to completely block the near-infinite sea of corpses pouring from the void. Buzz, a strong vibration echoed from the void, and a super battleship emerged from the void. After appearing, the Tianxu Sangqiong Mirror Battleship, without hesitation, immediately activated the high-energy particle storm feature of its replica neutron star core armor. The mirror battleship, that had just flashed above the corpse of the Songhai Leilong ship, suddenly turned into a source of high-energy particles. The infinite high-energy particle flows spread wildly in all directions, with the battleship's hull as the center. Under the influence of this terrifying particle field, all the corpses rushing towards the Songhai Thunder Dragon ship corpse were reduced to ash before they could even get close. Until this moment, the Songhai Thunder Dragon ship corpse's self-repair completely came to a halt. This wasn't the end yet. Infinite light had already gathered from the bow of the mirror battleship, and the warship's guns had reached maximum charge. Song Qi wanted to seize this opportunity to completely destroy the Songhai Thunder Dragon ship corpse's core below. On the other side, the Azura Emperor, surrounded by a layer of law force field shield, also raised his sword, aiming directly at the Songhai Thunder Dragon ship corpse. Warning, violent spatial fluctuations detected. Readings match, confirming this is caused by the special spatial channel opened by the Rakshasa Necromancer ship. As if to confirm his words, a scarlet crack suddenly appeared in the starry sky, and 7 hideous-looking Rakshasa Necromancer ships slowly emerged, forming a hunting formation and surrounding the battlefield. They've really arrived. Gazing at the 7 hideous, blood-red warships above the battlefield, Song Qi's eyes shone. These 7 crimson warships, like 7 blood-drenched fangs, bit the fifth front's throat. Failure to eliminate them first would have a decisive impact on the entire battle. The Beta Star Lord's voice boomed. The Rakshasa clan is truly determined to protect the Corpse Royal clan. If we continue advancing, there's a chance it will trigger an all-out war between the two dominant civilizations. Song Qi, however, disagreed. On the contrary, he believed this was a deliberate move, intended to instill fear in them and further control their power. The next second, a chilling mental wave emanated from the Rakshasa flagship, Human Stop. In the center of the 7 Necromancer warships, the 9th-tier ultimate warship, inlaid with a blood-red skull crown, slowly moved forward. Sticky blood energy flowed across its surface, wriggling as if alive. Song Qi snorted coldly. The Tianxu Sangqing mirror warship remained motionless, but the warship's true form slowly emerged from the depths of the void and advanced alone. Rakshasa, have you crossed the line? A towering figure draped in a scarlet cloak slowly emerged from the Rakshasa flagship. 3 blood-red crystal cores on its forehead shone with an eerie light. It was none other than the Prince of Blood Skull, a renowned figure within the Rakshasa civilization. This Prince of Blood Skull was one of the few 9-tier ultimate beings within the Rakshasa clan, and one of the highest-ranking individuals below the mythical Rakshasa. The Corpse Emperor clan has surrendered to our clan. This star region is now under the protection of the Rakshasa. Song Chi's eyes narrowed. Submission? Or, do you want the Corpse Emperor clan's 10,000 corpse blood marrow? He spoke slowly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. 10,000 corpse blood marrow is a legendary resource unique to the Corpse Emperor clan. Only high-ranking Corpse clan members of the Starseed can condense it, and its production is extremely limited. The Corpse Emperor clan, after hundreds of thousands of years of inheritance, is said to have only amassed a few dozen kilograms. This substance has the effect of assisting flesh and blood creatures in their mythological pursuits, meaning it's useless to the Corpse Emperor clan itself. Otherwise, its supply would be even smaller. Prince Bloodskull's pupils constricted suddenly, but quickly returned to a grim expression. Human, you're clever, but clever people often die faster. Song Chi ignored the threat in the other's tone. So, you intend to use 7 necromancer ships to force back my entire 5th Front Flame fleet? Prince Bloodskull's crimson eyes flashed, losing their previous coldness. He offered a proposal that surprised Song Chi. How about we both take a step back? You and I. A one-on-one duel. If you win, I withdraw immediately, and the Corpse King clan here will be at your disposal. If you lose, the 5th Front Fleet behind you, withdraw from the Skeleton River system immediately. Song Chi, don't agree. This Rakshasa necromancer is at the limit of the 9th order. The voice of the Big Dipper Lord echoed in Song Chi's ears, but Song Chi responded first. Even if I don't agree, your Rakshasa clan would never cross a vast distance of hundreds of billions of light years to wage all-out war against our human civilization, but I will accept this battle. The starry sky was silent, and 2 massive warships faced each other from afar. The 9th-tier necromancer under Prince Bloodskull launched the attack first. Countless blood-red cracks suddenly appeared on its hull, and dense scarlet chains spurted out like venomous snakes, each entwined with the law of corrosion. Even space was eroded by dark cracks. Blood erosion chains. 10,000 souls strangling. As the main battleships of the dominant Rakshasa clan, the Rakshasa necromancers were naturally no ordinary starships. They could harness the Rakshasa clan's own bloodline abilities, and incorporate a few rare artifacts from the galaxy, harnessing these abilities for their own benefit. The blood erosion chains, 10,000 souls strangling in front of them, was one such instance. Song Chi's eyes narrowed, not wanting to be careless. The Tianxu Sangqiong instantly activated the chessboard of time. A massive, multicolored, illusory chessboard appeared overhead, and the flow of time across the entire star field suddenly slowed. The attacking chains, as if mired in a quagmire, plummeted in speed. Light of Judgment. Activate charging. The bow of the Tianxu Sangqiong ship split open, revealing its dark, sinister muzzle. A faint white light began to converge. Don't even think about it. As if instantly sensing the ultimate threat posed by the Light of Judgment, Prince Bloodskull commanded the necromancer to speed forward, attempting to interrupt its recharging. But the illusory time chessboard overhead, slowing time by hundreds of times, forced him to watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Boom! The Light of Judgment erupted with a blazing white gold beam, piercing the void and crimson chains crumbling wherever it passed. The all-purifying energy even forcibly healed the spatial rifts along its path, carving a brilliant streak of light across the starry sky. Prince Bloodskull's pupils constricted. The sheer threat of death forced him to unhesitatingly activate a life-saving trump card. The 9th-tier ultimate necromancer ship suddenly twisted and deformed, defying the hundreds of times of time slowing down, its bow rapidly transforming into a ferocious maw 10,000 meters in diameter. Rakshasa secret art, light-devouring blood abyss. The maw suddenly expanded, swallowing the Light of Judgment whole. But all this was clearly not without cost. The muffled thunderous roar from within the necromancer's ship, and the countless cracks that instantly appeared on its surface, were all testament to this. Although these costs were incurred, the necromancer's continued surge of endless blood energy began to rapidly repair itself. Song Chi's eyes reflected a hint of coldness at this. Can you swallow it? He raised his right hand slightly, and a faint light appeared above the black hole evolution layer component on one side. Black hole evolution layer, black hole, singularity detonation. Bang! The swallowed Light of Judgment erupted a second time within the necromancer's warship, causing the entire vessel to tremble violently, and countless blood-red fragments to fly from its hull. But shockingly, even then, the fragments quickly transformed into a bloody mist in midair, which was then absorbed back into the necromancer's hull. Useless human. Prince Bloodskull's voice was laced with sarcasm. The necromancer's warship is composed of countless undead souls. As long as the undead exist, the warship will not perish. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tianxu Sangqiong vanished into thin air. When it reappeared, it had become a pitch-black afterimage, recklessly hurtling towards the Rakshasa necromancer's warship. Is that so? Then I'd like to see just how many undead are in your warship. Song Chi's cold words echoed through the starry sky, and the next second, a fierce collision and explosion echoed. Dominant Ivory Ram Wrath of the Giant Elephant King Giant Elephant Charge Pure Origin Copper Mother Ram Pure Origin Impact. Engulfed by boundless potential energy, the Tianxu Sangqiong fiercely slammed into the 9th-tier necromancer ship. The energy shockwave generated by the 9th-tier detonation instantly swept across the entire starry battlefield. Under this terrifying collision, the 9th-tier Rakshasa necromancer ship's hull became increasingly damaged. Although repairs continued, the speed of repair was significantly reduced compared to before. And this wasn't the end. After the two rams at the warship's bow pierced the Rakshasa necromancer ship, a series of sharp sounds echoed from the warship's outer hull. Just as Prince Bloodskull was puzzled, the Tianxu Sangqiong suddenly transforming from a conventional warship into a small neutron star. Sizzle! Hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius of terrifying heat erupted outward from the small neutron star. Facing such extreme temperatures at close range, even the extraordinary materials of the Rakshasa necromancer's hull proved difficult to withstand. The necromancer's hull was visibly melting. Woo, woo, woo! A faint shriek echoed, accompanied by gusts of chilling wind. It was the aftermath of countless undead souls being completely evaporated. In the control room of the Rakshasa necromancer, Prince Bloodskull's eyes were bloodshot, a glint of cruelty flickering in them, but more than that, a mixture of terror and disbelief. He had considered the possibility of evenly matching Song Chi's strength, or even defeat, but he had never imagined his defeat would be so swift. Sizzle! The sounds of evaporation and burning continued, the Rakshasa necromancer's hull melting with the passage of time. Even if the extreme heat of the neutron star's surface faded, the Rakshasa necromancer would be unlikely to recover. Without the healing power of the undead souls, the Rakshasa necromancer had lost its self-repair capabilities. Although Prince Bloodskull was confident he still had a trump card to attack, with its defenses nearly completely depleted, he lost the courage to continue. After all, if Song Chi really attacked again, the attack would most likely land on him. While the Rakshasa were physically stronger than the Star Sea humans, they were not renowned for their strength. If they were to face the transdimensional orbital cannon head-on, a full-strength attack from the galaxy cannon would be a fatal threat. Human, you win. Prince Bloodskull lowered his proud head in resignation. Song Chi tacitly recalled the Tianxu Sangqiong. Under the current circumstances, he certainly had the ability to kill the enemy directly, but he couldn't. Prince Bloodskull held a high position within the Rakshasa civilization. If he were to be mercilessly killed on the spot, there was a certain chance of triggering an all-out war between the Xinhua human civilization and the Rakshasa civilization. Although the odds were extremely small, Song Chi didn't want to gamble. The Xinhua civilization's current development strategy was very clear. Before the complete collapse of the Batian secret realm, it would maintain a low profile and focus on enhancing the civilization's foundation and strength. The annexation of the Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy community was intended to trigger a new surge of Xinhua civilization's foundation, as the Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy community itself lacked any forces that could truly threaten Xinhua civilization. The Rakshasa civilization was different. As a dominant civilization with over 1 million years of history, if they truly engaged in a war, even if it would likely result in a stalemate, with neither side possessing the strength to directly destroy or utterly defeat the other, the impact on the entire Xinhua civilization would be unavoidable. Apart from anything else, the Xinhua civilization's hopes for a second surge of foundation would be impossible. In fact, during the standoff with the Rakshasa clan, the civilization's own strength would be weakened to a certain extent. Precisely because of this clear understanding, and the repeated warnings from the 4 Jiang Huangs in front of him, Song Chi knew he had no choice. Fortunately, Prince Bloodskull didn't cause any further trouble. Seeing the sky-ruined sky cease its attack, he uttered no more harsh words, and quietly departed with the other 6 necromancer ships. Without the Rakshas's interference, the subsequent battle naturally proceeded smoothly. 2 transdimensional motherships, a mechanical war star, and 3 9th-tier star beasts, the Skeleton King and the Songhai Thunder Dragon ship corps were successively slain. After this battle, at least on their side of the 5th front, the Corpse King clan could no longer mount a significant resistance. For the next few hundred years, the Fifth Front's advance was smooth sailing, completely conquering a river system every few decades. Chapter 836. In just a few hundred years, the Fifth Front's command had already occupied over 20 galaxies. However, casualties were inevitable during this period, especially during the first two large-scale battles in the Skeleton Galaxy, which decimated the entire fleet. Two of the Song family's 30-plus star destroyers involved in the battle were sunk. The losses suffered by the Big Dipper Palace were less severe, but not by much. In response, the tens of billions of participants in both the Dragon Spine Song family fleet and the Big Dipper Palace fleet showed no signs of war weariness, and were instead filled with enthusiasm. Since the leaders of both fleets had not chosen to maintain strict secrecy, rumors naturally spread among the fleets. Knowing that the star regions their teams had captured would be theirs after the battle, every captain was incredibly motivated. In the 895th year since the Shinhua fleet invaded the Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy community, the Fifth Front had advanced with unstoppable force, carving its way into the core of the Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy community in less than 900 years, occupying over 60 galaxies along the way. This was directly related to the Corpse Emperor clan's diminishing resistance. Seeing the situation was irreversible, more and more Corpse Emperors chose to flee in small groups. This wasn't surprising. In fact, after the news of Shinhua human civilization's official rise to hegemony spread, this outcome had already surfaced in the minds of countless Corpse Emperors. After all, in the shattered star seas millions of years, no top-tier advanced civilization had ever coexisted with a hegemonic civilization. How can one allow others to sleep beside one's own bed? This principle is understood by all the billions of civilizations in the Star Sea. The Corpse Emperor's resistance was weakening, accelerating the Fifth Front's advance. This wasn't limited to the Fifth Front. The other four fronts were equally victorious, each advancing at a breakneck pace. Beep, beep! A sudden burst of incoming communication interrupted the Fifth Front's top commander's discussion. 2 minutes later, Song Qi and the other two, the fleet's strongest deterrents, received an urgent report from headquarters. Latest breaking news. A Corpse Emperor squad suspected of carrying the 10,000 Corpse Blood Marrow has secretly departed from the Corpse Ghost Continent and is currently flying at full speed towards the Rakshasa Clan Civilization Star region. Upon receiving this news, Song Qi and the Big Dipper Star Lord exchanged a quick glance. Without hesitation, the two hyperdimensional motherships, hidden in the deepest void and trailing the main front's forces, quietly emerged from the void and headed southwest. If it were anything else, Song Qi and the others wouldn't have cared. Ensuring the safety of the advancing fleet was paramount, as this, after all, involved the future development of the Fifth Empire. However, blood marrow of 10,000 corpses was different. It was a rare, super extraneous resource capable of boosting the transdimensional mothership's impact on the mythical immortal ship. In the former Immortal Realm civilization, this was a living foundation for enlightenment, and its value was self-evident in the eyes of all Ninth Order creatures in the Star Sea. Even though Song Qi and the Big Dipper Star Lord had only recently ascended to the Ninth Order, and still needed many years of accumulation before their future mythical impact, this didn't prevent them from preparing their own ships in advance. Buzz buzz buzz. The void suddenly twisted. The Tianxu Sankong and Beidou Star Lords Yugwang Tianxing simultaneously tore through the dimension. Two terrifyingly massive spaceships burst out of the jump channel and sped southwest. The engines of the two transdimensional motherships revved up, brutally plowing two dark cracks through the space of the star fields along their path, as if the starry sky was being torn apart by a pair of invisible giant hands. Coordinates locked, 120 million light-years to the target. Beidou Star Lord's voice echoed over the communication channel, but he was clearly unfinished. But there's something strange about that Corpse Emperor team. Based on their curvature fluctuations, their speed is almost at the limit of the 9th level. Song Qi's eyes fixed. While the Corpse Emperors excelled at manipulating corpses, they weren't known for their speed. To achieve such a burst of speed, they must have employed some forbidden means. A fingertip tapped the control panel. Empowered by the temporary ultra-long detection range granted by the Eye of Truth's active trait, the Sky intelligent computer aboard the Tianxu Sanqiong quickly relayed its analysis. A Corpse Evil burning energy field has been detected surrounding the target fleet. Presumably, this is a sacrifice of high-level, pure Corpse Evil resources in exchange for a temporary overclocked speed. Trying to escape to Rakshasa territory by burning Corpse Evil? Song Qi and Beidou Star Lord both sneered. The next second, slight spatial fluctuations reappeared around the two hyperdimensional motherships, and the second jump component was activated. Since the dawn of civilization, the Shinhua civilization's Shinhua warships have been renowned for their individual combat power. This so-called individual combat power is naturally based on the Xinhua warship's numerous inherent advantages, including agility and speed. 120 million light-years might seem like a long distance, but for a Xinhua warship capable of carrying 2 high-level warp components, it's actually just that. Sure, are we really leaving just like that? Even if we were to leave, we shouldn't be so hasty. The Corpse Ghost continent still holds a vast reservoir of rare resources, gathered by our Corpse Emperor clan over hundreds of thousands of years. Without these resources, even if we were to travel to a new galaxy, it would be incredibly difficult for us to recreate the glory of the Corpse Emperor clan. You're facing a sword hanging over your head, and you're still thinking about those resources? Even right now, I'm not sure we can truly escape this Corpse Emperor clan galaxy. What are you talking about? Inside the 8th level Peak Ship Corps, 2 8th level Extreme Corps Emperors were arguing. Before the significantly larger Corpse Emperor could finish, a sudden, extreme scream erupted from behind the speeding ship corpse. Swish! A tricolored sword light slashed through the void, and the Azura Emperor's figure tore through the air and burst forth. The Heavenly Destiny slashing sky sword slashed towards the Corpse Emperor clan's fleeing fleet, with a force powerful enough to sever a galaxy. But just as the sword light was about to strike, the 8th tier flagship, shaped like a giant rotting corpse, in the center of the fleeing fleet, suddenly exploded. Countless stinking flesh and blood condensed into a vast net in the vacuum, briefly blocking the sword light. It's the Corpse Emperor clan's forbidden flesh and blood spell. The voice of the Big Dipper Star Lord rang out from the Yaoguang Tianxing, which had burst through the void immediately after the Azura Emperor. However, his voice lacked solemnity, instead sounding quite calm. To avoid attracting their attention, the enemy had only brought 2 8th-tier ship corpses and 4 7th-tier ship corpses. Even though the 2 8th-tier ship corpses possessed the ultimate combat power of the 8th tier, they posed little threat to the 2 superdimensional captains. Amidst the calmness, the Beta Star Lord's voice seemed tinged with a hint of joy. Even the flagship is willing to self-destruct. It seems they're carrying more corpse blood and marrow than anticipated. At this moment, Song Chi's voice rang out from the Tianxu Sankong, which had just emerged from the void. I hope so. With that, a series of multicolored ropes suddenly shot out from the warship's hull. These ropes, disregarding spatial distance, instantly traversed vast distances and wrapped around the remaining corpses of the Corpse Emperor fleet ahead. Stop! The immortal binding ropes suddenly tightened, and the Corpse Emperor fleets roared with strains of exhaustion. However, instead of slowing down, they accelerated. Dense corpse patterns appeared on their surfaces, and their flesh and blood began to burn. The Beta Star Lord's eyes narrowed. Would you rather destroy the ship and lose the lives than lose the blood and marrow? After muttering to himself, a powerful surge of starlight and the power of time suddenly erupted from the Yaoguang Tianxing. The intertwining of these 2 distinct energies, as time passed, produced an indescribable effect. Wherever the starlight shone, the boundless power of time followed. When the starlight completely enveloped the entire Corpse Emperor clan ship, the remaining 5 corpses remained suspended in the starry sky. Seizing this opportunity, Song Chi controlled the Tianxu Sangqiong to fly rapidly, closing in on the 5 corpses. Something's wrong. In the Zhutian market, Song Chi suddenly narrowed his eyes. As the mirror warships approached the 5 corpses, a strong sense of unease continued to well up in his heart. Before he could ponder further, a patch of void shattered in front of him. Looking up, he saw 5 crimson shadows looming in the depths of the void. Boom, boom, boom! 5 blood-red beams of light shot out instantly, leaving no room for reaction. If it had been a normal attack, Song Chi would have been able to buy himself a fraction of a second to react. However, the problem was that the blood-corroded energy beams emitted by the 5 Rakshasa Necromancer ships didn't follow a normal trajectory. Instead, the moment they left the muzzles, the crimson beams appeared directly in front of the mirror battleship. Boom! The blood-red light exploded, tinting the entire star field a dark crimson. Amid the violent explosions, the beeps from the replica sky brain within the mirror battleship continued. Warning, the battleship's energy shield has been subjected to a high-intensity impact, reducing its energy shield value by 29%. Warning, the battleship's energy shield has been reduced by 55%. Warning, the battleship's energy shield has been completely overloaded. Warning, the battleship's hull armor has been damaged by over 42%. Warning, the battleship's hull has been damaged by over 30%. Warning, the battleship's hull has been damaged by over 80%, and the battleship is currently incapacitated. As the energy dissipated, the hull was shattered, and the dim Tianxu Sangqiong mirror battleship appeared in the starry sky. Even the more distant Yaoguang Tianxing's energy shield was eroded, its energy level significantly reduced. The ultimate charged attack of the 5-9 tier Rakshasa Necromancers, even though the mirror battleship had maintained its energy shield, completely sank it in a matter of seconds. In the Zhutian market sky, Song Chi's breathing paused for a moment. He chose to let the mirror battleship take action, while the main body of the Tianxu Sanqiong remained quietly hidden in the void. This was just a habit of his. In fact, he had never expected that the mirror battleship would suddenly bear such a terrifying wave of concentrated fire. So terrifying that even the original Tianxu Sanqiong would likely suffer the same outcome, ultimately wasting precious seconds in the 12 lives chess of life and death. Thinking of this, his eyes instantly turned cold, and he gazed at the 5-9 tier Rakshasa Necromancer warships in the depths of the void ahead, filled with only murderous intent. Greedy wolf. Beidou Star Lord, unaware that Song Chi had only dispatched mirror warships, spoke with an undisguised tremor. It wasn't that he and Song Chi shared a deep friendship or connection. The key issue lay in the development rights of the 5th Xinhua Empire. If anything happened to Song Chi, all the previous efforts of the 5th Front would be in vain. Boom! Just as Beidou Star Lord finished his words, a blinding platinum light suddenly shone from the depths of the void. That light, like the first rays of dawn, instantly ripped through the blood-soaked starfield. Rakshasa, Prince Blood Skull. You're courting death. A cold voice echoed throughout the starfield, and the Tianxu Sanqiong slowly emerged from the void. Liquid starlight streamed across the ship's hull, and the subtle star patterns that were imperfectly reproduced on the neutron star core armor were now clearly visible, each pattern imbued with terrifying energy fluctuations. Prince Blood Skull's mental fluctuations suddenly became sharp. Impossible. That ship just now. Just a mirror image. Song Chi's voice was eerily calm. Next, I show you the real Tianxu Sanqiong. The light of judgment main gun on the bow of the Tianxu Sanqiong suddenly blazed with unprecedented brilliance, and the space around the muzzle began to distort and collapse, as if not even light could escape its gravitational pull. Not good. Quickly activate the blood abyss barrier. Prince Blood Skull roared his command. The next moment, the 5 Rakshasa Necromancer warships quickly formed a defensive formation, their viscous blood energy flowing between their hulls, attempting to quickly create a crimson curtain spanning the starry sky. However, within the Zhutian market, Song Chi's lips suddenly curled into an icy arc. Swish! A pulse wave shimmering with tricolor light shot out from the warship's hull. Buzz! Mythical pulse wave. The pulse wave precisely penetrated Prince Blood Skull's 9th-tier ultimate Rakshasa Necromancer warship. The boundless blood curtain energy emanating from the Necromancer's hull suddenly dissipated, its energy plunging into chaos. Without the support of this core Rakshasa Necromancer warship, the blood curtain covering the sky quickly dissipated. Amid the pitch-black starry sky, only the muzzle of the Tianxu Sanqiong's gun continued to glow with a slowly intensifying platinum light. Is this mythic pulse interference? Prince Blood Skull was horrified to discover that not only the Necromancer ship beneath him, but even his own energy was in chaos. He considered mobilizing his energy for the next step, but he was unable to do so. Black Hole Evolution Layer Black Hole Singularity Sacrifice Detonation Blood Spear Mark of the Hunting Gods Weakness Light of Judgment Single Judgment. After converging all the current amplification effects of the Tianxu Sanqiong, Light of Judgment erupted with a bang. Where the platinum beam passed, the remaining blood-colored energy of the collapsed blood abyss barrier was easily torn apart. The next second, Prince Blood Skull's 9th-tier ultimate Necromancer ship, whose Necromancer souls had yet to be fully replenished, began to disintegrate at the molecular level. No! The Blood Skull Prince madly burned his life force, his overwhelming desire to survive causing him to struggle with all his might. As luck would have it, just as the judgment beam was about to engulf him, the chaotic energy within him finally ended. Seizing this opportunity, he fully activated the spatial artifact in his hand, roaring furiously, "Human of the Flame, dare you kill me? If I die, the Rakshasa will fight your civilization to the death." Amidst this venomous roar, spatial fluctuations finally emerged around the Blood Skull Prince. As a 9th-rank Rakshasa Prince, surely he possessed a high-level spatial artifact, but before his face could reveal a flicker of ecstasy, starlight from the front happened to envelop the Necromancer. Penetrating the torn hull, the starlight shone into the Necromancer's interior, causing the Blood Skull Prince's body to freeze for a brief moment. Though he quickly broke free, the delay allowed the judgment beam to surge towards him. No! With a resentful cry, Prince Blood Skull was completely annihilated in the judgment beam, along with the other 4 Rakshasa Necromancer ships. This time, Song Chi had no further concerns. An unknown amount of time passed before the star field returned to calm. Only the scattered wreckage of ships floating around spoke volumes about the devastating blow. until the Big Dipper Star Lord spoke. Clean up the battlefield quickly. We must return to the fifth front as soon as possible. Chapter 837. The two hyperdimensional motherships, after years of hustling, finally managed to return to the main force of the fifth front. It had only been a little over a decade since their departure. With the Truth Mechanical Battlestar and 3 ninth-rank enslaved creatures at their disposal, the main force hadn't suffered any accidents in just over a decade. Of course, even if a problem truly arose that even the Truth Mechanical Battlestar couldn't handle, Song-Chi still had the market projection order he had left behind as a last resort. However, since it hadn't been used, Song-Chi naturally wouldn't discuss it. While information about the Zhu Tian market was no longer a secret among the Xinhua civilization's leaders, and the market projection order had long been known to the core members of both the Xinhua and Wizard civilizations, Song-Chi had yet to reveal the Dao Yuan Yuan totem pole. He hoped to use this truly mythical trump card at a more crucial moment. Tan Lang, let's begin. After returning to the main battlefront, Song-Chi and the other two, who had been in a hurry to get going, began to count their gains. They were both quite excited about this. Whether it was the direct descendants of the Corpse Ghost floating land, one of the few 9th-level floating lands of the Corpse Emperor clan, or Prince Blood Skull, and the 5 9th-level Rakshases of the Rakshas clan, their status was extremely extraordinary, and they possessed no shortage of valuables. The first item they counted was their most prized 10,000 corpse blood marrow. Not bad, a total of 8.2 kilograms. We split it evenly. Yes. After quickly distributing the 10,000 corpse blood marrow, Song-Chi and the other two finally felt relieved. Over 4 kilograms of 10,000 corpse blood marrow would at least increase their ship's upgrade success rate by an additional 4%. This alone made their pursuit across over 100 million light-years worthwhile. Not to mention that the inventory of this harvest was far from over. After more than 10 minutes, the inventory of all the items belonging to the Corpse Emperor clan was complete. It can only be said that, true to the legacy of the Corpse Ghost floating land lineage, even in their hasty departure, this group of Corpse Emperor clan members still carried a terrifying amount of resources. Besides the initial 10,000 corpse blood marrow, there were also hundreds of top-level corpse evils, tens of thousands of high-level corpse evils, 6 multicolored mythical artifacts, 23 black artifacts, 90 gold artifacts, and over 10,000 other silver, red, and orange artifacts. In addition, there were 42 10th-level mythical souls, 120 strands of 10th-level floating land origin, over 1,000 7th, 8th, and 9th level dominant true spirits, 5 corpse evil stone or vein cores, a desolate level chaos nest core, and so on. After counting all these items, even Song-Chi couldn't help but breathe harder. However, he quickly returned to count the items from the Rakshasa clan. The wealth of the 5 9th-tier Rakshasas was undoubtedly no less than that of the Corpse Emperor clan. In fact, this was indeed the case. Despite the significant reduction in the number of items, the quality of the Rakshasa clan's spoils was far superior. Even colored mythical artifacts alone were unloaded from the 5 Rakshasa necromancer ships, along with dozens of black artifacts and hundreds of golden sanctuary artifacts. Additionally, there were dozens of tons of high-tier necromancer, and several high-tier floating land origins. On the other hand, the number of overlord true spirits and mythic souls was very small. These resources were essential for 9th-tier overlords to continue to improve their strength. 9th-tier overlords like Prince Bloodskull, who had great ambitions to reach mythical status, almost immediately used any overlord true spirits or mythic souls they could find. Inside the Tianshu Sanqiong's main control room, Song-Chi's fingertips gently tapped the alloy tabletop, his gaze drifting between the two lists on the projection screen. Across the communication channel, the Lord of the Big Dipper also had a gloomy look on his face. Both of their gazes were focused on the 17 colorful mythical artifacts. These were all mythical artifacts, at best 3-color quality, with 2 even 7-color level, ultimate level artifacts. 7-color, Stereo Blood Coffin. Throne of 10,000 Bones 5-color, Blood Erosion Destruction Cannon. Corpse Core. 5-element Sky-Blocking Blood Curtain. Rakshasa Heaven Slaying Sword 3-color, Blood River Blade. Heavenly Corpse Seal. Dead Soul Crystal. Starry Sky Earth Mother Stone. Corpse Pattern Shield. Void Cloud Boat Model. Sweeping his gaze over the 17 colorful artifacts one by one, Song-Chi quickly eliminated the 5 that could not be converted into shipboard components. Of course, the high-grade, multicolored Rakshasa Heaven-Slaying Sword is the only exception. While this sword cannot be transformed into shipboard components, it is a weapon-class artifact in its own right. Its high-grade, Multicolored quality is even higher than the Heaven's Fade slashing sky sword. If it could be captured and given to the Azura King, its effectiveness would undoubtedly be remarkable. Luckily, both multicolored artifacts can be transformed into shipboard components, and their properties are also considered top-notch. Rare item, Styx Blood Coffin. Quality, multicolored/ultimate. Transformable into Blood River Medical Cabin. Note, this was conceived over 300,000 years by the Blood Prince of the Rakshasa clan in a desolate starry sky, using the blood of billions of lives as sacrifices. It embodies the boundless power of blood. Blood River Medical Cabin Level 0. Quality, color/ultimate. Features, healing effect increased by 260%. Feature 2, all living creatures admitted to the medical cabin will have their blood production capacity permanently increased by 5 times. Feature 3, equally effective against unconventional injuries, such as curses, toxins, and distortions. Feature 4, all living creatures admitted to the medical cabin will be kept alive for 24 hours, regardless of the severity of their injuries. Feature 5, blood boiling. Feature 6, adds 1 additional medical cabin room. Feature 7, the number of slots required to install this component is always 1. Feature 8, seal of the Stygian blood coffin. Feature 9, resurrection of the Stygian blood coffin. Blood boiling. Consumes 1 million psionic energy points to activate the infinite blood power within the medical cabin. For 30 minutes, the medical cabin's effectiveness is permanently increased tenfold. The cooldown period is 1 year. Seal of the Styx blood coffin. Consumes 5 million psionic energy points to seal the designated creature within the medical bay. The seal lasts for 1,000 years. During this time, the sealed creature's bodily functions will be completely stagnant, with a constant cooldown of 10,000 years. Resurrection of the Styx blood coffin. Consumes 10 million psionic energy points to resurrect the designated corpse within the medical bay, if it has been dead for less than 10 minutes, and not yet reached the end of its lifespan. The cooldown is 100,000 years. Rare item, Throne of 10,000 Skeletons. Quality, color/ultimate. Transformable into Skeleton Tomb. Note, transformed from an endless accumulation of corpses, this is a very special rare item. Skeleton Tomb Level 0. Quality, color/ultimate. Unique ability, Summon Skeleton Giant. Cost, 1,000 psionic energy points/second. Effect, the ship carrying this item will be immune to all damage from the power of the corpse. No charging or buffering required. Note, this component consumes 30 slots. Summon Skeleton Giant. Invest a large amount of bones in this component, and it will spontaneously nurture a skeleton giant. Once complete, the skeleton giant can be summoned by its captain for combat. This feature has no cooldown, but the skeleton giant's skeleton must be 100% complete before it can be summoned. Current skeleton giant skeleton completeness, 88%. Note, the skeleton giant's strength is always 1 level lower than the component's enhancement level. Song Chi and the others' immediate attention was naturally focused on the 2 most valuable, multicolored, ultra-high-level artifacts. Both of their attributes were undoubtedly top-tier. Whether it was the Styx blood coffin with its resurrection ability, or the skeleton tomb capable of summoning up to a level 11 mythical skeleton giant's thugs, both made Song Chi and the others envious. On the communication channel, Song Chi and the Big Dipper Star Lord exchanged silent stares, their eyes shifting, each struggling to make a decision. Finally, Song Chi broke the silence, unleashing his choice. Star Lord, I want this bone tomb. Across from him, the Big Dipper Star Lord's eyes flickered upon hearing his choice, a hint of surprise, yet he quickly responded. Song Chi said nothing further, quietly awaiting the Big Dipper Star Lord's consideration. As for his own choice, it wasn't an impulsive one, but the result of careful consideration. The Blood River medical cabin's attributes were truly astonishing, its unparalleled ability to resurrect the dead undeniably tempting. But in Song Chi's view, its limitations were too great. Not to mention the 100,000-year cooldown, even the requirement of not dying at the end of one's lifespan, including the requirement of no more than 10 minutes after death. Which of these isn't demanding? For him now, every important matter, he always uses the mirror battleship to clear the way, add to that the existence of the Shutian market. And it's safe to say that this resurrection effect is unlikely to apply to him. In other words, if this component were truly obtained, it would likely only be used by his brothers, relatives, and clan members. But with his help, who in the family's inner circle would need to desperately explore alien regions? Most would die at the end of their lifespan, But the Blood River medical cabin imposes this restriction. As for no more than 10 minutes after death, if a star were to fall while exploring an alien region, even with the Jution market, reaching the affected star region within 10 minutes would be incredibly difficult. Based on the above points, and the fact that there is also the time chessboard on the Tianqiu Sankong, which has two equally excellent life-saving features, the 12 life and death chess and time rewind, Song-Chi chose the skeleton tomb. Compared to the Blood River medical cabin, this skeleton tomb is far superior. With the Tianqiu Sangqiong now a 9th-tier trans-dimensional mothership, and Song-Chi himself possessing the 5-colored flame seed, this component is theoretically capable of nurturing a 10th-tier mythical skeleton giant. Of course, if one wishes to nurture a 10th-tier mythical skeleton giant, the current 88% skeletal body nurturing capacity of this component will likely need to be reduced. After all, it was previously controlled by a 9th-tier Corpse Emperor from the Corpse Emperor clan, who only nurtured an 8th-tier skeleton giant. After several dozen seconds, the Lord of the Big Dipper, after a long period of contemplation, finally raised his eyes. He nodded gently. "All right, the skeleton tomb is yours, and I take the Blood River medical cabin." Song-Chi's lips curled, unsurprised by the other party's final choice. Regardless, the allure of such a miraculous ability as resurrection from the dead is immense, even with its limitations. Not all captains possess a life-saving component like the time chessboard, with even more miraculous properties like him. Having completed this most valuable distribution, the next step is naturally the remaining 15 mythical artifacts. Song-Chi's gaze swept across the projection screen, his fingertips pausing briefly on the Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword. "I want this sword." The Lord of the Big Dipper frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. In fact, he was also quite interested in the multicolored long sword, but since Song-Chi had taken the initiative, he naturally wouldn't force a fight. After all, it was just a rare artifact that couldn't be converted into a shipboard component. "Okay, but for the next selection, I need to prioritize 2 items." Song-Chi nodded. "That makes sense." The two quickly reached an agreement. Beidou Star Lord took the Starry Sky Mother Stone and the 5 Spirits Blood Curtain, while Song-Chi chose the Corpse Demon Core and the Blood Corrosion Destruction Cannon. The Blood Corrosion Destruction Cannon is a multicolored galaxy cannon with astonishing attack power. It just so happened that after converting the Light of Judgment into a trans-dimensional orbital cannon, the Tianqiu Sangqiong was still lacking a high-quality galaxy cannon. As for the Corpse Demon Core, it's a multicolored engine, which could greatly alleviate the Tianqiu Sangqiong's already limited energy supply. As for the 2 items taken by Beidou Star Lord, the Starry Sky Mother Stone, needless to say, was derived from the infinite starlight, making it a perfect match for Beidou Star Lord's Yugwang Tianqing. The 5 Spirits Blood Curtain is a group defense artifact that can transform into a blood curtain that covers the sky for protection. Let's divide the remaining mythical artifacts equally by value. The 2 of them didn't hesitate much, quickly distributing the remaining mythical artifacts according to their compatibility. Song-Chi received the Dead Soul Crystal and the Void Cloud Boat model, while the Big Dipper Star Lord took the Blood River Blade and the Heavenly Corpse Seal. Next, the black and gold artifacts. The number of artifacts at this level was enormous, but their value was significantly lower than that of the mythical artifacts. The 2 of them simply divided them 50-50ths, each selecting components suitable for their own worship system. Finally, the Corpse Evil, the Dead Soul Ore, and the Floating Land Essence. The Corpse Evil resources would be of great benefit to Song-Chi's skeleton tomb, so he took 70% of the high-level Corpse Evil and all the top-level Corpse Evil. The Big Dipper Star Lord took most of the Dead Soul Ore. As for the 10th level Floating Land Essence and Mythical Souls, the 2 of them tacitly divided them equally, each taking 21 Mythical Souls and 60 strands of Floating Land Essence. Then, happy cooperation. After the distribution was complete, the Big Dipper Star Lord nodded slightly, a distinct smile playing in his deep eyes. This harvest was definitely the greatest ever. Song-Chi smiled as well, and the 2 of them didn't talk much after that. They still needed to process their assigned items. A few days later, inside the Tianqiu Sangqiong, Song-Chi stood on the bridge, gazing at the floating skeleton tomb before him, a slight smile on his face. Next, it's time to see if we can nurture a rank 10 skeleton giant. I hope the required bone resources aren't too excessive. Using the mythical souls he was given, he had now enhanced this component to level 110, now capable of officially nurturing a rank 10 skeleton giant. Chapter 838. In addition to this bone tomb, Song-Chi also enhanced Light of Judgment to level 110. Previously, due to insufficient mythic soul, this component's enhancement level remained at level 99. Precisely because it wasn't even at level 10, this multicolored, ultimate-tiered naval cannon, while instrumental in several major battles, was still far from decisive. This upgrade to level 110 undoubtedly significantly improved its attributes. Now, this multicolored naval cannon can truly be considered the Tianqiu Sanqiong's most powerful weapon. Light of Judgment level 110. Quality, color/extreme. Trait 1, guaranteed critical hit. Trait 2, main cannon power increased by 800%. Trait 3, true damage. Trait 4, power of judgment. Trait 5, judgment drain. Trait 6, mark of judgment. Trait 7, light prison of judgment. Trait 8, single target judgment. Trait 9, civilization judgment. Cost, 1 million psionic points/time. Attack strength, 8,890 trillion. Note, can only be loaded in the galaxy cannon or hyperspace orbital cannon slots. Judgment drain, hit. Killing overlords and above permanently increases the weapon's power based on the unit's life essence, currently 72%. Mark of Judgment, the Light of Judgment carries 18 marks of judgment. Captains can proactively cast these marks. The ship carrying these marks will be able to obtain the real-time location of units marked by a Mark of Judgment. Furthermore, any main gun from the ship carrying the marked unit will be guaranteed to hit any target it actively attacks. Marks of Judgment are extremely difficult to detect and remove, and one Mark of Judgment regenerates annually, up to a maximum of 20. Civilization Judgment consumes 20 million psionic points. The naval gun displays its ultimate judgmental stance, selecting a civilization as the target. All units of this civilization gain a 10.72% damage bonus against units of the targeted civilization. This bonus can be increased through absorption. This trait can be activated once every 10,000 years, and the effect lasts until the next activation. Looking at the nearly 900 trillion base damage on the attribute panel, Song Qi clenched his fists. Remember, at level 99, its overall damage was only a little over a trillion. Now, it's almost 90 times that. It can be said that the current Light of Judgment truly qualifies as a powerful weapon. Also, its Judgment Absorption trait has accumulated a 72% damage bonus. While not much, he's only recently acquired Light of Judgment, and its value clearly increases with time. If we calculate this based on his current 9th level lifespan of 1,000,000 years, the damage bonus from Judgment Drain would be unimaginable. The only unfortunate thing is that the damage bonus from Judgment Drain differs significantly from the damage bonus to all civilization units from the Ultimate Civilization Judgment trait. The 72% base damage bonus to ship guns is only 0.72% for this ultimate trait. Song Qi could only say, there's still a long way to go, and then close the attribute panel in front of him. After viewing the Light of Judgment, his gaze continued to wander over the Tianqiu Sanqiong's attribute panel. This time, he had received quite a few high-level rare items, which had led to significant changes in the configuration of the Tianqiu Sanqiong. Not to mention the newly acquired multicolored Galaxy Cannon Blood Erosion Destruction Cannon, many other components were also replaced. The engine was definitely the first to be replaced, with the Golden Flame Roar engine being replaced with the multicolored Corpse Evil Heart engine. The Antimatter Energy Evolution engine, however, remained untouched. This engine possessed a dual engine property. Song Qi directly extracted it using a portion of black artifact essence synthesized using the Artifact Origin Improvement platform, consuming 10 golden artifacts. He then used 10 black artifacts that couldn't be transformed into shipboard components to create a portion of tricolored artifact essence, which he transferred to the Corpse Evil Heart engine. The Antimatter Energy Evolution engine now resides atop it. The bad news was that the 21 newly acquired mythic souls had been completely consumed in order to enhance the Skeleton Tomb and Light of Judgment. While the Corpse Evil Heart engine had been enhanced to level 100, the Antimatter Energy Evolution engine had regressed to level 99. For the time being, this could only barely alleviate the Tianqiu Sanqiong's energy pressure. If we don't upgrade it to level 100, or even 110, soon, we'd be facing this problem again. In addition, the Escape Orb has been replaced with the Void Cloud Boat model. Both are Dodge-type components, and the tricolored Void Cloud Boat model naturally outperforms the Escape Orb. Combined with the Starlight Sparkling Stone Talisman, the Tianqiu Sanqiong's short-range dodge capabilities will be further enhanced. Song Qi also added 3 previously unavailable secondary guns. Nether Tribulation Necromancer Cannon, Corrupted Corpse Poison Cannon, Pulse Sputtering Cannon. All 3 are black secondary guns, finally completing the Tianqiu Sanqiong's full complement of secondary guns. After observing all the changes to the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Qi nodded in satisfaction. This large-scale enhancement and replacement had significantly increased the ship's combat effectiveness. However, despite his joy, Song Qi still had a small concern. That was the issue of mirror image. After the previous shocking incident, he would only be more cautious in the future. And with his main body unable to easily take risks, the importance of the mirror warship would undoubtedly become even greater. But because he had anticipated this early on, the limitation of mirror image's inability to replicate color extreme-level components became a thorn deeply embedded in his body. He felt uneasy until it was resolved. As for the solution, it was simple. As long as mirror image could evolve to color upper-level quality, thanks to its ability to increase the quality of mirror components by one level, it would immediately be able to replicate color extreme-level components. But therein lay the problem. Mirror image was currently color lower level. To advance it to the next level, he would either need to use the 11th level golden apple or the even rarer active evolution item. Both were undoubtedly extremely difficult. 10th-tier golden apples were rare, let alone 11th-tier ones. The Song family happened to possess active evolutionary artifacts, but the heaven-swallowing python shedding could only evolve into a lower-tier colored artifact at best. Only by upgrading it to the highest-tier colored artifact could it meet the requirements. Song Qi was well aware of the current situation of the heaven-swallowing python shedding. Even with the family's immense investment of energy and resources, its second cumulative transformation progress had barely broken 20%, still far from 100%. At this thought, Song Qi suddenly had an idea. Yes, Corpse Evil. Corpse Evil is a special resource produced by the Corpse Emperor clan's river system community. This resource is essential to the Corpse Emperor clan, but to Captain Xinhua, it's more like chicken ribs. This undoubtedly lays a good foundation for purchasing this Corpse Evil at a low price. If the Song family can acquire this Corpse Evil resource in large quantities at a low price, and use it to assist the cumulative evolution of the sky-swallowing python's metamorphosis, it will undoubtedly greatly accelerate its subsequent transformation. As his thoughts raced, Song Qi's eyes brightened, and he saw that this idea was highly feasible. There was no hesitation. Having made the decision, he naturally acted immediately. First, he summoned Song Yiming and instructed him to order the family fleet to fully purchase Corpse Evil at a low price. Then, he immediately returned to the Dragon Spine continent. Although he was certain the Corpse Evil energy would most likely be absorbed by the heaven-swallowing python shedding, he still needed to confirm it personally to avoid any complications later. He also instructed his ancestral domain to have the family's Dragon Spine merchants stationed in major trading locations, like the Demonic Snake Continent and the Demonic God Floating Continent jointly purchased the Corpse Evil. Although the Corpse Emperor clan's river community war has not yet concluded, and the major fleets are still advancing, the number of Xinhua civilization captains participating in this war is well over 100 billion. With such a large population base, who knows what strange and bizarre components they're equipped with? Even during wartime, there are many captains who can use special means to return to Xinhua civilization territory. It's always a good idea to make arrangements in advance. Not only that, Song Qi also took the initiative to post low-cost Corpse Evil collection missions in the Zhutian market under the guise of the Song family. Since the market has become a hub for communication and trading between the two dominant human civilizations, Xinhua and wizards, countless high-ranking Xinhua captains have entered the market every month. After dealing with these matters, Song Qi didn't linger on the Dragon Ridge continent for long. Although the Corpse Emperor clan was now doomed, and the 5 Xinhua fronts were advancing with unstoppable force, no one could guarantee the absence of unexpected events. Heaven-swallowing python's metamorphosis and other related matters were certainly important, but the agreement with the 4 human emperors was truly the most important. Heaven-swallowing python's metamorphosis couldn't transform again in a short period of time, but there would always be a time when it would be sufficient. Mirror image couldn't replicate the colored extreme components, but there would be another opportunity in the future. The Xinhua Fifth Empire was different. If Song Qi missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have the chance to secure the development rights by publishing the celestial market information a second time. Thus, the 2 hyperdimensional motherships, their combat power skyrocketing, accompanied the Fifth Front fleet throughout the journey, protecting them as they advanced steadily. As time passed, one river system after another was completely occupied by the fleet. Compared to the Fifth Front, the fronts led by the other 4 empires were advancing at a similarly fast pace. More specifically, their speed was even faster. Although the Corpse Emperor resistance they faced was larger and possessed more peak combat power, how much stronger were these 4 fronts compared to the Fifth? No matter how fierce the Corpse Emperor's resistance, it would be difficult to stop their advance. It was the 1045th year, since the Xinhua civilization invaded the Corpse Emperor's galaxy. That year, the Xinhua civilization's 5 fronts, like 5 razor-sharp blades, had already penetrated the core of the Corpse Emperor's galaxy, mere millions of light-years away from the Corpse Emperor's original ancestral homeland, the 9th-level peak floating continent, the Corpse Emperor continent. The central front of the 5 major battle lines was the Xinxia Imperial Dynasty's advancing front, led by the Xinxiajiuli. This front was also currently the closest to the Corpse Emperor continent, separated by only 3 river systems. However, on this very day, Jiang Yuan, the Jiang Emperor aboard the Xinxiajiuli, suddenly issued the order to halt the advance. Xinxiajiuli encrypted magnetic communication group chat. Jiang Yi, ancestor, what happened? Jiang Yuan, nothing, the Rakshasa clan member is here. I go meet him. Don't worry, just wait here. Jiang Yi, that 10th rank Rakshasa god from the Rakshasa clan? How could he easily leave the Rakshasa ancestral domain? Without the infinite cultural heritage of the Rakshasa ancestral domain, wouldn't he be afraid of being targeted by other dominant civilizations, or the mythical creatures from the Chaos Divine Continent who have stepped out of chaos? Jiang Yuan, it's just a projection. The longer these old creatures live, the more they fear death. Buzz buzz buzz, in the starry sky, illuminated by the dim light of countless starships, the super battleship at the rear of the fleet suddenly roared. The next second, the battleship surged into the void, disappearing in an instant. Deep within the Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy community, at the edge of the Rotten Bone Galaxy, 5 million light-years from the Corpse Emperor continent, Song Qi stood in the main control room of the Tianxute Sangqiong, gazing at the advancing blue dots on the holographic star map. The markings representing the Xinhua human fleet had already encroached on nearly 2/3 of the Corpse Emperor's territory. Uncle Qi, latest battle report. Song Yiming's figure appeared before him via a holographic projection. The 37th Legion has just captured the 7th star field of the Rotten Bone Galaxy. The Corpse Emperor's resistance is 47% weaker than expected. Song Qi nodded slightly and tapped his fingers. The real-time data from the Light of Judgment flickered before him. The attack power value, reaching 8,890 trillion, gleamed coldly on the dark blue screen. Hold the Vanguard fleet on alert. The Corpse Emperor clan is unlikely to abandon their ancestral land so easily. Song Qi's voice was calm, yet with a hint of alarm. I suspect they're planning something. At that moment, the Cheongqian intelligent computer suddenly sounded a sharp alarm. Ultra-high-energy spatial fluctuations detected. Coordinates located. In the direction of the Divine Xia Emperor's main fleet. Energy readings have surpassed the mythical level. Song Qi's pupils constricted, and he quickly activated the remote observation screen of the Eye of Truth. In the pitch-black starry sky millions of light-years away, a blood-red rift spanning several light-years slowly opened, as if a hideous wound had been torn across the universe. That's the spatial signature of the Rakshasa clan. Song Qi recognized the distinctive pattern along the edge of the blood-red rift. And it's a spatial signature far exceeding that activated by a 9th-tier Rakshasa necromancer. Could it really be? Just as Song Qi's suspicions grew more certain, a multicolored communication subcomponent on the console suddenly beeped. It was an urgent message from Emperor Ing of the immortal Qin Divine Dynasty. Song Qi, halt your advance immediately and remain on standby. The holographic image of Ing Yi, with a solemn expression, quickly explained, Jiang Yuan just sent word that the Rakshasa god projection has arrived, and the situation has changed. Song Qi's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, as expected, Rakshasa god, the supreme being of the dominant Rakshasa clan, a 10th-tier life form, one of the most powerful beings even in the vast, shattered star sea. But he couldn't understand. Did this Rakshasa god truly intend to wage all-out war against their Xinhua civilization? This shouldn't happen. Your Majesty, are the Rakshasa tribe truly planning to fully intervene in our war with the Corpse Emperor? Song Qi couldn't help but ask. Ing Yi's reflection shook its head. The specifics are unclear, but Jiang Yuan has already gone to negotiate, and other fronts have received orders to halt their advance. Obviously, Ing Yi wasn't entirely clear on this either. However, with over 300,000 years of experience, he quickly continued, but don't worry too much. The Rakshasa ancestral domain is over 100 billion light-years away from us, and the chances of them forcing a full-scale civilizational war against us are vanishingly small. They're likely simply seeking to gain some advantage within the Corpse Emperor's galaxy. Amidst the pitch-black starry sky, the Xinxiajiuli hovered quietly. Beyond the warship's hull, boundless psionic energy blossomed like golden lotuses, incinerating the surrounding Rakshasa death aura. Rakshasa god, since you've come, why hide your head and show your tail? Jiang Yuan's voice was soft, Yet it shook the vast starry sky slightly. The blood-red rift in the distance suddenly widened, and a massive claw covered in dark golden scales extended from it. The phantoms of countless struggling wraiths emerged from each scale. You, a newcomer to the Xinhua civilization, are quite courageous. Accompanied by a hoarse whisper, a large vertical pupil emerged from the rift, reflecting countless images of shattered civilizations. A single glance reduced countless nearby asteroids to dust. Jiang Yuan's response was exceptionally forceful. Since your true form doesn't dare to leave the Rakshasa ancestral domain, why bother to act tyrannically in projection form? At these words, the blood-red vertical pupil in front suddenly contracted, and the blood-red color in the starry sky instantly intensified tenfold. Amid the screams of countless wraiths, the rift finally opened fully, revealing the true form of the Rakshasa god. Atop a throne constructed from billions of skulls sat a humanoid figure clad in blood-red scales. Its face constantly changed between men, women, young and old, with the same vertical pupil between the eyebrows on each face, and its anger was evident. Chapter 839. How dare you? The Rakshasa god's voice was like the roar of billions of wronged souls, shaking the entire starry sky. The blood-colored energy floating in the starry sky rapidly condensed into distorted human faces amidst the sound waves, shrieking piercingly at the Xinxiajiuli. Jiang Yuan stood in the control room, his hands behind his back. Endless psionic energy blazed around the Xinxiajiuli, incinerating the oncoming blood-colored waves. Rakshasa god, you projected yourself across hundreds of billions of light years, not just to show off this little trick, right? At these words, the figure on the blood-colored throne in the distance suddenly stopped transforming, freezing into a single, aged face. Blood flashed in his pupils, and his voice suddenly became calm. Youngsters of the Xinhua humanity, I have come today to give you, the Xinhua civilization, a chance to avoid mutual destruction. With this, he gently waved his dark golden claw, and a holographic projection of the Corpse Emperor continent suddenly appeared in the starry sky. At the core of the continent, a pyramid constructed from countless corpses emanated an eerie gray light. Do you see this 10,000 corpse tower? When the Corpse Emperor ancestral crystal at its summit is activated, the entire Corpse Emperor river system will be transformed into a deadly wasteland. Even if you manage to capture this river system, all you gain is a wasteland filled with the power of death. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. The Xinhua civilization had long anticipated the Corpse Emperor clan's death, and were certain they possessed a temporary mythical-level combat power. However, they hadn't expected them to harbor such a drastic backup plan. So? The Rakshasa tribe wants to be the peacemaker? The Rakshasa god let out a hoarse laugh. Sticky blood suddenly seeped from beneath the throne, outlining a contract in the starry sky. The Rakshasa tribe will mediate. The Corpse Emperor clan is willing to cede 70% of its territory. In exchange, you must allow the Corpse Emperor clan to retain their ancestral lands, and... Absolutely not. Jiang Yuan suddenly interrupted, the bow gun of the Xinxiajiuli even gleaming with a faint, ambiguous golden light. The Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy community is the key to the Xinhua civilization's second rapid rise in strength and foundation over the next 20,000 years. Even before this war began, it was considered a sure thing by all Xinhua humans. Now that the outcome is set, how could outsiders change it? As if anticipating this reaction, the Rakshasa god calmly snapped his fingers. The plasma contract seemed to have solidified, yet it remained unreleased. Instead, it floated quietly in the endless blood mist, awaiting the Rakshasa god's next words. Jiang Yuan, how about this? We both take a step back. The Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy community will remain entirely yours, but you must leave a legacy for the remaining Corpse Emperors. Aboard the Xinxiajiuli, Jiang Yuan's eyes shone deeply as he carefully considered this new proposal. The Rakshasa god didn't press him. After all, he was the weaker party. Even if he were to arrive in person, he wouldn't have the confidence to face the Xinxiajiuli, a vessel capable of single-handedly killing a 36-winged holy angel. Looking at Jiang Yuan, after a brief silence, he proactively activated a multicolored communication component on his ship. Soon, the communication projections of Immortal Qi Ningyi, Holy Hall Pei Dinan, and Song Qi all appeared. As for the Qiyu Divine Dynasty, Ji Heng, having yet to break through his channeling technique, was currently taking the Xian Wang Qiyu to replace Jiang Yuan, who had returned. He was practicing in seclusion while maintaining command of Human Emperor City. Currently, the Qiyu Divine Dynasty's front was led by another superdimensional captain from the Tian Zhuji clan, and communication had also been established. What do you think? After repeating Rakshasa's previous suggestion, Jiang Yuan began to solicit suggestions from Song Qi and the other three. Leaving behind a lineage, Does that mean we need to spare all the high-level Corpse Emperors on the Corpse Emperor continent? That's basically it. The Corpse Emperors themselves aren't the problem. They're no match for us now, and the gap between us and them will only widen after they become destitute. The key is those thousands of high-level Corpse Emperors. How many rare resources will they take with them? We accept this proposal, but we must strictly limit the resources these departing Corpse Emperors can carry with them. Otherwise, I'm afraid the entire Corpse Emperor continent will be emptied. Agreed. Furthermore, we need to send someone to personally verify the authenticity of the 10,000 Corpse Tower. Okay, that's settled. As for verifying the authenticity of the 10,000 Corpse Tower, Yi, you and Pei Dinan will go there using your warship clones. Corpse Emperor River Community, Corpse Emperor Continent. Gray-black corpse chi surged like a tide, shrouding the entire continent in a suffocating aura of death. At the continent's central bone wasteland, a towering pyramid, built from countless corpses, rose to the sky at its edge. It was the Tower of 10,000 Corpses, a towering structure created through special rituals by the Corpse Emperor clan. Atop the tower, a dark purple crystal hovered in the void, continuously emitting terrifying energy capable of annihilating galaxies. That day, Yi's immortal Qin ancestral dragon and Pei Dinan's heavenly holy light descended as warship clones. The moment these two transdimensional motherships appeared, the powerful Corpse Emperor clan members surrounding the Tower of 10,000 Corpses erupted in unrest. Torrent of humanity. A peak-level 9th Order Corpse King roared furiously. A corpse-killing aura, powerful enough to corrode the laws of the galaxy, enveloped him. A terrifying pressure, reaching the 9th level's limit, radiated like a tide, demonstrating his uncontrollable rage. However, no matter how furious he was, he dared not actually attack the two transdimensional mothership clones. He even had to suppress the other raging Corpse Kings below. They had expended immense effort to incite the Rakshasa god to relent. They could not provoke trouble at this moment. How could Yi and the others not understand the inner thoughts of these Corpse Kings? Their attitude became even more resolute. With a cold snort, 12 giant golden Dharma bodies suddenly illuminated the hull of the immortal Qin ancestral dragon. A powerful pressure descended upon them, forcing the soaring Corpse Kings back to the ground. Shut up. Feng Dinan, manipulating the heavenly holy light, released a pure white beam, scanning the structure of the 10,000 Corpse Tower. Soon, the intelligent computer transmitted the analysis results. Mythical level energy reaction detected, confirming that the Corpse Emperor ancestral crystal possesses the power to influence galaxies on a large scale. Yi narrowed his eyes, locked gazes with Pei Dinan for a moment, and with a slight nod, the two transdimensional mothership clones didn't linger for long, quickly soaring into the sky amidst the roar of their engines. Rakshasa god didn't lie. Pei Dinan muttered softly, and the two warships quickly appeared in the Corpse Emperor continent's sky. With this confirmed, subsequent negotiations naturally became much easier. After the Rakshasa god casually agreed to restrict the Corpse Emperor's family from taking overly rare resources or galactic artifacts with them upon their departure, the three-party contract was quickly concluded. The Corpse Emperor clan naturally gnashed their teeth at the Xinhua civilization's final demands, but the Rakshasa god showed no concern. The Corpse Emperor clan had already received the promised reward, so what did the rest of this have to do with them? As the three-party contract settled, the blood-red vortex above the Corpse Emperor continent slowly closed. Before fading, the Rakshasa god's projection gazed deeply at the Shinxiajiuli, a subtle glint of fear flashing in his vertical pupils. The contract is done. For 10,000 years, the Rakshasa clan will not set foot in this star region. Across the starry sky, Jian Yuan's indifferent response echoed from the mythical immortal ship Shinxiajiuli. I hope you will remember what I said today. In the 1250th year since the Xinhua civilization fleet invaded the Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy, a mighty swarm of Corpse Emperor clan warships numbering over 1 million departed the Corpse Emperor continent, heading towards the unknown star region further south of the Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy. It's been 1,400 years since the Xinhua civilization fleet invaded the Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy community. The 5 Xinhua civilization fleets have completely occupied the entire Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy community. At this point, nearly 800 of the Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy communities have been incorporated into the Xinhua human civilization's territory. East of the Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy community, the Corpse Ghost continent. The Tianqiu Songqiong hovered deep within the sky above this 9th-level floating landmass. Songqi looked down at the massive starport under construction below. Tens of thousands of Song family engineering vessels shuttled through it, transforming the Corpse Emperor-style buildings one by one into a super-large transit starport that would rank among the top 5 in the Corpse Emperor clan's galaxy community. Indeed, the Song family and the Big Dipper Palace ultimately occupied over 100 galaxies, satisfying the final condition with the 4 human emperors. Now, the long, strip-shaped 100 river systems on the easternmost edge of the Corpse Emperor clan's river system have officially come under the control of the Longji Song clan. This Corpse Ghost continent is the only 9th-level floating land of life within these 100 river systems. After a period of deliberation, the Longji Song clan recently issued an official order to designate an area on this Corpse Ghost continent as a public open space, planning to develop it into one of the future Corpse Emperor clan's trading hubs. The Song family members currently bustling about below are putting these efforts into action. They are not only fully committed to building a trading and transit starport, but also to the complete transformation of the entire Corpse Ghost continent. Once occupied by the Corpse Emperor clan for over hundreds of thousands of years, the Corpse Ghost continent has long since become shrouded in corpse chi and pervasive death energy. Without significant transformation, it is truly unsuitable for the continued existence of humanity. At this moment, a star destroyer swooped in from below. Uncle Chi, here's the latest tally of our gains. Song Yiming's holographic projection screen unfolded on the command platform. We've collected over 10,000 level 3 and higher life lands, over 78,000 level 3 and higher resource lands, 3 colored artifacts, 46 black artifacts, over 200 golden artifacts, and... While listening to Song Yiming's report, Song Chi's gaze fell on the last column of the list. Sky-swallowing python's metamorphosis current transformation progress. 48%, since fully assuming control of the Corpse Emperor clan's territory, the vast supply of Corpse evil resources has dramatically accelerated the evolution of this artifact. In just a few hundred years, its cumulative progress has doubled. Considering the upcoming wave of Corpse evil acquisitions in the Star Sea, he estimates that the sky-swallowing python's metamorphosis's second transformation will see a significant increase. After Song Yiming reported all his gains, Song Chi took only 14 mythic souls. He left out any of the other rare items that could be transformed into ship parts. These were mostly needed aboard the Tianxu Sangqiong, and were also needed by other members of the family. However, he unceremoniously accepted all of the considerable number of rare items that couldn't be transformed into ship parts, and immediately delivered them to the rare item exchange shop in the market. The massive replenishment of rare items in the rare item exchange shop naturally couldn't be hidden from the Xinhua civilization and the wizard civilization, but Song Chi wasn't worried about it. He had already considered this before announcing the existence of the market. What he announced was that the Longji Song family had secured full rights from the lord of the Zhutian market to exchange and sell items in the rare item exchange shop. This fact, aside from envy and jealousy, didn't raise many doubts among outsiders. After completing these tasks, Song Chi quickly returned to the Longji continent. The Dragon Spine continent is now under the control of a top-tier star-shifting fleet from the Star-Shifting Chamber of Commerce, rapidly moving toward the Corpse Emperor clan's river system cluster. With the addition of 100 river systems from the Corpse Emperor clan's river system cluster, the Dragon Spine Song family's headquarters must naturally shift there, and therefore, the Dragon Spine continent must be moved there immediately. Of course, the Chipan and Lanshi river systems don't mean the Song family will abandon them. These 2 river systems remain within the Song family's territories, and will soon be fully controlled by the Song family. One of these river systems originally belonged to the true ancestral river system cluster of the Xinhua civilization, while the other is adjacent to it, making it even more valuable than those later occupied. In the future, these 2 river systems will become the Song family's backup plan. As for the citizens and Xinhua forces of the former Dragon Spine dynasty, they will all be relocated to the 100 river systems under the jurisdiction of the Song family within the Corpse Emperor clan's river system cluster. Every one of these 100 river systems needs Xinhua citizens to fill, settle, transform, and develop them. This alone is naturally far from sufficient. Song Chi has already reached an agreement with the 4 human emperors that each of the 4 great divine dynasties will provide him with a number of people. Upon returning to the Corpse Emperor clan's river system cluster, Song Chi immediately instructed Song Yiming. Notify everyone and prepare for the promotion ceremony. He gently stroked the newly carved dragon pattern on the armrest of the captain's chair. Once the Dragon Spine continent is brought over, we will officially hold the founding ceremony of the 5th Empire. It's time to let the name of Dragon Spine resound throughout Xinhua civilization, and even across the vast starry sea. Yes. After the excited Song Yiming left, Song Chi narrowed his eyes, his entire mind focused on the Xinhua ancestral acupoint between his eyebrows. Soon, his mind entered a familiar chaotic ocean, the very location of the pool of luck of the original flame source. Now, this vast, ocean-like pond of luck could be clearly seen divided into 5 sections. While Songqi's section was still the smallest, it was no longer as easily overlooked as before. The Flame Luck territory under his command now officially reached 300 river systems. In comparison, Jiangyuan commanded nearly 700. Ji Hung commanded nearly 600. Pei Dining commanded a little over 540. Yingyi commanded around 520. Chapter 840. Yinsha River System, Dead D-Star Region, Floating Land of Dead Bones. A seemingly endless third-level floating land of life drifted across the inky starry sky. Above its surface, hundreds of thousands of Xinhua warships of all levels and ordinary starships rose and fell, like a swarm of bees building a nest, working together while also filled with hope for the future. To the north of the floating land, over a plain thick with corpse evil energy, the fleet, having just circled the plain, returned. As they returned to their temporary base, a voice quickly emanated from the lead frigate. "Seventh brother, this won't work. The concentration of corpse evil energy on the Balan plain is still a bit high. I need to lead the team on another trip. Please help me replenish the neutralizer as soon as possible." "Okay," immediately. A dozen minutes later, everything was replenished, and a line of over 20 warships, their engines roaring, began to slowly take to the air. "Third brother, be careful. Although this floating land has been cleared by the main fleet of the civilization, we're worried some might slip through the net." "Don't worry, I understand. Thanks to the great kindness of the Longji royal family, we've been allocated a level 3 life floating land, and several resource-rich floating lands as family territory. This presents the greatest opportunity for our Huang family in our 300 years of existence. I, your brother, want to keep my life alive to continue to shine for our family." With these words, the fleet soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the distant horizon. Hearing these lingering words, the man known as Old Seven also grinned. Who wouldn't say otherwise? This is indeed a once-in-a-century opportunity for the Huang family. Third century of existence. While that might sound plausible, it's actually a joke to outsiders. In this interstellar age, 300 years is but a blink of an eye, and a second-rank frigate captain can reach that number. Speaking of which, the Huang family was founded by their father, an ordinary low-ranking captain who fought alongside the Xinhua army. It has only reached the second generation. That is, their father, who had already died of old age, fathered enough sons, 7 of whom successfully awakened the Xinhua seed. Furthermore, over the past 200 years, the descendants of those brothers, who hadn't awakened have increased, gradually forming the embryonic form of a family. Originally, families like theirs were merely ordinary entities within Xinhua human civilization, likely lasting no more than 5 generations. However, the Huang family was different. They had encountered a favorable era, an era of rapid growth and development of Xinhua civilization. Furthermore, with the support of the Dragon Spine royal family, the Song family, a rising power within the Xinhua civilization, these citizens, who had previously belonged to the Dragon Spine kingdom, had gained extraordinary opportunities. His thoughts raced as the man suddenly muttered to himself, "Third brother, you're wrong about one thing. We can't call ourselves the Longji royal family anymore. We should be called the Tianju Song clan." Even this almost inaudible muttering piqued the interest of a young man behind him. "Tianju Song clan, Uncle Seven, do you agree?" The man was startled by the sudden interruption. Turning around, he glanced and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was his 6th brother's son. "Seventh uncle, Brother Lai and the others often talk about this, including the rumors outside. They say the Longji Song clan will soon establish the 5th Xinhua Empire. The 4 great empires have all tacitly agreed, and the Longji Song clan will soon become the Tianju Song clan. This matter is unconfirmed, so don't spread it." The man shouted harshly, causing the young man behind him to flinch. Although he shared the same sentiment, it was a fact that the Longji Song clan now directly controlled over 100 river systems, and the 4 great empires had never questioned it. This had never happened before in the Xinhua civilization's 300,000 plus years of development. But no matter how much he speculated, as long as the Longji Song clan didn't publicly establish the Xinhua Empire, these rumors would remain mere rumors. If they were to be publicized, and the 4 great empires changed their stance in the future, all this would become a weapon of slaughter. Corpse Continent, the Song clan's temporary base. "Yiming, how's the immigration development going under your jurisdiction?" "Uncle Chi, after nearly 100 years of continuous efforts by our family, aided by 2 space wormhole generators, the Corpse Emperor clan's river system communities are now completely under the control of our Song family. Numerous citizens have already migrated to the 90 river systems. The largest has over 10 billion, and the slowest has over 3 billion. Hearing this, Song-chi was still not satisfied, even though he knew the progress was quite good. Whether it's 10 billion or 3 billion, compared to a vast river system, these numbers are still too few. A typical river system normally needs to accommodate at least hundreds of billions of Xinhua citizens, and even some resource-rich systems have numbers numbering in the trillions. You know, the larger the base of Xinhua citizens in a river system, the greater the number of Xinhua captains it can produce. And the number of Xinhua captains determines the rate at which a river system can generate Xinhua luck. So, how could Song-chi not be anxious? These are all crucial factors in his future assault on the mythical immortal ship. To this end, the family even committed its only 5 Explorer-class deep space carriers, including 2 newly constructed over the past millennium. 7 Explorer-class deep space carriers are now fully supporting the Great Interstellar Migration Operation. Not only the Song family, but also the 4 great empires, hundreds of kingdoms, and all major powers are now busy migrating populations to the Corpse Emperor clan's galactic community. This is the foundation for the terrifying value of developing a vast galactic community. 536 years after the war, a major event occurred within the Longji Song family. Taking advantage of the promotion of a level 8 extreme floating continent within one of its 90 galaxies, ancestor Song Wujiang's flagship officially launched an assault on the galaxy ship. The assault was not smooth. Despite its base promotion success rate approaching 60%, the Dinghai Longxiang failed to advance twice, even after consuming a level 7 time realm fruit. It was Song-chi who finally completed the promotion on his 3rd attempt, utilizing the time rewind ability. Although the process was somewhat arduous, the ultimate outcome was undoubtedly excellent for the Song family. After all, the family's legacy is too short. Even with Song-chi, a near supernatural genius, at the helm, it still can't completely mask its own shortcomings. Now, just before the founding of the 5th Xinhua Empire, the family has a 2nd galaxy captain, which is undoubtedly a very good sign. This also signals to the outside world that the Longji Song family, besides Song-chi, possesses considerable potential. Another point, Song Xuan's Akala Myo has already reached the ultimate Star Destroyer level, and has already received the replica Blood Holy Grail. Following the Dinghai Longxiang, he has also begun preparations for a future assault on the galaxy ship. According to the discussion within the family's inner circle, the Akala Myo would not attempt to attack the galaxy ship for at least 1,000 years. After all, the time rewind feature had a cooldown of 1,000 years, making this the safest option. Compared to the revelry of the Xinhua civilization, at the same time, the Chaos Divine Continent was experiencing a turbulent period. Chaos Divine Continent, Human Emperor City. This day, as usual, the Xian Wangqiyu remained suspended deep within the Human Emperor Palace. Ji Heng, as she had done for 1,000 years, remained in seclusion on the Xian Wangqiyu's enhanced psychic training platform, now at level 100. At a certain moment, Ji Heng's eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened. A pair of deep, piercing gazes, looking across the warship and the Human Emperor Palace, towards the distant chaotic sky. Even the mythical immortal ship Xian Wangqiyu was brimming with traces of the laws of the Great Tao. Above Human Emperor City, a vast amount of chaotic energy silently converged, forming an illusory eye of chaos above the Human Emperor Palace. Following this eye of chaos, Ji Heng's gaze pierced through the boundless chaotic storms of the sky, and gazed far beyond the Chaos God land. At the end of the boundless sea of chaos, vast stars emanated the power of the very essence of the laws of nature, hanging high in the sky. They were like supreme gods towering atop the heavens and myriad realms. Even the endless vortex of nothingness and chaotic storms surrounding them could not affect them in the slightest. If the 10th-rank beings of the heavens and myriad realms were eternal and immortal gods, then these mythical stars atop the Chaos God land were truly supreme gods. They have almost transcended the heavens and all worlds. The existence of each star far exceeds several epochs. The mythical creatures in the heavens and all worlds will fall for various reasons, but these mythical stars are truly eternal and immortal. The sky of the Chaos Divine Continent is never silent. Billions of chaotic currents swirl like giant dragons, iridescent auroras flow through dimensional rifts, and occasionally the shattered remains of a world streak across the sky, burning with their final brilliance. However, all these magnificent sights pale in comparison to these mythical stars. All mythical stars are not, in fact, ordinary celestial bodies. Their diameters often rival the diameter of an entire galaxy. The lines on their surfaces sometimes pulsate like blood vessels, sometimes like flowing text. Even a single glance at them leaves an indelible impression on the retina. Distance also means nothing to them. Some feel they are within reach, while others believe they are forever unattainable. On the surface of that star, composed entirely of solidified original laws and origin rules, one could see golden streams of time winding through diamond-like mountains. Black spatial rifts opened and closed like living things. Occasionally, silvery white chains of causality burst forth from the earth, lashing the void with annihilating thunders powerful enough to annihilate even ordinary 10th-order creatures. However, the focus at this moment wasn't on these things, but rather on a unique star among all the mythical stars, emitting a flickering light. In the Chaos Divine Continent and the myriad realms, this star was known as the Origin. The Origin star fell once every million years. During this period, it would escape from the Chaos Sea and enter the Chaos Divine Continent. For the next 10,000 years, all creatures below the 11th order could enter through the Chaos Divine Continent. As an ancient star spanning multiple epochs, the Origin star was littered with treasures, mythical artifacts, mythical souls, celestial plants, fragments of rules, 10th order source blood, and even, in the past, a chaos artifact. It's no exaggeration to say that every time the Origin star falls, it's a revelry for all the heavens and myriad realms. Anyone who manages to emerge alive from the Origin star will eventually achieve at least a 9th rank mastership. And at this moment, the alternating light and dark of the light emanating from this mythical star is a sign that the Origin star is about to fall. Within the next 100 years, this ancient star will surely enter the Chaos Divine Continent. Not just Ji Hung. At the same moment, countless great beings across the Chaos Divine Continent and the myriad realms simultaneously raise their heads, their gazes piercing through layers of dimensions, focused on the flickering light of the Origin star. The Origin star is about to fall prematurely. In the Chaos Divine Continent's wasteland star realm, a ferocious face formed from countless sands roared, and the entire wasteland suddenly collapsed into a funnel, revealing an ancient battlefield buried for countless eons. This is 2,000 years earlier than expected. In the Chaos Divine Continent's far northern star realm, the permafrost glaciers exploded, and a dark figure soared into the sky, its roar echoing wildly. A million years of planning, today has finally arrived. The Origin star will be my final aid in reaching the 11th level. Beneath the Abyss star realm, the long-dormant ancient dragon emperor opened his vertical pupils, as large as a star field. In the southern fire realm, magma surged, transforming into a humanoid form, a flaming deity. This was not limited to the Chaos Divine Continent. The same was true across all the heavens and myriad realms. In the deepest depths of the abyss, a pair of eyes, vaster than a galaxy, slowly opened. Reflecting the falling stars within their pupils, they revealed an utter greed and desire. At this moment, the heavens shook, and all realms trembled. The ancient beings hidden within the dimensional cracks began to materialize. All living beings realized that the fall of the Origin star would trigger a struggle and bloodshed far greater than ever before. Human Emperor City, deep within the Human Emperor Palace. The chaotic gazes above the city slowly dissipated, and Ji Hung had already withdrawn his gaze. Even with over 300,000 years of experience, his eyes were now filled with unconcealable excitement. As a member of the Xinhua human civilization, he had not participated in the Origin star exploration, but he had heard countless stories about this Origin star over the countless years. He was well aware of the opportunities that lay there, and even now, as a half-myth immortal captain, he still found it difficult to resist the temptation. Not only were there 10th and 11th level myths, but Origin star even possessed exceptional resources capable of assisting those striving for the 12th level transcendent. Almost subconsciously, Ji Hung glanced at the market travel token beside him, preparing to land in the Zhutian market and relay this news back to the Xinhua ancestral domain. However, he quickly remembered Jiang Yuan. As a true myth immortal captain, Jiang Yuan must have also noticed the changes on the Origin star. With this in mind, he quickly suppressed his turbulent emotions, forced himself to calm down, and continued practicing his guiding technique. Origin star would require at least several decades to fully enter the Chaos Divine Continent. Furthermore, since it only permitted creatures up to the 10th level, breaking through to the 10th level of guiding technique before then would undoubtedly be most beneficial for him. Chapter 841. Buzz. A sudden tremor trembled deep within his brow, startling Song Qi slightly. After centuries of buffering, the Corpse Emperor clan's river system community had managed to establish a system encompassing the entire river system Xinhua network. However, it was still in a period of rapid development. For someone to urgently contact him through the Xinhua network at this time was clearly unusual. With a flash of thought, he quickly logged into the Xinhua network and, following Jiang Yuan's invitation, quickly joined a top-secret group chat established by the original Xinhua source. The situation was somewhat different from the previous discussion of the Rakshasa God's proposal. With Song Qi's entry, The group chat now contained 5 people, but the one belonging to the Qiyu divine dynasty was no longer the Ji clan superdimensional captain, but rather Ji Emperor Ji Hung himself. Song Qi, Ying Yi, and Pei Dinan, all aware that Ji Hung was currently in deep retreat in Human Emperor City, simultaneously expressed deep surprise and confusion. Puzzled, the 3 of them grew increasingly solemn. Even Ji Hung, who was in deep retreat, had been summoned. Clearly, something major had occurred. It's like this. Just now, Origin Star experienced its first unusual movement. It entered its decline 2,000 years early. Jiang Yuan's voice was extremely calm as he spoke. However, to Song Qi and the other 2, it was like a bolt from the blue. In that instant, a flood of information related to the word Origin Star flooded their minds, including Song Qi's. Although he had only recently come into contact with the Chaos Divine Continent over the past 10,000 years, and had only spent a short time in Human Emperor City, he knew a great deal about Origin Star. It had nothing to do with anything else. It was primarily because the news of the Origin Star was incredibly well known throughout the Chaos Divine Continent. This mythical star, which falls every million years, is said to contain a supreme treasure capable of transcending to the 12th level. This single point sealed everything. What's the specific time? Ying Yi was the first to regain his composure. According to calculations based on the Chaos Sea's tidal fluctuations, it will take 83 years to fully enter the Chaos Divine Continent. Ji Hung took over, a complex data stream appearing before him. He continued, even more troublesome, it's suspected that several abyssal demons have taken advantage of this opportunity to awaken. Hearing this, Pei Dinan's projection flickered. Will the Abyss intervene this time? Don't those lunatics never touch the Origin Star? We don't know the exact reasons, but one thing is certain. With the Abyss actively intervening, this trip to the Origin Star will be even more dangerous than ever before. We must be mentally prepared. Okay, that's all for now. Next, we must pass on this message and have our senior captains make all necessary preparations. After some discussion, the 5 ended the communication. For the next 80 years, the entire Xinhua human civilization entered its most intense period of war preparation in history. The news of the premature fall of the Origin Star was like a boulder dropped into the deep sea, sending a tsunami of devastating waves through the Xinhua civilization. Even the all-out war against the 8-armed snake demon civilization thousands of years ago was far less intense than the present. Since its founding, the Xinhua civilization has waged numerous foreign wars of varying scales. But this once-a-million-year Origin Star fall was the first such event, a truly tangible one. This infuriated the Xinhua captains, who had long heard of it. The value of the Origin Star is beyond comprehension. Compared to the 8-armed serpent demon river system, it's a world apart. It represents an opportunity for a leap forward in the development of an entire civilization. How could this not be exciting? However, rumors of the involvement of the Abyss demon god cast a fatal shadow over this opportunity. Even so, preparations by all factions throughout the Xinhua civilization continue in full swing. Not to mention the immortal forces within the 4 great empires, the joint formation of the Origin Star Special Intelligence Team, by the royal families of the 4 empires alone, has mobilized nearly the entire Xinhua spy network that has been lurking in the Chaos Divine Continent and the myriad realms for over 200,000 years. They are frantically collecting all information related to the Origin Star, historical exploration records, internal environment maps, known dangerous areas, the coordinates of the remains of fallen masters from past generations, and even the habits and preferences of the awakened Abyss demon gods have all been meticulously compiled and archived. Furthermore, the civilization's leadership proactively mobilized all high-level Star Sea floating lands on the verge of advancement from the newly developed Corpse Emperor Clan Galaxy to assist Xinhua captains, whose ships possessed high-level warship clone components in completing their advancement. According to the Xinhua Civilization's strategic department, these Xinhua warships equipped with warship clone components would naturally be the primary combat force participating in the subsequent Origin Star operation, especially those high-level captains possessing high-level warship clone components. Besides these, the Longji Song family also made preparations. On the Longji continent, deep within the Longji Sacred Mountain, on the Longji continent, where the Migration Star Chamber of Commerce had relocated, dozens of figures gathered. Above the single great sun throne, Song Qi's voice echoed throughout the hall. The establishment of the 5th Xinhua Empire has been postponed indefinitely. Aside from the immigration work being handled by the ordinary clan members, the majority of our family's attention is now focused on this Origin Star. Also, leaving aside the lower-ranking clan members, all members of the clan who are dreadnought captains and above must have their ships equipped with a red or higher warship clone component. Additionally, each member must be issued a Market Guest token or Market Walker token. These members will form the core force of our Song family's subsequent exploration of the origin star. Understood, Uncle Chi. Song Yiming nodded in agreement without hesitation at Song Chi's order. The family now has over 300 members above the rank of Dreadnought Captain. For any other Xinhua clan besides the 4 heavenly pillars, this would be a difficult feat to achieve, but the Song family is different. As early as the Tianpan River System's Great Exploration War, they had already recognized the importance of warship clone components, especially mid to high-tier ones. The family subsequently utilized various unique resources, such as the Time Realm Fruit and the Silver Apple, to continuously acquire these components. Over the past several thousand years, the family now possesses a significant number of mid-tier and higher-tier warship clone components, meeting this requirement without any pressure. However, when it comes to market visitor tokens and market travel tokens, the Song family's Star Destroyer captains in the hall immediately piqued their interest. Soon, someone spoke up, Uncle Chi, with the fall of the Origin Star, the value of the various market tokens that allow for normal access to the market on the Chaos Divine Continent will inevitably increase significantly. Should we take advantage of this opportunity? On a journey to the Origin Star, simply entering it, or even obtaining its treasures, isn't enough. The most important thing is how to safely bring these treasures back. Especially for those who enter the Origin Star in a separate body, if they could be equipped with a market token, they could immediately send the treasures they snatched to the market. This kind of loophole is practically a bug. Who wouldn't want it? Song Chi clearly had a plan for this. Don't worry about that. Every captain whose family participates in the Origin Star operation will be given a market token. As for the remaining ones, the 4 empires, the major successor forces, and even the wizard civilization will all have a certain amount, but who gets it depends on their individual bids. Song Chi's eyes flickered as he thought of another idea. Instead of directly selling the tokens for a specific price, a method of prioritizing a certain amount of items from each token's subsequent rewards seemed like a good option. With only 10 years remaining before Origin Star entered the Chaos Divine Continent, Jiang Yuan announced the final arrangements in a top-secret group chat. After final deliberation, this operation is limited to captains who possess battleship clones and have sufficient remote control range. Of course, exceptions are made for captains nearing the end of their lifespans. This decision surprised Song Chi and the others. Restricting participation to captains capable of operating with battleship clones would undoubtedly eliminate a significant number of individuals. Battleship clone components are already rare, with only 1 in 10 possessing them. Furthermore, the requirement to remotely control them from across the entire Origin Star effectively rules out ordinary, low-level battleship clone components, eliminating a significant number of captains. Given these restrictions, the number of captains from the entire Xinhua civilization capable of participating in this operation would be extremely limited. Before the 4 asked, Jiang Yuan proactively explained, there are 4 reasons. First, the internal space of Origin Star is unstable. Second, the sudden intervention of the Abyss Demon God will undoubtedly cause unimaginable chaos in this operation. Third, Human Emperor City itself needs to maintain sufficient backup measures to prevent surprise attacks. Fourth, don't forget the matter of the Batian ruins. We simply cannot afford a significant loss of our civilization's combat power right now. Song Chi was silent for a moment, then nodded in understanding. He knew this decision was the optimal solution. No matter how tempting Origin Star might be, the future of the entire civilization could not be gambled away. After this council meeting, the Zhutian market entered its busiest period. Zhutian Market's monthly market trading day had not yet arrived, but today, an unusually large number of people were present. Strictly speaking, it had nothing to do with the market itself. It was the location of the Zhutian teleportation platform. As if prearranged, within a few dozen minutes, figures of rank 8 and 9 from the Xinhua civilization and the wizard civilization appeared one after another on the heavenly transmission platform. 10 hundreds. Finally, the number reached over 1,000. Leading these figures were 5 individuals, including Ying Yi, Pei Dinan, and 3 core members of the Wizard Civilization's Wizard Council at the peak of rank 9. These 5 individuals represented the highest levels of power in the 2 dominant civilizations. After a moment's silence, a peak rank 9 true spirit wizard spoke first. Respected Lord of the Heavenly Market, we are willing to agree to your earlier offer of 1 item in every 5, but we also have a condition. Tell me about it. After all, these are the fruits of our labor, risking our lives. We're willing to pay the basic fee you proposed, but we can't hand over all of the most valuable items, right? Well, the myth behind us has made the following proposal. You can take one of every 5 items first. We agreed to this, but you can only take one of the top 3 most valuable items, and 3 of the top 10 most valuable items. After that, you can take any items outside the top 10. Hearing this proposal, Song Chi's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind racing. He didn't rush to answer, considering the pros and cons. After a few seconds, he asked again, single token? The wizard civilization responded quickly, yes, a single market token. For each token you temporarily lend, the subsequent individual earnings will be based on this rule. Yes. The moment Song Chi responded with the power of the market myth, the faces of those standing on the heavenly teleportation platform all lit up with joy. Strictly speaking, the Lord of the Market's demand of only 1 out of 5 was quite excessive. However, it was the greatest guarantee against the dangers that might lie ahead on the origin star. Only by delivering the harvest as quickly as possible could it be truly rewarded, and this was clearly extremely difficult during any previous origin star fall. Even a mythical being would find it extremely difficult to deliver their harvest from the origin star. Although origin star is a star, unlike conventional stars, it is not completely open to the outside world. The atmosphere surrounding it is itself formed by the violent laws of the Great Tao. It not only possesses an extremely powerful constraint, restricting the approach of all beings of rank 11 and above, but also preventing the entry and exit of beings of rank 10 and below. Free entry and exit are only possible through the few vortex channels of rules. This is the greatest limitation. Whether it is the large external forces possessing transcendent beings who actively occupy these vortex channels to strictly control the number of beings entering origin star, or the rank 10 mythical beings who wait at the entrances after entering origin star, all of these greatly increase the difficulty of removing items from origin star. Thus, obtaining a market token now would directly avoid this problem, and it was the main reason why the 2 dominant civilizations tolerated Song Chi's obviously excessive demands. After the transaction was concluded, Song Chi wasted no time and immediately summoned all of the over 1,000 market tokens he had left. To demonstrate his impartiality, he promptly divided the over 1,000 tokens into 2 groups, handing them over to the leaders of the Xinhua civilization and the Wizard civilization respectively. As for the subsequent distribution of the tokens, he didn't need to worry about that. To maximize the effectiveness of these market tokens, he trusted the leaders of the 2 dominant civilizations to distribute them in the most reasonable manner. Chapter 842. Of course, before this, the tyrant tribe of the Titan civilization had already received 100 tokens. Given the Titan giant's population base, 100 market tokens were more than enough for them. Corpse Emperor Clan River Community, Corpse Emperor Continent, Public Open Area. Xinxia Trading City, Dragon Ridge Shop. Dear guest, please come this way. In the crowded commercial building, a group of 3 men and 2 women attracted considerable attention. Look, it's the Longji Song family's 6-star mall patrol team. As far as I know, even the 9th-tier Holy Land level Longji branch shops are only equipped with 1 team of 5 6-star ancient demons. But I heard this Xinxia City Longji shop is the main Longji shop on the Corpse Emperor continent, with 3 teams of 6-star ancient demon patrols. What kind of power is this that can have the Song family personally lead the way with 6-star patrols? Looking at the team of 6-tier ancient demons, with 6-star marks on their foreheads, the surrounding crowd immediately began to discuss. But in the end, everyone's attention turned to the 3 men and 2 women leading this team of 6-star ancient demon patrols. Some knowledgeable people quickly recognized these 5 individuals. Extreme Star Destroyer Captain Yin Ba, from the Xinxia Yin family. Xinxia Yin family? But the Yin family with 3 galaxy captains? At the mention of the Yin family, many people immediately understood. Even within the Xinxia Empire, the Yin family was no unknown force. With a family heritage spanning over 70,000 years, they were among the top 10 powerful families in the entire Xinxia Empire. Ignoring the chatter, Yin Bawu and his companions, following the ancient demon patrol, reached the top floor of the Dragon Ridge commercial building. Here, the head of the Dragon Ridge Song family's Corpse King Continent distribution office was already waiting with a smile. Greetings, Master Yin Ba. In response to the Song family's headmaster's proactive greeting, Yin Ba simply nodded, his words filled with obvious indifference. The Song family's headmaster, however, paid no attention to this, for a simple reason. The captain of an Extreme Star Destroyer had come in person to negotiate a deal, but his reception was merely that of an ordinary battleship captain. It would have been difficult for anyone to remain unconcerned. 8th Master, the truth is, due to the Origin Star incident, my 6th uncle was transferred back to our ancestral home several years ago. Currently, I'm temporarily in charge of this trading building. Please bear with me, 8th Master. After hearing the explanation, Yin Ba's expression brightened slightly. Furthermore, the Dragon Ridge Song family was currently enjoying its heyday, so he could only suppress his unease. Waving his hand, he said, I've already brought the transgalactic community-level prodigy from the Corpse Emperor clan. What's your Song family's offer? 8th Master, my uncle should have told you, right? A golden artifact. With this, the Song battleship captain, without further hesitation, a faint light flashed between his brows, and a golden beam of light shot out from his ancestral orifice. It was a golden artifact that could be transformed into a ship's engine. Yin Ba was clearly dissatisfied. He didn't even bother to examine the golden engine artifact hovering before him. Instead, he suddenly spoke. This is a supergalactic community-level prodigy. Their future potential is astonishing, perhaps even reaching mythical status. Isn't an ordinary, basic golden component a bit too low? The captain of the Song family battleship across from him flashed a glance, and after a moment's silence, he replied with a smile. Master 8, you're joking. The Starry Sea is vast, and there are many supergalactic community-level prodigies, but how many of them can achieve the mythical rank? Furthermore, don't forget that the Corpse King prodigy you possess is only at the 4th rank right now. Raising him to the 7th or 8th rank, let alone mythical, would require an immense investment of time and resources. Trading a 4th rank creature for a golden artifact, I believe Master 8 understands the cost-effectiveness. After this, the man stopped talking and quietly waited for Yin Ba's response. After a long pause, Master Yin Ba finally spoke again. Do you have any other golden parts? The golden engine is useless to me. Of course, Master 8, whichever one you need. After selecting one of the several golden parts the Song battleship captain had taken out, the 5 Yin family members quickly departed. The Origin Star is about to fully enter the Chaos Divine Continent. Not only the Song family, but also the Yin family is making final preparations. Yin Ba, in pursuit of this golden component, also wants to further enhance the combat capabilities of his fleet. He will also participate in the Origin Star operation later, using his fleet clone. After sending off the Yin family members, the temporary general manager quickly summoned a 4th rank member of the clan and handed over the sealed 4th rank Corpse Emperor prodigy, instructing him to quickly return to the family's ancestral continent through the spatial wormhole opened by the Corpse Emperor clan. Time passed, drawing closer to the arrival of the Origin Star on the Chaos Divine Continent. That day, deep within the core of the Dragon Spine continent, Song Qi glanced at the shedding of the sky-swallowing python within the floating continent's origin core, shook his head, and turned to enter the Zhutian marketplace. Over the past few centuries, the progress of the shedding of the sky-swallowing python's second metamorphosis had increased to 66%. This was a significant improvement, but completing the final accumulation before the arrival of the Origin Star was clearly impossible. After instructing his clan to continue acquiring low-cost energy resources, like corpse demons, he returned to the market. Before the Origin Star descended, he had some important preparations aboard the Tianxu Sankong that needed his urgent attention. In the market's sky, Song Qi quietly hovered high in the sky, holding the Transcendent City entry permit and the Dimensional Space Stone. After a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand and summoned an 8th-tier Star Sea Giant Ape. After handing the Transcendent City entry permit and the Dimensional Space Stone to the Star Sea Giant Ape, it activated the entry permit at his command. With Song Qi deliberately releasing the shielding power of the Zhutian market, the 8th-tier Star Sea Giant Ape quickly vanished. When the brainwave signature attached to it recovered, the Star Sea Giant Ape was already within the familiar Transcendent City. Due to the impact of the previous Transcendental War, the spatial anchor point originally set up outside Transcendental City was no longer accessible to Song Qi, so he could only rely on the Transcendental City entry permit. After successfully arriving in Transcendental City, the Star Sea Giant Ape didn't rush to the exchange area. Instead, he activated the power of dominance within him and flew directly outside Transcendental City. After exiting Transcendental City and returning to the familiar White Mist Energy Zone, the Star Sea Giant Ape immediately activated the Divine Consciousness mark on his body. In the Zhutian market, the Tianxu Sangqiong, hovering quietly above the sky, suddenly transformed into a stream of light and rushed out of the market, summoned away by the Star Sea Giant Ape's Mirror Image Divine Consciousness chapter. The Tianxu Sangqiong successfully reappeared outside Transcendental City, making the subsequent operations much easier. Song Qi followed the same procedure as before, leveraging the convenience of the Zhutian market to quickly establish a spatial anchor point outside Transcendental City. After completing this, he returned to the market with his ship. Transcendent City, Exchange Zone. The Star Sea Giant Ape waved his hand, and the recently collected Star Sea alien prodigies from the Dimensional Space Stone appeared one after another. Soon, the Transcendent City entry permit in the Star Sea Giant Ape's hand began to add over 5 digits of contribution points. Following Song Chi's brainwave command, the 8th level Star Sea Giant Ape quickly locked onto a specific exchange item in the exchange zone. This time, it was no longer a 10th level golden apple, but another super level universal resource. A mythic soul. Although he had obtained 14 additional mythic souls during the family's final inventory of spoils, it was still not enough for the Tianqiu Sangqiong. To maximize the combat power of the mirror battleship, he needed even more mythic souls. Mythic soul. 3,000 Transcendent City contribution points per copy. Up to 100 copies can be redeemed within 10,000 years. Looking at the redemption information before him, Song Chi signaled the Star Sea Giant Ape to proceed directly. As for the note at the end, he barely even glanced at it. 100 copies? According to the current exchange price, 100 copies would correspond to 300,000 Transcendent City contribution points. What a concept! Simply put, the Song family has exerted all their efforts over the past few thousand years, including the Corpse Emperor clan prodigies gathered after the Galactic War, and this has only earned Song Chi a little over 50,000 Transcendent City contribution points. 300,000? How long will it take? Quickly, clutching the 7 mythic souls he had redeemed, the Star Sea Giant Ape quickly delivered them to the Zhutian market. 21 mythic souls. Which components should be strengthened? Song Chi's gaze flickered over the several colorful, high-level components aboard the warship, his mind racing with thoughts. Light of Judgment, Chessboard of Time, and Destiny Compass were immediately set aside. Mirror image replicating the 7 color components was currently impossible, so strengthening them now would be a waste of mythic souls. Eye of Truth, Colorful/Upper, LV100. Corpse Core Engine, Colorful/Upper, LV100. Blood Corrosion Destruction Cannon, Colorful/Upper, LV99. 3 Realms 5 Element Certificate, Colorful/Upper, LV100. Immortal Binding Rope, Colorful/Upper, LV90. Looking at the 5 components before him, Song Chi carefully considered their respective enhancement costs. With only 21 mythic souls, he didn't have enough to enhance them all, so he had to make a choice. After a moment's deliberation, Song Chi didn't rush to enhance them, instead turning his gaze to the Destiny Compass component to the side. The next second, his mind shifted, and the Sinan Shubin attribute of the Destiny Sinan component activated. Immediately, a shimmer of multicolored light suddenly surged towards the Light of Judgment, which had been enhanced to level 110. Quickly, Light of Judgment returned to level 0, and Song Chi gained 11 more mythic souls. That wasn't all. Over the next few months, Song Chi subsequently reset the enhancement levels of the Time Chessboard and the Skeleton Tomb components to 0, acquiring 12 more mythic souls. His total instantly reached 44. This gave him considerable confidence for subsequent enhancements. Finally, with the exception of the Corpse Evil Core Engine, all 4 other multicolored, higher-level components underwent a complete enhancement. Eye of Truth, Color/Upper, level 110, consumes 10 mythic souls. Blood Erosion Destruction Cannon, Color/Upper, level 110, consumes 11 mythic souls. 3 Realms 5 Elements Voucher, Color/Upper, level 110, consumes 10 mythic souls. Immortal Binding Rope, Color/Upper, level 110, consumes 11 mythic souls. Song Chi made good use of the remaining 2 items, upgrading the Void Cloud Bow model and Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine from level 99 to level 100, respectively. Although the difference is only 1 level, the difference in effectiveness is worlds apart. It's no exaggeration to say that after this upgrade, the combat power of the Tianqiu Sangqiong mirror battleship will skyrocket several times. In reality, the shipborne engine still has some shortcomings. Without the support of the 11th tier engine, the subsequent mirror image battleships will inevitably lose a significant advantage in speed and agility on the origin star. However, the dual-color engines installed simultaneously compensate for this disadvantage somewhat. Perhaps it will be difficult to gain an advantage in speed against true mythical creatures, but at least when facing the masters of the same tier of the Myriad Realms, the mirror image battleships will not be outmatched in speed. After completing these preparations, Song Chi made no further moves. He joined the Chaos Divine Continent and the creatures of the Myriad Realms, quietly awaiting the eventual arrival of the origin star. That day, a large number of high-level Xinhua battleships simultaneously converged on the Xinxia continent. Once the allotted time had passed, these millions of Xinhua battleships followed closely behind the Xianqin Zulong, heading towards the star region where the Chaos teleport platform was located. Of course, this isn't to say that the Shinhua civilization truly has millions of Shinhua warships equipped with high-level warship clone components. The majority of these millions of Shinhua warships are actually captains nearing the end of their lives. The Shinhua civilization now encompasses 3 galaxies, and the base number of Shinhua captains is so vast that even those nearing the end of their lives are particularly alarming. And this is despite the 4 emperors strictly prohibiting Shinhua captains below rank 4 from registering. Otherwise, exceeding 100 million wouldn't be difficult. There's no other way. A low-level Shinhua warship entering a dangerous place, like the Origin Star, is practically certain to die. Rather than sending them to their deaths in vain, it's better to explore alien star regions, where there's a chance of encountering a fortuitous encounter that could lead to a last-minute breakthrough. And don't forget, Shinhua warships are hereditary. Low-level Shinhua warships are also part of the Shinhua civilization's heritage. Perhaps among the hundreds of millions of these surviving low-level Shinhua warships, a brilliant individual will emerge as their successor. Although the chances of this happening are slim, isn't it true that the heritage of a civilization is slowly accumulated from tiny beginnings? Following a violent spatial fluctuation, millions of Shinhua warships arrived at Human Emperor City one after another. At this point, Human Emperor City was already filled with Shinhua captains, who had arrived early. Above the city, the Shinshiajioli stretched across the sky, and the majestic, mythical aura of the mythical immortal ship spread to the vast area beyond the city. This was Jiang Yuan's deliberate attempt to highlight the presence of his Shinhua civilization. Chapter 843. Dad. Achi. Ancestor Qi. The core members of the Song family, who had arrived ahead of time with the boiling sea with flames, began to ask questions after the Tianshu Songqiong had actively connected to the boiling sea with flames encrypted group chat. Song Qi smiled and nodded. Then, along with Song Xingru and the others who had just connected, they all turned their attention to Song Yin. Xiao Yin, what's the specific situation? Song Xingru had just begun to speak when Song Yin quickly recounted the relevant information he had gathered over the past few decades. His face was heavy, clearly not in a good mood. As of now, the situation isn't optimistic. The number of transcendental forces we've already detected and confirmed to be participating in the subsequent Origin Star operation exceeds the number on our hands. Chaos Demon Ape, Sand Spirit Clan, Titan Civilization, Ice Demon Clan, Burning Sky Clan, Abyss Demon Clan, Abyss Flame Demon Clan. With each name Song Yin uttered, the atmosphere in the encrypted group chat grew more solemn. Most of these forces hailed from the Chaos Divine Continent, with some also hailing from the Shattered Star Sea and the Abyss. However, they all shared a common thread. They were truly supreme powers standing at the pinnacle of the universe, each commanded by a true 12th order transcendent. Compared to these forces, the civilizations of the myriad realms, commanded by ordinary mythical forces, could only stand aside. With so many transcendent level forces alone, one can only imagine the number of 10th and 11th level mythical forces. Not to mention the countless top-tier, advanced civilizations below the mythical level. Noticing the uneasy mood in the group chat, Song Qi took the initiative, saying, "Don't be too pessimistic. While our Shinhua human civilization may not be considered the pinnacle of this journey to the Origin Star, we are a dominant civilization. With the wizard, a strategic ally commanding 11th level mythical forces, we are well placed to rank among the elite." Before the Song clan members in the group chat could reply, he suddenly exclaimed softly. A message emanated from the multicolored flame within his ancestral orifice. "Tan Lang, come to the Human Emperor Palace to discuss matters." The message came from Jiang Yuan. Without delay, after greeting his elder brother Song Yin and the others, the Tianshu Songqiong quickly headed for the Human Emperor Palace. Neither the ancestor Song Wujiang nor the original ancestor Song Xiuan were present this time. The former's channeling technique had not yet reached the 8th level, while the latter was in the Zhutian market, remotely controlling the Aquila to travel through various alien star regions, gathering the holy blood for the blood holy grail aboard the Aquila. Of course, the Aquila was not acting alone. The 7-star ancient demon aboard the warship not only held a market projection token in its hand, but Song Qi's Azura King and Megalodon Shark also accompanied it, ensuring safety during the hunt. Therefore, besides Song Qi, Song Yin currently holds the highest authority in the Song family fleet. However, this doesn't mean that Song Wujiang and Song Xiuan will not participate in this Origin Star operation. Origin Star will remain on the Chaos Divine Continent for a full 10,000 years, allowing ample time for exploration once the two achieve their breakthroughs. In the center of the Human Emperor Palace, 7 holographic projections, shrouded in the patterns of the Great Tao, circled the central star. Each of these 7 figures represented a mythical being towering atop the shattered star sea, each embodying the supreme will of a dominant civilization. The moment Song Qi entered the palace, he immediately felt the immense pressure emanating from these 7 mythical figures. Their unconscious glances sent ripples through the energy shield surrounding the Tianxu Sanqiong ship. His expression remained unchanged, the multicolored fire within him pulsating slightly. He quickly regained composure. The inherent isolation of the Xinhua warship kept all of this out. Tan Lang, take your seat. In the center of the 7 figures, Jiang Yuan, the host and the only mythical being present in person, spoke from the depths of the hall. Song Qi looked up and saw the onboard intelligence of the Xinxiajiuli projecting a vast star map onto the dome of the Human Emperor Hall. At its center, a planet shrouded in chaotic mist slowly rotated. Song Qi quickly walked towards the seats belonging to the Xinhua civilization. The seats were arranged in a pyramid shape, with Jiang Yuan's floating throne at the top. As a sign of respect for the only 11th level being present, to the side of Jiang Yuan's throne sat another throne of identical specifications. The figure seated upon it, in projection form, was none other than the wizard civilization's supreme 11th level rule wizard, Mel Santos. Below these two were 5 other 10th-tier mythical creatures. After Ying Yi's introduction, Song Qi learned their identities. Wizard Civilization, Green Willem, Black Bone. Creation Machine Civilization, Divine Machine. Destroying Heaven, Divine Machine. Red Mane Lion. Emperor Barbarian Civilization, Emperor Tian Barbarian God. When Song Qi first heard these 5 identities, he was filled with surprise. After all, they represented the 3 dominant civilizations, wizards, creation machines, and the Emperor Barbarians. But his feeling quickly turned to joy, as this likely meant that these civilizations would form a temporary alliance with his own. The 3rd level below them was occupied by the other human emperors of the Xinhua civilization, including wizards, and the 9th-tier rulers, who held the highest power among the 3 civilizations. As the founder of the 5th Empire, recognized by the 4 empires of the Xinhua civilization, Song Qi's position also lies on this level. Below that are ordinary 9th-order beings, or the direct descendants of 8th-order beings from the upper 3 levels. After his arrival, several dozen seconds passed before this high-profile meeting officially began. Buzz buzz buzz, the entire Human Emperor Hall was enveloped in boundless starlight. The activation of the Great Zhou Tian star array completely sealed the hall's interior, ensuring that no information exchanged after the meeting would be leaked. The situation is more serious than expected. Jiang Yuan spoke first. With a flick of his finger, dozens of crimson points of light suddenly illuminated the star map above. We have currently confirmed that 13 transcendent level forces will participate in the battle. The Abyssal Demon Clan appears to be the strongest, with 3 12th level transcendent level demons appearing, 2 from the Abyssal Demon Clan and 1 from the Flame Demon Clan. As he spoke, the star map zoomed in, revealing countless abyssal demons hovering atop the Chaos Divine Continent, radiating violent chaotic energy. After this, the star map shifted rapidly several times, with figures of Chaos Apes, Sand Spirits, Titan Giants, and other transcendent level forces flashing by one. Our advantage lies in the number of mythic forces we possess. The Cardinal, the representative of the mechanical civilization, uttered an electronic synthesized voice. According to calculations, the combined combat power of our 4 civilizations has reached 11.7 standard 10th order mythic units. Combined with His Majesty Mel's presence, we are more than capable of countering any single mythic force below the 13 transcendent forces. The meeting lasted a full 6 standard hours. By the time the final strategic plan was finalized, 4 long lines of different colors had been marked on the star map. These 4 long lines were the newly determined routes for the 4 forces of Xinhua, the wizards, the creation machine, and the Emperor Barbarians. Although the 4 civilizations had signed a cooperation agreement, each had to depart from its own Chaos City, making it impossible for them to directly converge from the outset. The final destination of these 4 routes was naturally their final meeting point. After finalizing the strategic plan, the 3 parties, including the wizard civilization, quickly departed, each needing to make final preparations. Everyone, the origin star will descend in 1 standard day. At a certain moment, Jiang Yuan's voice suddenly resounded throughout the human imperial city. This battle is not about the rise and fall of civilization. Once you successfully enter the origin star, you must act within your capabilities. If you encounter an opponent you cannot defeat, run away if possible. Origin star possesses countless resources and treasures, so do not force yourself to attack any one of them. In the 10,650,000th year of the Chaos Divine Continent's new calendar, the entire Chaos Divine Continent's sky suddenly distorted, and countless spatial cracks spread like shattered mirrors. Standing in the main control room of the Tianqiu Sanqiong, Song Qi captured this stunning scene of the starry sky through the warship's holographic exterior view. A giant star, shrouded in chaotic mist, slowly emerged from the void. Wherever it passed, space was easily torn apart like fragile paper, and a violent space storm swept across billions of light years. Hundreds of alien civilizations that came too close were instantly torn into a bloody mist. Countdown to the completion of the Origin Star Access Channel. 1 standard year. The ship's onboard sky intelligence computer chimed. Song Qi took a deep breath, and the hatch of the Tianqiu Sanqiong opened with a hiss. He then rushed out of the warship. A faint light flickered between his eyebrows, and the warship behind him trembled slightly. Finally, the hull shrank sharply, and was absorbed into the Xinhua ancestral acupoint between his eyebrows. After completing all this, enveloped by 9th-level psionic energy, he soared into the sky, heading straight for the location of the Xinxiajiuli overhead, and soon boarded this mythical immortal ship. There were far more than just 1 or 2 people making the same move, but millions. Remote control to enter the Origin Star couldn't be done directly from Human Emperor City. The Chaos Divine Continent was vast. Even though the Origin Star had entered the Chaos Divine Continent, it was still hundreds of billions, even trillions, of light years away from the Divine Continent's surface, high in the sky. What kind of remote-controlled artifact could have such a range? Specifically, the Xinxiajiuli, carrying nearly 10 million captains, would have to reach the vortex channel outside the Origin Star first. Then, the captains would summon their ships and activate the warship clone components. Everyone, please be aware. After the Xinxiajiuli leaves the city, the remaining fleet in Human Emperor City must remain vigilant to prevent any alien invasion. After this instruction, the Xinxiajiuli's engines roared, and it quickly transformed into a stream of light, tearing through the chaotic sky and soaring towards the horizon along its pre-planned route. Crossing hundreds of billions, or even trillions of light years across the Chaos Divine Continent in a single standard year is naturally impossible for ordinary beings. However, the Xinxiajiuli was different. Equivalent to a mythical unit, the source suppression of the Chaos Divine Continent had already been significantly weakened. Furthermore, the warship itself was equipped with 2 ultra-high-level warp components, enabling it to soar at an extremely high speed. However, just as the warship was about to land during one of its warp jumps, a nearby patch of space was suddenly and violently ripped apart by a terrifying force. Pitch-black wings obscured the sky as the abyssal demon god led countless high-level abyssal demons, forcibly tearing apart space. Mythical energy reaction detected. For a moment, the Xinxiajiuli's onboard intelligence alarms continued to blare. Inside the Xinxiajiuli ship, Song Qi, like everyone else, narrowed his pupils slightly as he gazed outward. The Abyss Devil's aura was more terrifying than he had imagined. Even after having previously encountered it remotely in the Infernal Abyss, he still couldn't conceal his shock. After all, his original form was in the Xutian market, and the Claw of the Burning World had only attacked from across space. By comparison, he was now witnessing the true form of a 10th-tier Abyss Devil with his own eyes. How could he compare? Full shields. Without giving the captains time to think, before the distant Abyss Devil roared in anger, the Xinxiajiuli's engine suddenly overloaded, and the warship vanished into a shadow, disappearing directly into the void above. Seeing that the Xinxiajiuli had no intention of attacking, the 10th-tier Abyss Devil did not forcefully pursue. It's carrying a large number of mid- and high-level abyssal demons with it. Safely transporting these demons to the Origin Star is the mission assigned to it by the 12th-level demon god behind it. We're about to enter the 7th jump point. Everyone prepare for impact. Jiang Yuan's voice had just blared through the ship's all-communication system when an even harsher AI alarm blared. Space trap detected. 93.2% probability of being an interception net set by the star demons. Outside the porthole, countless lightning chains intertwined into a vast web spanning light years, each entwined with chaotic lightning powerful enough to rend the stars. 3 mythical star demons stood at various network nodes, forming a perfect interception formation. Humph! Jiang Yuan snorted coldly, and the bow of the Xinxiajiuli suddenly split open, revealing an immortal god-slaying cannon shrouded in a rainbow of light. Haotian Annihilation God-slaying cannon. Fire. A blinding beam of destructive light pierced the void, forcibly tearing a hole through the lightning chain net. The Xinxiajiuli seized the opportunity to accelerate, a dense mass of ancient runes appearing on its hull. Its bow rapidly transformed into 2 scathing, multicolored rams, ramming directly into the mythical star demon blocking its path. Seeking death? The leading mythical star demon roared, thrusting his thundering spear forward. Just as the two were about to collide, the Shinxiajioli's hull suddenly vanished, as if transformed into a shadow, piercing through the mythical star demon's body. This was a special component carried by the Shinxiajioli fleet. The ghost battleship, which could temporarily transform the entire warship into a ghostly, ethereal state. Continue the warp. Jiang Yuan, unmotivated to linger, quickly controlled his ship's warp with his mind. Through the porthole, Song Qi watched as the mythical star demons, left behind, were enraged. However, unable to stop the Shinxiajioli's sudden warp, they could only watch helplessly as it vanished before their eyes. Chapter 844. The Shinxiajioli's jump engines hummed, rippling the space around the ship before disappearing in the next second. When it reappeared in stable space, the scene outside the porthole was completely different. Chaotic air currents surged through the void like a surging river. The star demon's arrival just now was strange, as if they had predicted our jump trajectory. Inside the cabin, Pei Dinan frowned. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan retrieved the record of the space fluctuations just now. The energy nodes in their interception network are distributed in a very systematic manner. It doesn't seem improvised. Ing Yi's brow furrowed as well. The Chaos Divine Continent is a complex web of intertwined forces. Although our route has been encrypted, there's no guarantee that a traitor within the other three factions might have leaked information. The Abyss Demons have just left, and now the Star Demons are arriving. It's hard not to suspect anything. As he spoke, the Shinxiajioli suddenly trembled violently, and the ship's alarm once again shattered the silence within. Warning. Super Chaos Storm detected. Intensity index continues to soar. The chaotic airflow outside the portholes suddenly became violent. The once streamlined airflow suddenly twisted into countless sharp vortices, like countless swirling blades, slicing towards the warship's hull. Even more bizarrely, the surrounding space began to overlap, and the distant stars alternately became clear and blurry, as if the entire world was being manipulated by an invisible giant. It's the space-time worm. Jiang Yuan's voice was tinged with solemnity. This special creature is best at hunting by leveraging its superior spatial and temporal abilities, relying on the terrifying destructive power of high-intensity chaotic air currents. Is this a coincidence, or do some alien races want us to avoid reaching the origin planet? Before he could finish his words, a gray tentacle as thick as a bucket suddenly emerged from the void, radiating a corrosive glow as it fiercely lashed towards the Shinxiajioli's hull. The tentacle's surface was covered in barbs, each swirling with energy capable of disintegrating space. Jiang Yuan's mythical mental power granted him unparalleled reaction speed. An 11th level divine soul impersonation instantly emerged from the Shinxiajioli's surroundings. Combined with the ship's inherent level 127 color energy shield, the gray tentacle's swift lashes, while creating violent ripples, failed to inflict the slightest damage to the Shinxiajioli's hull. Before she could rejoice, more tentacles emerged from the chaotic air currents on all sides, densely packed like a rainstorm, encircling the Shinxiajioli. In the gaps between the tentacles, pairs of eyes flashing with greedy red light could be vaguely seen. These were the true forms of the mythical space-time worms lurking deep within the chaotic storm. Don't get entangled by it. This creature's tentacles continuously devour energy. The longer we delay, the more trouble we face. Controlling the Shinxiajioli, he suddenly soared higher. Simultaneously, Jiang Yuan activated the boundary-breaking blade on the bow. A billion-kilometer-long golden blade of light shot out from the bow, slicing through the tentacles in front of it like butter, instantly splitting them in half. Taking advantage of this opening, the Shinxiajioli repeated its previous tactics. Its engines roared, and the warship suddenly transformed into a stream of light, charging towards the weakest point of the chaos storm. The severed tentacles twisted repeatedly in the void before being quickly devoured by the chaos storm. However, more tentacles pursued from behind, like maggots on the tarsal bone. 3 minutes to the next jump point. The ship's onboard intelligence chimed. Song Qi stared out the porthole at the relentless pursuit of the tentacles, and suddenly suggested, "Quick, let's try a combined barrage with our main battleship guns." With that, all the captains, quick to react, summoned their ships. Swish. A hatch on the Shinxiajioli swung open. Under the even more powerful contraction field of the myth immortal, the millions of warships gathered in the engine room felt no sense of crowding. They all converged on the open hatch of the Shinxiajioli. In the moment Jiang Yuan actively maneuvered the Shinxiajioli slightly sideways, the millions of Xinhua warships, already fully charged, erupted with a roar. Light of order, scepter of heaven, judgment, of holy light, blood, corrosion, destruction, cannon, blood, corrosion, destruction, raise, star, emperor, lance, star, splitting, sky, strike. Terrorizing beams of light, some dark red, some blazing white, some azure, and some pitch black, shot out from the flanks of the Shinxiajiuli. Wherever the beams passed, the gray tentacles behind them exploded one after another, not only greatly reducing their pursuit speed, but also reducing their number by half. It worked! Ing Yi's eyes lit up. Jiang Yuan didn't hesitate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Shinxiajiuli's speed increased again. He showed no intention of further entanglement with the space-time worms behind him, firmly controlling the warship and soaring into the sky. It's not that they are really afraid of this space-time worm. With the combat power of Shinxiajiuli, not to mention that they can easily inflict heavy damage on the mythical space-time worms of the same level that have the advantage of the environment, but they still have the confidence to stalemate with the opponent for a period of time and finally ensure that they can escape unscathed. However, Jiang Yuan's current thoughts lay elsewhere. He simply desired to reunite with the three wizard civilizations as quickly as possible. The unique system of the Xinhua battleship had indeed given the newly promoted rank 10 the Shinxiajiuli a combat power comparable to those of veteran mythical creatures. But what was the current situation? Countless mythical creatures from across the heavens and myriad realms had gathered on the Chaos Divine continent. Not to mention ordinary rank 10 mythicals. Even rank 11 mythical creatures were at risk of perishing. Furthermore, their previous experiences had been incredibly fraught with doubt. Under these circumstances, the only way to ensure adequate safety was to reunite with the other dominant civilizations as quickly as possible. Buzz, the Shinxiajiuli successfully entered warp mode once again. As the battleship regained stability, the surrounding chaotic air currents became much calmer. Everyone in the cabin breathed a sigh of relief. But before they could recover, the ship's intelligence sounded the alarm again. Massive energy concentration detected. 300 light-years from the warship. Overhead, a dark fleet was rapidly approaching, its hulls covered in skull emblems. In the center of the fleet, a massive, streamlined black space fortress, larger than an ordinary 10th-tier mythical creature, stood out. A faint blue flame burned within the black skull at the fortress's front, emitting a chilling aura. It's the Black Skull Eternal Space Fortress of His Excellency, the Black Bone Rule Wizard, a 9th-tier hyperdimensional captain said with a hint of joy. Since it was the Black Skull Space Fortress, it naturally meant that the wizard civilization's forces had arrived at the rendezvous point ahead of him. This was good news. However, a double pupil flashed in Song Chi's eyes. He looked past the fleet in the sky to the end of the sky. There, a mechanical fortress that was even larger than the Black Skull Eternal Space Fortress was confronting a godlike figure. That's the Chaos Ape. No, not just any Chaos Ape, but the 12th Order Transcendent Ape God from the Chaos Ape clan. Jiang Yuan, a mythical creature, had clearly noticed this before him, who had just caught on. The Shinxiajiuli soared upward at breakneck speed, quickly reuniting with the Black Skull Eternal Space Fortress above. What's going on? Before, the extension of your human Emperor City War. The Sand Spirits held the Chaos Apes back, so they didn't dare to make any major moves. Now that the Origin Star has fallen, the focus of both clans has shifted, and the Chaos Ape clan can't hold back. Hearing the Black Bone Rule Wizard's explanation, Jiang Yuan's heart sank. If this were true, it would undoubtedly pose a massive threat to the entire Xinhua civilization. After all, the Shinxiajiuli now carries over 70% of the Xinhua civilization's peak combat power. If anything were to happen, it would undoubtedly spell doom for the entire civilization. However, He Gu's subsequent words made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. However, it's only the projection of the 12th level Transcendent Ape God that has descended this time. And one more thing. Someone will intervene to stop this blatant targeting of our Shattered Star Sea Overlord civilization. As his words fell, boundless spatial ripples suddenly appeared in the sky above. A moment later, a projection, no less massive than the Transcendent Ape God, slowly emerged. You personally attacked our Shattered Star Sea Overlord civilization with your transcendent dignity. Jin Yin, you crossed the line. As soon as the words fell, the newly condensed Super God Demon projection roared with a hand, and countless chaotic energies converged in the sky. These chaotic energies eventually formed a massive Chaos Fist. Without any other means, the Chaos Fist slowly thrust itself towards the Transcendent Ape God projection. Yet, even this incredibly slow, seemingly easily avoidable Chaos Fist seal, held a sense of terror in the Transcendent Ape God projection's eyes. For a moment, it neither dodged nor activated any countermeasures, merely staring blankly at the approaching Chaos Fist seal. Titan Civilization. Titan God King. At this moment, Song Chi finally recognized the identity of the second divine and demonic projection, and all his previous doubts vanished in a moment of clarity. The Titans, epitomized by the ultimate power of the shattered star sea, could crush everything with a single iron fist. However, at this crucial juncture, spatial vortices tens of light years in diameter began to form on the surface of the vast ancient star overhead. These vortices swirled with chaotic air currents and emanated a tremendous amount of fundamental energy. These were the initial stages of the vortex channels leading in and out of the origin star. Although final completion would still require several months, the locations of the vortex channels were already fixed. Typically, at this stage, various factions would begin selecting the vortex channels they wished to occupy. Lucky for you, huh? With a cold snort, the transcendent ape god Jin Yin stopped tangling with the Titan god king, and his divine and demonic projection quickly dissipated. As for the Titan god king, after accepting the gratitude of the 11th level rule wizard Mel, he also withdrew his projection. In the sky above the Chaos Divine Continent, fleets belonging to the wizard and Xinhua civilizations remained stationed in the void. While awaiting the arrival of the subsequent Creation Mechanical Civilization and the Imperial Barbarian Civilization, they gazed upward at the towering star above. Even after falling into the Chaos Divine Continent, the origin star remained shrouded in a thick layer of chaotic fog. Through this mist, and the film of rule energy, the outlines of vast mountains and rivers could be vaguely seen. An ancient and majestic aura emanated from the planet's interior, instilling an instinctive sense of awe. Gazing upon this legendary planet, the eyes of both the wizard and Captain Xinhua were filled with anticipation and excitement, but even more so, fear and apprehension of the unknown. 2 months passed, and just before the vortex channel on the surface of the origin star was about to take shape, the final contingent of the Imperial Barbarian Civilization finally reunited with everyone else. Somewhat surprisingly, both the Imperial Barbarian and Genesis Mechanical Civilization contingents had clearly suffered significant damage upon their arrival. After questioning, it was discovered that, like the Xinhua, they had also encountered numerous sniping and interception attempts by unknown forces along the way. Based on this, it can be concluded that their previously planned route was likely leaked, leading to this situation. As for the hidden mastermind, there could be no other possibility other than the Chaos Demon Ape. Regarding the possibility of a mole within their ranks, the leaders of the 4 civilizations held a secret meeting, and each made appropriate responses. Even if the specific individual could not be identified, the leak of crucial information, as had happened previously, would be averted. Outside the origin star, beyond the star shield formed by the boundless chaotic currents and the primordial energy of the origins, large numbers of beings gathered at varying intervals. The commonality among these areas is that the areas where these diverse beings gathered inevitably contained a unique, constantly shifting spatial vortex. As for their differences, most of these areas were filled with immense chaos, with the various races gathered fighting frantically, either striving to dominate the entire spatial vortex or to be among the first to enter once the spatial channel was complete. However, a few areas were completely peaceful, devoid of fighting, as they quietly awaited the final completion of the channel. The area occupied by Xinhua, the wizard, the creation machine, and the emperor barbarians was one of these areas. With 7 mythological beings acting in unison, including an 11th level mythical power, it was naturally difficult for other forces to come and cause trouble. In fact, initially, a few stubborn mythical forces did attempt to cause trouble, but they were quickly and easily driven away, and subsequent disturbances were rare. On this day, all the vortex channels finally fully coalesced. Massive vortices, tens of light years in diameter, slowly swirled across the star's surface. Each vortex emanated a distinct wave of laws. Some blazing like fire, others chilling like ice, and still others twisting like rifts in space and time. But these were clearly unimportant, as the vortex channel's sole function was to allow outsiders to freely enter and exit the origin star. According to the plan, the 4 teams will enter in an orderly fashion. All mythical forces, my true form is prohibited from entering the origin star, and will guard the channels with me. My clones are free to do anything. Mel, the rule wizard's voice, echoed across the 4 civilizations' joint communication channel. Chapter 845. As soon as the Maya rule wizard finished speaking, the teams from the 4 civilizations quickly sprang into action. The hatch of the Xinhua slowly opened, and millions of Xinhua warships swarmed out like a swarm, forming a tight formation in the chaotic void. Around the wizard civilization's Black Skull Eternal Space Fortress, countless wizard flying ships lit up with rune light. The countless mechanical entities under the Creation Mechanical Civilization activated their energy matrices. The bronze warships of the Emperor Barbarians blared long horns. Jiang Yuan stood in the main control room, his gaze piercing the porthole, gazing at the swirling vortex channel. He took a deep breath, turned to Pei Dinan, Ing Yi, and Song Qi, and said, "According to the plan, I will remain behind to guard the passageway, while you lead your clones into the origin star. Remember, your primary mission is to plunder as many treasures as possible. Don't be afraid of conflict with alien races, with the exception of the Titan civilization, of course." The battleship clone was destroyed, but their original bodies were aboard the Shinxiajiuli, just outside the origin star. Once the cooldown period was over, they could be summoned again immediately. Compared to the 10,000-year dwelling period on the origin star, the brief cooldown period of the battleship clone's components was insignificant. As for the Titan civilization, though they were reluctant to admit it, they were the ultimate source of support for all the broken Star Sea civilizations currently vying for power on the origin star. This was an indisputable fact. They could be enemies of any civilization or peak race, but they truly couldn't handle the Titan civilization, at least not the Xinhua civilization, which had only recently achieved hegemony. Song Qi and the other two nodded. "Don't worry, we understand. Of the nearly 10 million Xinhua warships, only a little over 1/10 are clones, less than 1 million. Compared to the Xinhua civilization's vast number of Xinhua captains, this number is almost negligible. However, there's no way around it. Even though the origin star's own original status somewhat reduces the suppressive power of the Chaos Divine Continent, effectively exploring the star's interior from outside the origin star isn't something any clone component can do. At the very least, orange quality, unique characteristic clone components are required, or red components, which is a major limitation. Additionally, the remaining millions of warships are all original bodies. These captains are either nearing the end of their lifespans, or severely injured for various reasons, desperate for a final fight. It's conceivable that within a few hundred years, or at most a few thousand, the number of Xinhua captains will have been reduced by over 90%. It's a brutal number, but the origin star is a place of high risk and high reward. Given such a terrifying mortality rate, the rewards are naturally beyond imagination. In hundreds or thousands of years, these captains will likely produce at least 3-digit Star Destroyer captains, a handful of Galaxy captains, and even transdimensional captains. Move! As Jiang Yuan's voice emanated from the Shinxiajiuli, the engines of nearly 10 million warships roared one after another, and along with the other 3 clans, they surged towards the Vortex Channel in an orderly manner. As the fleets of the 4 civilizations poured into the Vortex Channel like a torrent, Song Qi's true form sat cross-legged in the cabin of the Shinxiajiuli. His eyes were tightly closed, yet a glimmer of brilliant dark energy flickered between his brows. That was his consciousness, using the mirror image component to transcend the barrier of the origin rule and remotely connect to the Tianqiu Sanqing warship within the origin star. Because the vortex passage here was completely controlled by the 4 civilizations of Xinhua, wizards, and others, the initial stage of entering the origin star was peaceful and free of any chaos. However, Song Qi knew that this was only temporary. As the 4 races slowly explored further, they would eventually encounter other alien races, including descendants of bloodlines left on this origin star millions, or even millions, of years ago. Conflict would then become widespread. From the outset, the Tianqiu Sanqiong had sunk into the void, spatial ripples coursing across its black and red hull. Concealed by the level 110 replica of the 3 realms and 5-element certificate, unless he actively manipulated the warship to reveal itself, the creatures of the 4 races nearby would have little chance of detecting its presence. Buzz buzz buzz. Without pausing for long at the entrance, the mirror warship's engines hummed as it quickly sped toward the area below, closer to the star's surface. Although Origin Star was also rife with pervasive energy storms, often reaching 8th, 9th, or even mythical levels, these storms swept through, frequently carrying many precious materials from the star's surface, including rule fragments, overlord true spirits, and other treasures, high into the sky. However, it was certain that the farther from the surface the sky, the smaller the probability of such resources appearing. Thus, this area closest to the space exit was primarily the active area for beings whose clones had limited control range, and whose own strength was relatively weak. Song Qi naturally wouldn't compete with these beings for this already limited space. Warning! Ultra-high-intensity energy storm detected. Warning! Storm energy levels are soaring. Please evade. Warning! Large numbers of dominant-level Origin Star native beasts are approaching. Amidst the blaring alarms, Song Qi, far away aboard the Shinxiajiuli, beamed with excitement. Through the panoramic window, he gazed upon this ancient world shrouded in a chaotic mist and the laws of origin. The sky was blood-red, with fragments of shattered land floating in the clouds. Below, the endless expanse of earth wriggled as if alive, its cracks occasionally emitting bursts of colorful light. Most astonishing was the massive mountain range directly below. It wasn't made of rock, but rather a stack of countless intertwined bronze swords, their blades engraved with unfamiliar divine symbols, each line flickering as if breathing. As the records say, treasures abound on this origin star. Song-Chi muttered to himself. Let's not even mention the colorful rays of light that occasionally erupted from the starry surface below. Each one represented a newly spawned colorful mythical artifact. As for the sword-shaped mountain range, the patterns emerging upon it were patterns of rules. While not the complete rules of the sword, even a tiny fragment could instantly elevate the possessor to a galactic-level sword prodigy. Song-Chi's thoughts raced as he quickly shook his head. The surface of the origin star naturally held the most treasures, but they were not something he could currently target. Generally speaking, that was the active area for all 10th-level mythical creatures that enter the origin star. Lower-level creatures heading to the star's surface, unless you were confident you could conceal your presence from the perception of those mythical beings, you would face a mortality rate 10 or 100 times greater than that of the sky. Of course, the origin star is large enough, its diameter comparable to the galaxy communities in the Shattered Star Sea. Perhaps you could take a gamble. Perhaps the surface area you choose doesn't harbor mythical creatures. Song-Chi's idea was to wait until the mirror image was upgraded to a higher-level color quality, capable of replicating colorful components. Only then would the mirror battleship have the confidence to explore the origin star's surface. As the battleship continued to descend, the massive sword-shaped mountain range directly below suddenly began to tremble violently. The next second, a bronze sword light with a diameter exceeding tens of light-years shot up into the sky, slicing through the chaotic mist in its path, creating a vacuum zone stretching hundreds of light-years. Scan that sword light. Song-Chi ordered subconsciously. The replica Eye of Truth within the Tianqiu Sangqiang mirror battleship quickly activated, and soon the colorful radar produced data that warmed his heart. Name: Sword Rule Origin Sword Light. Energy level: 11th level. Note: the Origin Sword Light carries a fragment of the Sword Rule, extremely valuable. Sword Rule fragment? Song-Chi's eyes blazed. He suddenly understood why countless superpowers across the universe coveted this place. Any spontaneous burst of sword light carried a fragment of the Sword Rule, extremely rare in the outside world. The treasures hidden within this origin star were truly beyond imagination. But no matter how envious he was, Song-Chi remained motionless. In that brief moment, he detected several bursts of mythical aura, clearly heading for the rule fragment within the sword light below. The Tianqiu Sangqiang mirror continued its downward flight, deliberately avoiding the sword light. Thus, the warship vanished into thin air, roaming the skies. After traveling for who knows how long, Song-Chi, who had never relaxed, suddenly exclaimed softly. A strikingly different energy blip suddenly appeared on the radar chart of the replica Eye of Truth. Thousands of years ago, he might have hardly noticed it, but after his visit to the Batian ruins, he was all too familiar with the Chaos Mirror Stone. The energy blip that now appeared on the radar chart was most likely a Chaos Mirror Stone, and not even the lowest grade, inferior one. Confirming this, Song-Chi hesitated without hesitation. Layers of spatial fluctuations appeared on the hull of the mirrored warship, and the next second, the warship vanished into the depths of the void of its original space. Several light years away, when the mirrored warship reappeared, it was at the edge of a magnitude 9 energy storm. Within the eye of this storm lay a familiar Chaos Mirror Stone. However, after Song-Chi, 2 other 9th-tier aliens had also set their sights on the mid-grade Chaos Mirror Stone. Unaware of the Cloak Mirror warship, they were now desperately attempting to break into the energy storm, hoping to seize the Chaos Mirror Stone. However, shortly after they entered the energy storm, the Chaos Mirror Stone, originally in the eye of the storm, suddenly vanished, as if it had never existed. Who is it? Get out of here! The 2 9th-tier aliens roared in anger, but the Tianqiu Sangqiang mirror warship, the instigator, had already quietly departed under Song-Chi's control. Void Warehouse, long-range acquisition effect, hey. So good. Inside the Xinxiajiuli ship's cabin, Song-Chi muttered to himself with a smile, then continued. A mid-grade Chaos Mirror Stone, what a great start. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, he simply took out a market walk token, activated it, and quickly disappeared from the Xinxiajiuli ship. The warship clone has won, and I have won too. Tan Lang is such a jerk. Okay, now I'm certain that Tan Lang and the master of the Zutian market must be engaged in some shady secret dealings. I heard that all members of the Longji Song clan, above the rank of Dreadnought Captain, are equipped with a market token. How inhumane. Song-Chi was unaware of the outside world's discussions. His visit to the Zutian market not only sought to collect the mid-grade Chaos Mirror Stone that had just been delivered by the Mirror Warship, but also to see what kind of gains the market tokens that had been distributed in the short period of time had yielded. While the market already possesses the mind control feature, allowing absolute control of the interior even from outside, controlling the Mirror Warship still requires the vast majority of one's attention. Remotely exploring each of the thousands of token rooms within the market would undoubtedly exacerbate the depletion of mental energy. Thus, it would be more convenient for the original body to enter the market directly. Furthermore, being within the Jution market, blessed with the power of the market's mythical status, would not affect remote control of the mirror warships. As Song Chi's figure solidified within the Jution market, the entire market seemed to sense its master's arrival, and the power of the mythical rules within the dome automatically circulated. He raised his hand, and the next second, a door on the 4th floor of the market opened automatically, and the Chaos Mirror Stone, which had just been delivered to the market, flew into his palm. It's indeed a mid-grade Chaos Mirror Stone. Song Chi's eyes flickered with surprise, as his fingertips traced the natural patterns on the stone surface. Mirror stones of this quality can mirror even tricolor mythical artifacts. Even though he currently had some in stock, their value could not be ignored. In the future, whether it was used to mirror tricolor upgraded fire sources, or strategic-grade multicolored lower-level components, it would be extremely valuable. Putting away the Chaos Mirror Stone, Song Chi's mind began to race. The next second, hundreds of black and white split screens suddenly appeared in his mind, each displaying a real-time image of a token room. Huh? Another soft exclamation, his gaze fixed on Market Walk-in Room number 72 on the 3rd floor. In the image, a fragmented bronze plate was floating in this room. The patterns etched on it were remarkably ancient, making it clear at first glance that it was no ordinary object. Additionally, Room 875, Market Gate Room, on the 2nd floor of the inn now contained 2 rare artifacts from the galaxy, one of which was a tricolored artifact. Also, Room 2480 contained only a single ball of light, but Song Chi knew it contained none other than a 10th-rank mythical soul of incredible value. As he observed the situations in these rooms, a smile flickered in his eyes. All of this, in the end, would be his. Chapter 846. Sweeping his gaze, Song Chi captured over a dozen unique scenes. In the center of each of the dozens of market rooms represented by these scenes, a token was already floating. Clearly, this meant that the individuals originally assigned these tokens had died, or their clone/summoned creatures had perished on the origin star. Of the dozen or so tokens, nearly half belonged to the Song family. Within the Shinxia Jiuli ship's cabin, a slight commotion had broken out in the area occupied by the Song family, but it was quickly suppressed by the family's planet-destroying ancestor. Song Chi was not surprised. Although his family had only received a small portion of the thousands of tokens, they still included hundreds of dreadnought captains and above. Comparatively, among the thousands of tokens distributed to the Xinhua civilization, the Wizard civilization, and the Titan Giant civilization, those who received one were at least rank 8 overlords, with a significant number of rank 9 units. Their survival abilities naturally far surpassed those of mid-level Xinhua captains. With a gentle wave of his hand, the dozen or so market tokens were casually removed, along with the remaining resources within the dozen or so token rooms, and Song Chi also carried them out of the market room. These tokens will be returned to the 3 civilization myths according to their previous distribution. Dead beings cannot be recovered, and the reactivation of clones and summons requires time to recover, but market tokens have no cooldown. To ensure their maximum value, they will be quickly redistributed. As for the resources plundered by the previous token holder, they can be retained or redistributed immediately, depending on the previous token holder's wishes. However, if the plundered resources are insufficient, Song Chi, the Lord of the All-Heaven Market, will at least receive a share, even if the other party only receives one. The Tianqiu Songqing mirrored warship moves silently through the chaotic fog like a ghost. Song Chi maintained the warship in the middle layer, about 1/3 of the height from the star's surface. Here, energy storms of sufficient intensity continuously brought invaluable treasures, while also eliminating the constant vigilance against mythical threats, as on the surface. Reproduce the Eye of Truth full power scan, focusing on areas of abnormal energy fluctuations. Song Chi commanded through his mind. The spatial ripples on the warship's surface rippled slightly, and multicolored radar waves penetrated the thick fog. Energy storms surged in all directions, diligently detecting all surrounding energy fluctuations. Suddenly, a very regular geometric pattern slowly emerged from the edge of the radar image. It was a completely different entity from energy, an invisible entity. And judging by its perfectly regular appearance, It was likely not a naturally occurring object. A product of an intelligent civilization? Song Chi's spirits lifted, and he immediately changed course. As the mirrored warship passed through a dense cloud of chaos, the sight before it caused Song Chi's original body, far away on the Shinxiajioli, to subconsciously narrow its gaze. A golden warship, its hull riddled with cracks and rips, yet seemingly deeply connected to the void, loomed in the center of a 10th-order mythical energy storm. It then appeared directly in front of the mirrored warship. Even more astonishingly, this golden warship was slowly absorbing the surrounding chaotic energy, transforming it into a gentle, pale golden energy that merged into its hull, repairing the cracks on its surface. Is this a special energy device capable of independently refining 10th-order violent chaotic energy? Just confirming this, Song Chi's heart sank. From the current situation, it's easy to see that this somewhat battered golden warship is 1,000,000 years old, or even millions of years old, possibly even from an exploratory civilization that existed before the Shattered Star Sea. And since it can independently refine 10th-order chaos energy, it's likely a mythical unit itself. Thinking of this, Song Chi instinctively didn't want to linger, but then the replica of the Eye of Truth suddenly sounded an alarm. Spatial lock field detected. Unknown mythical energy reaction detected. Warning! Cloaking mode about to be broken. Song Chi's pupils constricted, and he immediately activated the replica of the Void Cloud Boat model's Cloud Boat Jump feature. However, just as spatial ripples appeared on the warship's hull, a golden light curtain enveloped it from the front. He also wanted to activate the replica of the 3 realms and 5 element certificates beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements feature, but the surrounding space was locked in place by an unknown force field. Although the ship's hull's intangibility was still in effect, its speed had been slowed down dozens of times. Song Chi had originally considered going all out and having his ethereal body directly activate the market projection order in his hand. Unexpectedly, the golden warship in the mythical energy storm ahead did not issue any further offensive commands. Instead, a mechanical voice rang out. This is the Golden Dynasty's 7th Exploration Fleet Refining Mothership. Alien warship, report your civilization sequence. Song Chi raised a brow. Golden Dynasty? He had a certain impression of this Golden Dynasty. It seemed to be a dominant civilization in the universe during the multiverse era, but it had long since vanished in the vast river of time, leaving no trace of its legacy even on the Chaos Divine continent. He had never expected one to survive on this origin star. Song Chi's thoughts raced, and he quickly calmed down. Looking at the golden warship looming in the energy storm ahead, he could vaguely guess why it had been able to remain on this origin star until now. It was unknown what the Golden Dynasty 7th Exploration Fleet had experienced on this origin star, but what was certain was that this so-called refining mothership had long since formed a unique fusion with the origin star's void barrier. Under normal circumstances, it would be undetectable to any outside being, not even a mythical being. This time, it was only because this 10th-tier energy storm happened to resonate with the golden warship's hull in the void, allowing it to briefly appear. Otherwise, the replica Eye of Truth would have no chance of detecting it. Thinking, Song Chi sent a reply message. Shattered Star Sea Overlord level Xinhui human civilization. Tianxiu Sungqiong. Shattered Star Sea inspections have revealed that there is no universe named Shattered Star Sea in the multiverse. This is a fabricated civilization identity. It is recommended that it be eliminated immediately. Listening to the intermittent robotic voice, Song Chilian hurriedly continued. Shattered Star Sea represents a new era derived from the shattering of the multiverse. The multiverse era has ended over tens of millions of years ago. This time, the silence from the golden battleship lasted even longer. It wasn't until several dozen seconds later that a new robotic voice arrived, but for some reason, it skipped over topics related to the Shattered Star Sea and the multiverse. Xinhui Human Civilization Battleship, is your ship equipped with advanced repair methods? Song Chi glanced at the replica of the resurrection medal on the mirrored battleship. He vaguely guessed the other party's intention, and didn't choose to conceal it, replying truthfully. Soon, the golden warship transmitted another message. You will perform a comprehensive repair on my ship. In return, I will grant you an opportunity for origin refining. Please reply as soon as possible to indicate your agreement or disapproval. I would like to know more specific information about origin refining. Following his quick reply, the other party quickly sent a message explaining the process. A few seconds later, Song Chi, having already understood the details of origin refining, nodded and agreed to the deal. Even knowing that completing the deal would require sending the Tianxiu Sanqiong to the origin star, he was willing to take the risk. According to the information provided by the other party, This so-called origin refining involves using one star C rare artifact as a refining consumable, and then using one rare artifact 1 level lower than the consumable, 2 rare artifacts 2 levels lower than the consumable, 4 rare artifacts 3 levels lower than the consumable, 8 rare artifacts 4 levels lower than the consumable, and 16 rare artifacts 5 levels lower than the consumable, for a total of 31 rare artifacts, each of which would be raised 1 level above its original quality. For example, if Song Qi produced a tricolored artifact, he could then, through this origin refining, automatically upgrade 1 black artifact to tricolored, 2 gold artifacts to black, 4 silver artifacts to gold, 8 red artifacts to silver, and 16 orange artifacts to red. This was undoubtedly a highly cost-effective transaction, and the fundamental reason why Song Qi was willing to take the risk of the Tianxu Sanqiong. After both parties agreed, Song Qi directly sent a telepathic command to a 7-star ancient demon far away in the mirrored warship. Soon, the 7-star ancient demon activated the market-traveling order in its hand and vanished into the mirrored warship. A few seconds later, when it reappeared, it held a black stone in its hand. In the Zhutian market, the Tianxu Sanqiong sky ruined sky hung high in the sky. At a certain moment, a pitch-black light suddenly flickered within the warship as the Emperor's tomb projected in the void sea received a distant call. At Song Qi's instruction, the warship responded to this call. At the same time, in the sky above the origin star, ripples suddenly rippled through the void above the mirror warship, and a projection of a transdimensional mothership slowly emerged. Although the origin star's inherent shielding power was strong, the Tianxu Sanqiong, sky ruined sky, itself, blessed with the status of the Zhutian market's chaos artifact and the temporary power of myth, forcibly allowed a black projection component to penetrate the origin star. This wasn't the end. After the Tianxu Sanqing projection condensed, Song Qi in the market activated the virtual real conversion feature of the Emperor's Tomb of the Void Sea projection, until the warship's projection completely transformed from virtual to real. Even then, Song Qi remained in the Zhutian market, having never entered the origin star. After completing this step, Song Qi didn't remain idle. With a flash of his figure, he quickly disappeared into the market sky. In the Xinxiajiuli ship's cabin, upon seeing Song Qi reappear, the nearby Beidou Qixing Hall personnel were about to come over to say something, but Song Qi headed straight for the Xinxiajiuli ship's main control room. Tanling, is there something? Having already made up his mind, Song Qi quickly asked, Your Majesty, do you have any colorful, ultimate-level artifacts? One that can't transform shipboard components. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered with doubt, but seeing the hint of anxiety on Song Qi's face, he said nothing more and directly retrieved an object from his Xinhua ancestral acupoint. Rare item, Celestial River Essence. Quality, color/ultimate. Transformable, none. Note, evolved from a very special mineral from the Shattered Star Sea, it is a top-grade forging material. Thank you, Your Majesty. Can I return you a similarly tiered rare item later? Jiang Yuan waved his hand, indicating he wasn't interested. Song Qi didn't linger, re-entering the market and sending the Celestial River Essence to the Origin Star. He had already carefully inquired about the long cooldown of the Origin refining technique, and there was only one refining opportunity during the Golden Warship's existence. Since this was the case, he naturally chose the most cost-effective option. By the time the Celestial River Essence was delivered, the Tianxu Sanqiong Mirror Warship had already activated the alien repair feature of the replica of the Resurrection Metal, performing a super repair on the Golden Warship. The Golden Battleship's battered hull visibly began undergoing extensive repairs. While it wasn't able to restore it to peak condition all at once, it at least significantly shortened its self-repair time. The Golden Battleship's onboard intelligent computer seemed quite pleased with this, and agreed to Song Qi's highest level of refinement request. As a severely damaged refinement mothership, the cost of its refinement was naturally proportional to the quality of the rare item consumables. If it were merely a standard 9th-tier repair, it would likely not approve the highest level, that of a multicolored, ultra-high-tier rare item. However, Song Qi's repairs this time were extraordinary. He used the replica Miracle Clone Pod, soul-devouring altar within the Mirror Battleship to evolve a replica Resurrection Metal, then activated the repair properties of this temporary, 3-colored Resurrection Metal. As the essence of the Celestial River was absorbed into the Golden Warship's hold, Song Qi finally heard the heavenly voice. The consumables have been refined. Prepare yourself. I will then deliver 31 streams of refined energy into your warship. You must distribute these 31 streams within 5 seconds, otherwise they will automatically select a target that meets the requirements. Yes. At his reply, The golden warship in the energy storm ahead suddenly trembled the moment its hull was revealed. The next second, dozens of rays of light shot out from the storm. Watching these dozens of rays from afar, Song Qi focused 99% of his mental energy on the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong. Not only was he focused on accurately distributing these 31 streams of refined energy, but he was also wary of any potential ulterior motives. How could the other party be a mythical class warship? Whether or not there were still creatures from the golden dynasty of the multiverse era within it was still unknown. How could he not be wary? It was only because the Tianxu Sangqiong had the time chessboard, a buggy life-saving component, that he would never have dared take such a risk. Even so, both the Tianxu Sangqiong main body and the mirror warship were now equipped with a market projection token. If he detected anything amiss, he would immediately activate this last resort.